Hello. Check, check. Sir, it is audible.
Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, check. Testing. Sir, check.
When I'm you are audible.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Respected and distinguished professionals, the highest echelons of finance from across the nation, esteemed members of our professional institutes, senior leadership of NLCIL, honored delegates, the NLCIL family, and all the participants joining us, both in person and through VC, it is with great honor, immense pride, and profound privilege I extend a warm and a delighted welcome to all the luminaries gathered here. A very blissful and a happy morning.
On behalf of NLC India Limited, I extend our heartfelt welcome to Neyveli, our green township, and the nerve center of innovation, resilience, and responsible growth. Today, we are not merely inaugurating an event, we are launching Strategic Financial Conclave, a platform where expertise meets vision, where ideas evolve into initiative, and where collective wisdom shapes the next era of financial excellence. This flagship seminar, Finance 360 Efficiency, Compliance and Innovation, has been thoughtfully curated to bring together the brightest financial minds to analyze, debate, and redefine the contours of governance, compliance, digital transformation, and sustainable finance.
As we stand at the threshold of this two-day journey, one that promises high-caliber deliberations, meaningful collaboration, and influential thought leadership, it is my privilege to formally open this landmark gathering. Over the coming sessions, we are not merely exchanging ideas, we are shaping perspectives, challenging assumptions, and strengthening the collective financial wisdom that drives institutions like ours forward. With a sense of anticipation for the insights, breakthroughs, and partnership that will undoubtedly emerge from this forum, and with deep respect and immense pride, I now declare the Finance Seminar 2025 officially inaugurated.
To commence this milestone event with dignity, reverence, and institutional pride, may I now request everyone to kindly rise for the NLCIL theme song, reflecting our institution's legacy, values, and collective pride, followed by Tamil Thai Vazhuthu, our solemn cultural tribute honoring the heritage and identity of this land.
நாட்டின் ஆற்றல் இன்னும் எந்த தேசம் நான் என்றும் துணை நிற்பேன் நான் நாட்டின் போர்வாள் நான் NLC இந்தியா எதிர்காலமும் சிறக்க வேண்டும் எல்லோரும் சிரித்து வாழ வேண்டும் என்னாலும் வளர்ச்சி நம் நாடும் காணுமே நான் நாட்டின் ஆற்றல் உற்சாகம் செய்வேனே கண் முன்னே தேசம் மின்னொளியில் ஜலிக்கட்டும் அதற்கென்றும் உழைப்பேனே நான் NLC இந்தியா நான் NLC இந்தியா நான் NLC இந்தியா हीरे सा चमकता हूँ कुछ कर गुजरने की चाह रखता हूँ अटल विश्वास की कामना करता हूँ मैं देश को समझौता हूँ उसकी ताकत हूँ कल संवारता हूँ मैं NLC इंडिया हूँ पहुंचता हूँ खुशियाँ फैलाता हूँ नई खोज को गले से लगाता मैं NLC इंडिया हूँ मैं देश को समझौता हूँ उसकी ताकत हूँ कल संवारता हूँ मैं NLC इंडिया मैं NLC इंडिया
Please be seated as we move forward with the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a moment of great honor in today's program. It is time to welcome our esteemed dignitaries onto the dais. With the greatest honor, I now invite the 5 pillars of NLCIL's leadership, our esteemed directors, Director Mines, Director HR, Director Power, Director Finance, and Director Planning and Project, whose guidance steers the organization across its core domains. Along with them, I warmly invite the Chief Vigilance Officer of NLCIL, the guardian of transparency and institutional integrity, to kindly join us on the dais.
Next, may I invite Shri G. Ravi Shankar, Director Finance, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, to kindly come forward onto the dais. And I now invite Shri TCA Srinivasa Prasad, President, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. I now request Shri Surendra Singh Kshatriya, Director Finance MECL, to kindly join us onto the dais. We are profoundly honored to witness the highest ranks of finance from across the nation assembled on a single stage. Their presence elevates this dais into a forum of exceptional wisdom, leadership, and national significance.
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for adorning the stage with your presence, your leadership, and the inspiration you bring to all of us. It is now time to extend our floral welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. Now I call upon our beloved CGM Dhanapal sir to present a bouquet to Dr. Suresh Chandra Suman. I also request our CGM sir to do the honors by welcoming Sri Samir Swarup sir with a bouquet. I again request our CGM sir to do the honors by welcoming Sri Venkatachalam sir with a bouquet. I request our CGM sir again to do the honors to our Director Finance, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, with a bouquet. I would like to ask our CGM sir to present a bouquet to our Director PNP, Rajesh Pratap Singh Sisodia. I finally request our CGM sir to give the bouquet to Honorable Thiru Appakannu Govindarajan sir with a bouquet.
Now I call upon CGM Subbarao sir to present a bouquet to Shri G. Ravi Shankar sir. I now request CGM Subbarao sir to honor Shri Surendra Singh Kshatriya with a bouquet. Once again, I invite CGM Subbarao sir to present a bouquet to Shri TCA Srinivasa Prasad sir with a bouquet. Thank you to our presenters for the graceful floral welcome.
As we inaugurate this landmark event, may the sacred light of Kuttuvelakku illuminate our path, inspiring us to seek knowledge with integrity, purpose, and unity. It is with profound honor I now invite our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and grace the occasion by lighting the Kuttuvelakku.
Thank you, sir. Request everyone to sit back onto their seats. It is now my privilege to invite a veteran leader of NLCIL, a seasoned finance professional with decades of expertise, a mentor whose strategic guidance continues to shape our financial stewardship. May I invite
Shri Bikram Kesari Das sir onto the dais to join as a dignitary. I request CGM Dhanapal sir to come forward and welcome Bikram Kesari Das sir with a bouquet. Before we proceed, here is a corporate video of our NLCIL for your display. I request your attention onto the screens.
May I now invite Shri CGM Sir Dhanapal, Finance NLCIL, onto the dais to deliver the welcome address and formally set the tone for today's seminar.
Today's enclave has been thoughtfully designed to provide a 360-degree view of modern financial leadership. Over the next 2 days, we will deliberate on themes that are reshaping the landscape of public sector finance: strategic finance for sustainable energy and a Vikshit Bharat, corporate governance and building institutional trust, artificial intelligence in finance, its opportunities and emerging threats, carbon accounting and the future of green finance, modern treasury practices amidst global volatility, public financial management lessons from global state-owned enterprises. These discussions are not merely academic, they are crucial for the transformational journey NLC is undertaking as a Navaratna CPSC contributing to the nation's energy security. This seminar is just not an event, it is a platform for collaboration, cross-learning and for building a forward-looking financial culture that places efficiency at the forefront of operations, compliances as the bedrock of institutional integrity, innovation as the enabler of future growth. So with this background, good morning to our respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, delegates from across the country, and esteemed members of the financial fraternity. With profound respect and immense pleasure, I extend a warm and wholehearted welcome to this milestone event, the Finance Seminar on Finance 360-degree Efficiency, Compliance and Innovation. On behalf of NLC India Limited and the entire finance fraternity, it is my honor to welcome our esteemed dignitaries. Sri Prasanna Kumar Mottupalli, Chairman and Managing Director, NLCIL, our guiding force, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire transformation across the organization. Dr. Suresh Chandra Shuman, Director Mines, Sri Samir Swaroop, Director Human Resources, Sri M. Venkatachalam, Director Power, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, Director Finance, the driving architect of today's seminar team and our key mentor in elevating Sri Rajesh Pratap Singh Sisodia, Director Planning and Project, Sri Thiru Appakannu Govindarajan, IPOS Chief Vigilance Officer, NLCIL, Sri G. Ravishankar, Director Finance, PGCL, Sri TCA Srinivasa Prasad, President, ICMA, Sri Surendra Singh Kshatriya, and Sri Vikram Kesari Das from UCIL. We are truly privileged to have our senior leaders grace this occasion. I also extend a warm welcome to all CFOs, delegates from various PSUs, corporate professionals, internal participants, academicians, and subject experts who have traveled from across the country to be with us today. Your presence truly enriches this platform. Before we proceed, let me invoke a timeless wisdom that beautifully captures the spirit of today's gathering. Kattradu kaimandalavu, kalladadu ulagalavu, meaning the learning we possess is handful, what remains to be learnt is as vast as the world. This profound plural reminds us that continuous learning is a foundation of leadership, excellence, and innovation. It is in this spirit of lifelong learning that we have assembled here today. This seminar marks a significant step in NLCL's journey towards strengthening value creation, financial resilience, and governance excellence. As we transition into emerging areas such as green finance, distinguished controls, AI-driven analytics, and integrated risk management, the insights shared here will empower each one of us to contribute more effectively to the organization's strategic goals. My sincere thanks to our CMD and directors for their unwavering support in conceptualizing and encouraging this knowledge initiative. To the organization committee members,
Second.
I extend a heartfelt welcome to every participant to Neyveli, the greenest township, and to this knowledge-rich retreat. Let us use these 2 days to learn, reflect, innovate, reimagine the future of financial stewardship in the public sector. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It is now time for our corporate video.
For over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has been at the heart of India's energy revolution. What began as a vision to harness lignite for India's growing energy needs has evolved into one of the country's foremost power generators. With an unshakable commitment to excellence, sustainability and innovation, NLCIL has continuously set new benchmarks, achieving remarkable milestones. NLCIL has consistently achieved outstanding milestones, such as its highest ever coal and lignite production of over 41 million tons. The company also delivers power at an unprecedented scale, generating over 29 billion units of electricity, with a significant portion coming from green energy sources. By consistently producing clean energy and expanding our capacity, we reinforce our commitment to building a sustainable future. In thermal power, NLCIL has surpassed expectations. Barsingsar Thermal Power Station has achieved a remarkable plant availability factor of 81.90%, exceeding the CERC norms. Our expansion into supercritical technology was marked by the successful commissioning of the Ghatampur Thermal Power Project, propelling us to the elite club of supercritical thermal operators. As pioneers in renewable energy, NLCIL has invested heavily in green technologies, producing over 2.1 billion units of clean energy, which has helped avoid nearly 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions. From large-scale solar and wind installations to hybrid projects, we are building a cleaner, greener future for India. NLCIL's market capitalization has touched rupees 43,000 crores, while our capital expenditure has reached record heights of over rupees 7,500 crores. These achievements not only reflect financial success, but also our unwavering commitment to sustainable energy, infrastructure development, and operational excellence. At NLCIL, safety, innovation, and employee empowerment are at the core of everything we do. We have launched cutting-edge safety initiatives such as the NLCIL RN Mobile Safety App and implemented training programs to ensure that our employees remain safe while leading the energy sector. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, and community engagement. Our commitment to community welfare is just as strong as our commitment to energy. Through our CSR initiatives, we build lasting partnerships with local communities, from constructing water tanks to providing free transport for students. We strive to improve lives at the grassroots level. In collaboration with organizations, namely Alimco, we have distributed artificial limbs to the differently abled, empowering thousands to lead more independent lives. Our skill development programs in regions of our operation have helped local youth build sustainable careers. NLCIL stands as a significant CSR contributor among Navaratna CPSUs, a fact that highlights our commitment to nation building through social responsibility. Our CSR interventions cover a wide spectrum: COVID-19 response and disaster relief efforts, public infrastructure development, empowerment programs for young girls and women, and large-scale skill development initiatives that are transforming communities. NLCIL's Jal Paryapt CSR project rejuvenated ponds and lakes, helping farmers grow second and third crops and boosting their incomes. It also improved groundwater levels around these desilted water bodies. As a part of our commitment to education, NLCIL also provides free bus services to students, ensuring safe and easy access to learning opportunities. At NLCIL, we believe that progress is measured not just by power generation, but by the positive impact we have on our communities. The Sneha Opportunity School is a shining example of this commitment. This school provides children with special needs of the chance to learn, grow, and unlock their potential. Whether in tailoring, carpentry, craft, or art, Sneha empowers people with special needs with skills that help them integrate meaningfully into society. Here, they not only receive hands-on training, but also the tools to build a better future. Further extending our care to every generation, NLCIL manages Ananda Illam, an old age home in Neyveli, where elderlies are provided with comprehensive care and comfort, all thoughtfully taken care of by NLCIL. Looking forward, NLCIL is committed to shaping India's energy future with cutting-edge projects and a firm focus on sustainability. We are expanding our renewable energy footprint with a target of achieving 10 gigawatts by 2030 through the development of solar, wind, and hybrid projects across the country. Additionally, we are pioneering new technologies like green hydrogen to further reduce our carbon footprint. NLCIL is also leading the charge in sustainable mobility by exploring electric vehicle charging stations and accelerating the development of green hydrogen generation plants. Our people are the driving force behind every success at NLCIL. Each of you, from the engineers in the field to our support teams and management, plays an integral role in our progress. We are proud to have a workforce that is constantly learning, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The dedication and passion of its workforce ensures that NLCIL remains at the forefront of India's energy sector. At NLCIL, we are more than just an energy company. We are a beacon of progress, dedicated to powering India's future with innovation, sustainability, and people-centered core values. Together, we are building a legacy of excellence for generations to come.
Thank you. Now we would like to take a moment to hear a few words from our distinguished senior leaders of NLCIL who have graced us with their presence today. Firstly, I invite our Director, Planning and Projects to kindly come forward and share a few words with us.
Respected CMD sir, respected my colleagues directors on board of NLCIL, respective Chief Vigilance Officer, my Executive Director, Chief General Managers, and all NLCIL executives and all the participants joining us from the various organizations. Namaskar to all of you. It is a privilege to stand before you today, especially as I have taken charge just 2 days back. I feel honored that my journey at NLCIL begins with this Finance 360-degree seminar on efficiency, compliance, and innovation, in the presence of esteemed finance leaders, experts, and delegates from across the sector. There is a well-known proverb, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. This seminar truly reflects that spirit. Over the next 2 days, we come together not just to learn, but to collaborate, share experiences, and shape the financial roadmap for the future-ready NLCIL. Finance today is more than numbers. It is about governance, transparency, innovation, and strategic value creation. As NLCIL continues to expand its green and renewable power portfolio, themes such as sustainable finance, artificial intelligence in finance, modern treasury practices, carbon accounting and public financial management become crucial for our operational excellence and organizational transformation. A special note of appreciation and congratulations to the finance executives of the NLCIL for conceptualizing and organizing this seminar. I thank all the speakers and participants for being here and contributing your valuable insights. I am confident that the deliberation ahead will strengthen our financial systems, enable informed decision making, and support NLCIL growth journey. Let this seminar mark the beginning of new ideas, collaborations, and learning. I wish everyone insightful sessions, productive discussions, and memorable experience here at New Delhi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished delegates and esteemed members of the finance fraternity, we now arrive at one of the most anticipated moments of this seminar, a segment that sets the intellectual tone for our two-day journey into Finance 360, efficiency, compliance, and innovation. It is my proud privilege to invite the financial strategist, institutional builder, and the very force behind this event, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, Director Finance, NLCIL Limited, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, we are deeply honored to have you with us.
Vanakkam, good morning and namaskar. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, esteemed CFOs and fellow delegates, warm greetings to all of you. At the outset, I extend my warm and respectful welcome to our chief guest and the guiding force of NLCIL, the chairman and managing director, Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, who is not physically present here because of his travel plan outside New Delhi, but he has already sent his thoughts through a video that we will play after the speech. Sir, your visionary leadership and constant guidance continue to inspire and strengthen new initiatives, and such as this seminar, what we are going to have in next 2 days from now. I also offer a warm welcome to my esteemed colleague directors on the dais, functional directors, Dr. Suresh Chandra Suman, Director Mines, Sri Samir Swarup, Director HR, Sri M. Venkatachalam, Director Power, Sri Rajesh Pratap Singh Sisodia, Director PNP, Sri Govindarajan, CVO NLCL, Sri Ravi Shankar, DF Power Grid, Sri Surendra Singh, DF MECL, Sri Bikram Kesari Das, Director Finance UCIL, and Sri Srinivas Prasad, President ICMA. It is a great privilege to welcome all to NLCIL Limited's 4th National Finance Seminar on the theme Finance 360-degree, Efficiency, Compliance, and Innovations. We are deeply honored with the presence of such a distinguished gathering across the public sector finance professionals. Today, we are not merely discussing numbers, balance sheets, or financial statements. We are engaging in a deeper dialogue, one that will help to shape the financial architecture that will support and define India's growth journey over coming decades. Our seminar today mirrors the great Samudra Manthan took place to get Amrit. The churning of this ocean was complex, uncertain, and even dangerous. Likewise, our journey through reforms, ESG integration, digital transformation, and green finance may bring challenges, but it is the only through this churning we will achieve the Amrit of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth. As we all know, we are living in what is often described as VUCA world, volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambitious situations. Global uncertainties, geopolitical realignments, technological disruptions, evolving regulatory expectations, and climate-linked risks are continuously rewriting the traditional rule of finance. A key priority for the next decade will be financial stability in a volatile global environment. Markets today respond not only to domestic factors but also to external shocks. Whether it is energy price, volatility, supply chain disruptions, or global monetary tightening, strengthening risk management frameworks, improving institutional agility, and building resilient financial structure will be the key for sustainable development. Our philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam reminds us that the world is one family in an interconnected global economy. Sustainable finance is not just about profit, but shared prosperity and integrational equity. India today stands at a unique and pivotal positions in the world. We are one of the fastest growing major economies. We possess an unmatched demographic advantage. Our digital public infrastructure from Aadhaar and Jan Dhan to UPI and ONDC has set a global benchmarks. Among these, UPI stands as one of the India's great digital success story. India today accounts for a significant share of world's real-time digital transactions, empowering everyone from street vendors to large corporates. Our financial inclusion journey has brought millions into the formal economy and transformed the way citizens interact with money. Many countries are studying and are adopting UPI model, reinforcing India's position as a global fintech leader. As we move forward under the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, guided by the principles of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Amrit Kal, green growth, digital India, and infrastructure-led development, the role of finance in nation building has always more crucial. The public sector enterprise, this transformation carried added responsibilities. We are not just commercial organizations, we are instruments for nation building, partners in development, and stabilizing pillars of Indian economy. Therefore, finance in PSU must not go beyond compliance and control and become a strategic enabler for growth, sustainability, and governance innovations. As our ancient wisdom reminds us, excellence in action is the highest form of discipline. This spirit must guide every CFO, every policymaker, and every institution present here. As we see in our epics, clarity of vision always leads to success. Like Arjuna, who focused only on the eye of the bird, today's finance leaders must maintain sharp focus on the purpose, precision in execution, and alignment with national priorities. At NLC India Limited, we are consciously aligning our financial and investment strategies with India's evolving energy priorities, balancing our legacy strengths with bold expansion in renewable energy, storage solutions, and emerging green technologies. Our focus is to support India's transitions towards cleaner, more sustainable energy while ensuring financial prudence, risk management, and long-term value creation. This seminar, 6 core themes, what we have decided: sustainable energy finance, corporate governance, AI in PSU finance, carbon accounting, modern treasury management, and public financial reforms, are perfectly aligned with the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us. These are not abstract ideas, they are practical imperatives for institutions operating in an increasingly complex world. Equally important is the role of technology in shaping in future of finance. Artificial intelligence, fintech, blockchain, data analytics, and no longer support tools, they are redefining how decisions are made. Another area of growing relevance is sustainable and green finance. Climate risk is now financial risk. India's commitments towards net zero, green hydrogen leadership, and a circular economy require shift towards deepening India's capital markets. Banks alone cannot fund our ambitious growth and infrastructure roadmap. Vibrant capital markets are essential of funding a modern, innovation-driven economy. Green bonds, ESG-linked instruments, carbon markets, and transition finance will increasingly define the path forward. Intercorporate loan is the viable instrument in the hands of the PSU, which can be leveraged further. At the same time, financial inclusion and equity must remain controlled to our mission. True progress is meaningful only when it reaches the last mile. When access is affordable, products are fair, citizens are financially literate, and trust that the system is protected. Technology must act as a bridge, not as a barrier. The CFO roundtable on the changing role of finance in PSU transformation is both timely and necessary. The modern CFO must be strategist, a steward of governance, a champion of technology, and a custodian of sustainability all at once. Seminars like this are more than academic gathering, they are incubators of ideas that can influence real policy and real practice. Let this seminar be a platform where bold ideas emerge, best practices adopted, strong partnership forged, and practical solutions take place. Let it ignite conversations that do not end here but continue in our policies, projects, and boardrooms. I am confident that discussion during these 2 days will challenge existing assumptions, inspire innovations, and contribute meaningfully to the India's economy towards resilient, inclusive, and development growth. Let us join together to harness the possibility for sustainable development and finance accounts for Viksit Bharat. With this, Nandri, thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thoughtful welcome address that was beautifully setting the direction for the Finance 360 seminar. Next, I would like to call upon our Director Power to share his brief thoughts with us.
Good morning. My colleague directors and my beloved CVO, the dignitaries on the dais, senior colleagues, the financial experts from various institutions and organizations, faculties and the participants, the representatives from the unions, association. A warm good morning wishes to each and every one of you, and then thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. It has been very clearly told, unlike for others, when I have started speaking, that I allowed to complete it briefly. That communicates something. So I'll also try to keep it brief. Probably they thought that I'm going to speak for more time. That is not going to be there today. Thank you very much for hinting me. First, let me congratulate our financial team for bringing out such a wonderful seminar, because this is under our finance minister of NLCAL. The finance team is doing a wonderful job, and I can quote several things, but you all know that the financial cost of this company has come down significantly because of all of you. And I also compliment and then welcome all the dignitaries and the participant faculties for coming all the way, in spite of the disturbance because of the weather as well as some disturbances in the aviation sector. Thank you so much for making it, and then in spite of several difficulties, and then my warm welcome wishes to each and every one of you. Well, the importance of finance is well known. I am not a financial expert like others. As a common man who derives the benefits or who uses the benefits of finance, let me have a general look at this seminar and present some of my views. The importance of finance is very well known. There is a proverb in Tamil, I do not know how many of you are aware, the person who has a money in his pocket will come out of the home confidently. There is a proverb. And then there is another proverb, the knowledge and then money gives the man additional courage to speak. Though I don't have money now, I'll be able to speak because some cards are there. So the importance of finance can be explained in several ways like this. And then if you talk about a company now, the importance or the health of a company, if you say, though we all can discuss that it talks about the skill, capability, and then the strategic and all those things. Essentially, at the moment when somebody says that some company is very healthy, it indicates only the financial health. The first and foremost, it can be the profitability, the liquidity, the solvency, or the efficiency. All these ratios, immediately it will come to your mind, and then we'll say that, yes, this company is doing very well in these areas. That is what it indicates. So we can keep talking about the importance of finance. If you talk about a country, one of the important session is the budget session, because that which everybody expects, which everybody listens, starting from the very common man up to the topmost technocrat or entrepreneurs, they all look at it actually, because that will define, that tells that what I'm going to do financially. So it is not that it is only during the effective life or only that dynamic life or during that period, these financial sessions. If you see that the decommissioning unit of our TPS-1, the financial strategy is more important than the operating unit. You all know that. And I can tell that recently I have just interacted with some of my colleagues, my senior colleagues. When I went to my college, some senior colleagues were there, and then there were a lot of interactions. And during the time that people were planning that, some senior people, some 3-4 years senior to me, they were all planning, and they were all telling that, shall we plan some foreign trip or here, there, and all those things, they were all cherishing. One fellow very sarcastically made a comment, but that is the truth. These people planned their finance very well. That is why they are so comfortable and then happy now. That one line indicates that financial planning and then execution, it is a dynamics, and then unless otherwise you do that, you cannot be happy. So you may be knowing that the ever best scientist, Einstein, he told once when the people were asking so many scientific questions, one person asked him just about his financial stability and then how he is able to manage without looking at it, how he is taking a decision. Because that, we know that he is known for, taking some drastic decisions and then change over just for the sake of science and then for continuing his work. He told one statement, he didn't explain everything, how he is financially stable. He told one statement, the compound interest is the 8th wonder of this world. The person who understands, earns and then enjoys. All others are paying for me. So this one line explains the importance of finance. So I can keep talking the importance of this finance and then coming to this topic. As I have said earlier, it has been well coined, taking into account of the present day requirement, because we know that sustainability is the first word now. It is not just a requirement or it is not just a cosmetics. That's all, the days are gone. Without sustainability, you cannot do any business now, and then if you go to Europe or Western side, and then you will be thrown out if your business is not sustainable. Sustainable development goals, it was only on the papers. Now it has been very clearly put forth and then saying that every organization should do the work in the sustainability. Understanding that, there are some crucial topics on the sustainability. And then NLCAL, rightly we are moving in this, and then having understood that, if you see that at the moment when we are generating more and then when we are aiming for mining as well as the commercial mining and then other aspects as well as the power production through the thermal means, we have also decided to go for whatever way is possible through the sustainable means. So that is why that when we talk about our 21,000 megawatt or 21,000 megawatt, half of it we want that it has to come from that through sustainable route or the renewables. And it is not only that, we are working heavily on this carbon capture. This is another one important area when we talk about sustainability. This is one of the challenges which the world is facing now. The most important issue or the challenge which the world faces now, if somebody asks me, without any second thinking, we can say that carbon. It is very simple. Some 50 years before, the carbon in this atmosphere is something like 320 ppm. It was very comfortable. Now, because of our industrial actions, we have brought it to something like 424 as on today. So this 100 ppm increase, which earlier it used to take several hundreds of thousands of years, we have done it in less than 50 years. Because of this, the whole global temperature has gone up, or further it is going up. Unless otherwise you control it, it is very difficult for the things to exist on the earth. It is not just a problem, it is a question of survival of the living things on the earth. So having understood that, very aptly they have selected a topic on this carbon capture or the carbon, carbon accounting, and then how this is going to be there, because we all know that unless already the carbon is brought down, when you talk about some international market, it will be very difficult. And that is why that NLCL also, we are going in the right direction of doing the experiments on that carbon capture, collaborating with IIT, and we are leading one of the topmost experiment I can say, which out of that 68 experiments which that IIT Madras is doing, along with that what it is being done is considered to be in the top list actually. In the few top list, whatever is there, NLCL is doing one of the experiments which is using that ionic liquids and then combination of amine and then ions. So there are several things I can keep talking with respect to the importance of this topic. So something on the treasury management and then AI also we are now talking. All these things are very clearly indicating that this company at the moment it is in the exponential growth phase, is rightly approaching, and that is why that we are looking at all the angles, especially on the finance, because we are going to invest something like 1,25,000 crores, and it is going to be much more than this actually in the days to come. When we are doing it, and it is very apt to look at all the aspects so that yes, we are rightly doing it. So only one request for all of you, especially the people those are interacting with all these experts, because that I have seen the profile of all these experts who have come all the way. It is really very pleasing to get all of them here, and then they are going to exchange their ideas and then interact, and finally it is going to derive some benefits. Only one thing is that rather than just understanding as a theory, please see that with respect to NLCL how this can be applied, or what are all the areas which we need to focus more. It is, as it is rightly said, it is not only just figures and then points, it is beyond finance, I can say that, because finance is a requirement for everybody now. Any proposal, if you take it now, immediately the first question is asked is feasibility, that is financial feasibility or financial viability. So please see from this angle what lessons can be taken practically for NLCL, especially how that can be applied for such a massive exponential growth when you are planning, how that can be applied aptly. Let us look from that angle. With this, I wish this workshop a grand success. Thank you once again for all of you who have come all the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Next, I invite our Director HR to share his brief thoughts.
Good morning, Vanakkam. My most esteemed colleague directors on the dais, my CVO, Director of Finance from Power Grid, UCIL, MECL, President ICMA, Mr. Prasad, my ED CGMs, distinguished guests from other companies across the country, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very unique opportunity for me to be at this dais, on this dais. Firstly, I'd like to say that I am slightly at a disadvantage that I am speaking after our scientist, Venkat Chalamji. On the dais, all the persons who are there, I am related to them. My functional directors, my CBO, we are all from NLCIL. Mr. Shiv Shankar, he was in NLCIL, Director PGCIL. He was in NLCIL from 1987 till 1994, I believe. Yesterday he was telling. Bikram Kesri ji is our person only. Kshatriya ji and Prasad ji, they are from my old company. They are from SAIL. So I am having connection with all the participants on the dais. And I'd like to have similar sort of connection with everyone who is present here. A warm welcome to all the guests who have come from outside. Neyveli is a great place, and I wish and I hope that you carry all the good memories, our hospitality with you. The seminar, Finance 360 Degrees. I am stopping at 360 degrees. Because it is there 360 degrees, at least from the HR point of view. Any policy we make, anything which we do, it has to go through finance for approval. For compliance, if a finance officer signs on my file, we feel that everything is complied with. They are basically the last resort, because they see from the purchase angle point of view, policy point of view, the contract policy point of view, or any other compliances. Normally it is a finance person who points out where we are lacking, maybe. So they are already with us 360 degrees and in compliances. At NLCIL, I believe my finance department, my finance directorate, is one of the most efficient directorates which I have seen. And they have been with us, with all the directorates, with all the departments, shoulder to shoulder, to take our company forward. At NLCIL, we have to do a lot of innovations. mostly because manpower has to get reduced over a period of time. It is getting reduced, and that is across the country, the same thing is happening in all the companies. So we have to find out ways and means to do more things in a more efficient manner, but in an innovative manner with use of technology, AI, everything. So I wish this conference all the very best. Navali Lignite Corporation, we have very ambitious plans. We are nearly doubling our thermal and renewable energy to 20 gigawatts and mining capacity to 104 million tons in the next 5 years, spending around 125,000 crores. So finance will be definitely one of the most important pillars on whom we plan to achieve our milestones. So I wish that this finance seminar has beautiful interactions. Let all pool their resources, let all pool their experiences, and I would request my NLCIL colleagues also to whatever good points they get from the other companies, other sectors, let us imbibe them in our systems also so that we can take our company forward in the best manner possible. Thank you very much to all of you and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. I now warmly welcome our Director Mines to deliver the Chief Guest Address.
Good morning to one and all. Respected my colleague directors, Sri Samir Swarup ji, Sri Venkatchalam ji, Sri Acharya ji, Sri Rajesh ji, DF from other organizations who are beautifying and increasing the level of this conference, Sri Ravi Shankar ji, Sri Kshatriya ji, Sri Vikram Das ji, our CVO, Sri Govindarajan ji, and I think from finance expert, Sri Prasad ji, executive directors of NLC, CGMs, GMs, unit heads, zonal heads, members from different unions, different federations, delegates from different organizations, members from finance team NLCIL. This is a proud moment for NLCIL, and we are taking pride to convene a seminar on a apt topic, Finance 360 Degree, Efficiency, Compliance and Innovation. The topic is very relevant, seeing the country is heading. We are, I think, fourth biggest country in terms of GDP, and we are targeting to become third in next few years. For taking the country to that level, as per the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, and to make the country Viksit Bharat, we have to spend a lot of money, and that money requires a lot of financial discipline. Should prevent the leakages so that the money shall be utilized properly. And this kind of seminar will bring the learnings the experiences from different leaders who have experienced, who have been the knowledge, and who will be sharing their thoughts how this kind of financial discipline we can conceive, how we can take it forward. Efficiency is a parameter for any organization, be it in industrial production, be it in HR, means growth, be it finance. Without efficiency, we cannot be in the market. Similarly, compliances and innovation will come together, and it will help us to achieve the financial goals what we have envisaged through our vision document. As stated by our Director HR, we are targeting to make our company to become 10 gigawatt of solar power capacity, 10 gigawatt of thermal capacity, and more than 100 million ton of coal and lignite production. And it requires lot of investment. And that investment has also been envisaged, that is coming around 1,30,000 crore. So this kind of money investment requires a lot of financial discipline. And I think Director of Finance has thought about it, and he wanted to educate his team and wanted to spread this message across the country through the delegates who have joined here. Kudos to him and his entire team for arranging this kind of seminar, which will be taking forward our organization at a higher level. We have also envisaged to make our company from Navratna to Maharatna status. That will also bring good name in the country and position our company at a higher level. With all these thoughts, I wish this seminar will bring lot of learnings through beautiful sessions where the team will get benefited. Wish everyone all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I invite Shri TCA Srinivasa Prasad, sir, to share a few words with us.
Good morning, madam. Absolutely few words, as you said. Dignitaries on the dais, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. It's a privilege to be part of this National Seminar 2025 organized by NLC India, Finance 360-degree, Efficiency, Compliance and Innovation. It's an important and strategic step to have a 360-degree view of finance functions. Normally, HR does it very often, so now we have taken over that function. And it's a need of the hour. Gone are the days when we used to have a phrase, at any cost. I think we are entering into the days where at a specific cost, embedding ECI, here the E is not only efficiency, it is ESG also, compliance through innovation. Let us be part of this great two-day journey, contribute to our nation for it to become Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind.
Now may I invite Shri Bikram Kesaridas, sir, to kindly share his valuable thoughts with us.
Good morning. Respected CMD NLCIL, respected Director Mines, Director HR, Director Power, Director Finance, CBO of NLCIL, dignitaries on the dais invited, of the dais, executive directors of NLCIL, all my dear friends. After 10 months, I feel privileged to be part of the NLC gathering. Today, the seminar organized by the team NLCIL, the kind of seminar they organized, a big one indeed, that reflects the kind of spirit and leadership quality flows in each and every member of NLCIL. Thank you, NLC board and NLC management. I feel proud for that. The topic designed the 360-degree on strengthening a governance, very interesting topic, which not only reflect the finance and not limited to company. It go beyond company, like country. When we talk about the growth, the term comes responsible growth. When growth comes, the picture comes to our mind, power and minds. When power and minds comes to the picture, definitely we'll focus on GDP. When we are heading towards $5 trillion GDP, then definitely we'll focus on power generation near to 1700 billion unit, 1700 kilowatt hour. But it needs food. The mine comes into picture. Then fossil fuel come into picture and resulted into thermal power. But situation has now changed. Now you see, in pre-industrial era, our environmental temperature, global temperature was 15 degrees Celsius. Pre-industrial era, that means 1850 to 1900. Now over the period of 150 years, now we are at 16.5 degrees Celsius. Now accounting or finance starts here. When you see 150 years and 1.5 degrees Celsius increased, then you count it each year how much greenhouse gas emission the world emitting. Nowadays, each year, world emitting 13 billion ton of greenhouse gas emission, that accounting starts. Then there is a clash between growth and sustainability. Growth path is very clear. Energy is there, mining is there, thermal power, it leads to thermal power. But we need friend like renewable and friend like atomic energy. And in this growth path, we need the kind of fairness, we need the kind of accountability, responsibility, and transparency. That is called sustainable growth. That means when we add friend like renewable and atomic with thermal, then three friends go towards
responsible growth. Then when we add fair, transparency, then sustainability starts. And sustainability growth will take us to achieve our target, 2047 target, developed country. At the same time, we need to achieve net zero. And accounting starts from there. When we are heading towards net zero, then carbon accounting starts. When we talk about the carbon accounting, then we need the insight of the unit of measurement. Just I will take two minutes. When our mother will ask us, go and purchase 1 kg potato, then we used to take bag. But we have to understand, being a finance, that we need to understand kilowatt hour, megawatt hour, ton, million ton and billion ton. So in that perspective, we will lead to that growth, but at the same time, sustainable growth is required. That seminar will focus on sustainable growth, for which the role of finance is immense. As rightly pointed out by our director, NLCL director, Mines and HR, Power and Finance, the thing is that sustainable, that you never focus, you don't limit your focus on theory and make it into practical. Once you make it in practice, then you can visualize that what is happening in the across the globe. And with this, I limit my speech, and I wish this seminar a grand success, and thank you all NLCL members for this grand arrangement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable thoughts. May I now invite Shri Surendra Singh Kshatriya, sir, to share a few words with us.
Good morning to all, respected dignitaries of the dais, and my dear colleagues. So it's a great opportunity we got with the help of our Director of Finance, that this seminar has been conducted on the finance. Before that, I have attended only the seminar conducted by the professional institutes or the Big Fours, all these things, but I have not attended the seminar conducted by the finance team from the NEPSU. And my principle is action speak louder than the word. So the experts are here, and we learn from them and implement. This is my motto. Thank you. Thank you all.
Now I call upon Shri G. Ravishankar, sir, to kindly share a few words with us.
Good morning to everyone, all the participants who have come all along the way from their places to Neyveli, the respected dignitaries in the dais, all the functional directors of Neyveli, and other director of finances of some of the organizations who have agreed to attend this seminar. I remember this hall when the last seminar was conducted by the finance team somewhere, I think some 7 to 8 years back, where I was one of the attendees. So I was sitting in the hall and I attended 2 days training program, but never thought that I will make it to the dais a day. So really I am honestly, and in fact I started my public sector career from NLC India only, Neyveli Lignite Corporation. Those days it was called as Neyveli Lignite Corporation Limited. From 87 to 94 I worked in Neyveli. After that, in fact I was in North also for during the Neyveli period for 3 years, and then I moved to Power Grid Corporation. Really, the principles and all the functions of NLC, right from those days, I'll say that some 45 years back itself, they digitized their accountings, whether it is a payroll or everything. In fact, yesterday, I had some time to visit the corporate office, so I went back. So I was inquiring about whether is it the computer section still behind this staircase, or where the other HR, finance, contracts, all these departments were there. So the digitization actually started in NLC, I think way back 40 years back, when they used to keep the records, whether it is HR or finance, all these records used to be digitized, and then they were maintaining those principles those days. And as it's really, it sounds very good that NLC is going to have a 1.25 trillion of capex in the next 7-8 years, where they will be putting more and more renewable energy plants. And really the topic of this 2 days is very important, that how you raise your finance at very competitive rates, and how you prove to the lenders that it will be sustainable. It's going to be viable funding for them. So really the topic is very interesting. I won't take much time. Really, I once again thank NLC management for giving me an opportunity to attend this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now arrive at one of the most significant moments of this inaugural ceremony. It is a profound honor to welcome an accomplished visionary joining us virtually today. We are pleased to present the presidential address delivered via a special video message by the Chairman and Managing Director of NLCIL. Please turn your attention onto the screen.
Good morning, respected my functional directors, Director of Finance, dignitaries on the dais, and distinguished delegates from various parts of the country. As you know, NLC India Limited is proud to host the Finance Seminar 2025, a platform that brings together professionals and thought leaders to explore emerging financial strategies aligned with our nation's evolving energy landscape. As the company undertakes transformative initiatives in renewable energy, digital innovation, and sustainable mining, financial excellence and prudent governance remain central to our vision for long-term value creation and ESG vision. I am confident that the ideas exchanged and the collaborations forged through this seminar will strengthen our collective capabilities and support NLCIL journey towards a future that is efficient, resilient, and socially responsible. My best wishes to all of you for an insightful seminar. I congratulate Director of Finance and his entire team for this initiative, and I thank all the distinguished delegates for participating in this seminar. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and illuminating perspective with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a special moment of inauguration session. The e-souvenir of Finance Seminar 2025 will be released now. May I invite the dignitaries on the stage to kindly do the honors.
Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you all. With the successful completion of our inaugural proceedings, we now formally conclude the inaugural session. We have a few announcements here. First, we request all to proceed for a group photograph session which has been arranged in the lawn area. We invite all the external delegates to kindly join and capture this special moment as a lasting memory. Immediately after the photo session, we request all to head to the stall visit which has been arranged just outside the hall. Post which, I request everyone to join us for refreshments which is arranged here. Also, don't miss the 360-degree selfie booth at the entrance. Make some fun memories and add to the energy of today's gathering. Also, I request participants who have not completed the registration to kindly reach out to our reception committee stationed at room number 115 and do the same completion procedures. We humbly request everyone to return in half an hour for the first technical session. Your timely return will ensure we continue today's program seamlessly and on schedule. We now invite the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, along with all the participants, to proceed for the refreshing break before we dive into witness the brilliance bundled ahead. Thank you all.
Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, testing.
Hello, hello, audio checking. Check testing, hello. My testing, 1, 2, 3, hello. Check, hello, check. Hello, hello, audio checking. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, audio checking. Check testing, hello. Check, hello, check.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Check, 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 check.
Hello, check.
Check.
Hello, hello, audio checking. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check பண்ணுங்க. Hello, hello, check hello. ஆமா சார். மெதுவா லைட்டா ஸ்லைட் பண்ணுங்க. Hello, hello, check.
I request all the participants to please be seated.
Hello, check. Hello.
I request all the participants to please be seated. I request all the participants and dignitaries to please be seated. Good morning all. I request all the participants and dignitaries to please be seated. We are shortly starting the program.
Check hello. Hello, check.
Participants are requested to kindly be seated. Participants are requested to kindly be seated.
Good morning all. I request all the participants and dignitaries to please be on respective seats. Please be seated. We'll start. Good morning, respected dignitaries, senior officials, invited speakers, guests and colleagues. Good morning, respected dignitaries, senior officials, invited speaker, guests and colleagues. On behalf of NLC India Limited, it is my privilege to warmly welcome you to this session on driving sustainable energy through strategic finance for Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat.
The transition to sustainable energy is central to India's vision of self-reliance and inclusive growth. Strategic finance is a key enabler in this journey for mobilizing investments, fostering innovation, optimizing resources and mitigating risks to accelerate the development of renewable energy and green infrastructure.
Today's session will bring together distinguished experts who will guide us through the financial strategies, framework and innovation that can accelerate our sustainable energy goal.
To steer today's session, I now introduce our moderator, CMA TCA Srinivasa Prasad, President, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He brings over 40 years of diverse experience spanning finance, costing, ERP, IT, HR, industrial engineering, O&M, material management and CSR.
He is a Central Council member of ICAI and has been also the Vice President of ICMAI for the Council year 24-25. He has spread out the implementation of ERP in 4 major steel plants of SAIL and the Central Market Organization. With this vast expertise in finance and digital information, he is exceptionally well positioned to steer today's seminar.
Sir, I kindly request you to occupy the dais. We are honored to have Sir CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad as our moderator.
I request all to give a big round of applause, please. May I now introduce Sri G. Ravi Shankar, Director of Finance, Power Grid Corporation Limited, our distinguished speaker, a mathematics graduate and a cost accountant with additional postgraduate qualification in personal and material management.
With over 32 years of experience in Power Grid, he has worked across multiple units in key finance roles, covering resource mobilization, budgeting, financial reporting, commercial operations, and retiral fund management.
He has also led major digital initiatives including ERP development, finance digitization, and the establishment of bill processing hubs. An accomplished technocrat, he brings deep technical and financial acumen to today's deliberation.
Sir, I kindly request you to occupy the dais. May I have a round of applause?
Now I introduce Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, Director of Finance, NLC India Limited. Dr. Acharya is a distinguished professional with over 28 years of rich experience across central, state, and private sector organizations. A fellow cost accountant and company secretary, he also holds degree in commerce, law, and business administration.
His career spans key roles in power generation, transmission, distribution, mining, and transport with deep expertise in accounts, taxation, project finance, and system automation. He has been instrumental in driving digitization, process instruments, and organization empowerment across various sectors. Sir, I kindly request you to occupy the dais. May I have a round of applause? I now introduce Sri Alok Singh, Vice President, ENY, our distinguished speaker. Sri Alok Singh has over 14 years of professional experience in strategy and transaction advisory.
His core expertise include corporate finance, merger and acquisition, and capital raising. He has worked extensively with major PSUs and leading private sector organizations, supporting them in optimizing their capital agenda, improving cost of capital, enhancing ROC, and enabling sustainable growth financing. He brings strong strategic and financial acumen to today's deliberation. Sir, I kindly request you to please occupy the dais.
May I have a round of applause? I now introduce Sri Vishnu Vashisht, Associate Director of PwC, an ESG and sustainability specialist with over a decade of experience across banking, consulting, rating agencies, and manufacturing. At PwC India, he leads ESG reporting and assurance aligned with global frameworks such as GRI, BRSR Code, CDP, and DJSI.
His expertise includes sustainability reporting, GHG accounting, climate risk, and net zero strategies, supported by PIRA roles in ESG rating and sustainability initiative at leading organization. He brings deep technical and sustainability expertise to today's deliberation. Sir, I kindly request you to please occupy the dais.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Sri D. Dhanapal, CGM Finance, NLC India Limited, to kindly felicitate our speakers and moderators by giving a bouquet. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a huge round of applause for today's panel.
Today's deliberation will feature presentation from these three distinguished speakers, followed by an interactive question and answer session. Each speaker will shed light on key financial mechanism, policy intervention, and innovation approach that support India's sustainable energy transition.
Thank you, sir. With this, I now have the privilege of formally handing over the session to our moderator, Shri TCA Srinivasa Prasad, sir. Sir, the stage is yours now.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Esteemed panelists, distinguished guests and participants, Vanakkam, Namaste. It's a privilege to welcome you all for this important session on driving sustainable energy through strategic finance for Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. Today's discussion on the topic comes at a crucial moment in India's development and journey. As the nation accelerates in its transition towards cleaner, I repeat, cleaner, more resilient and self-reliant energy system, strategic finance plays a very crucial role and emerged as a decisive enabler. This session's discussion brings two things together. One is power of ideas and power of capital. We talk about innovation also on the topic. Two engines that will shape India's energy future. As the nation moves towards the vision Viksit Bharat, sustainable energy is not just an environmental imperative. It is an economic and strategic opportunity. Certainly the question is no longer, I repeat, no longer whether we must transition, but how quickly and how effectively we can mobilize finance to enable this transition. Strategic financing through green bonds, blended finance, ESG investments, carbon markets, and innovative public-private models has the potential to bridge the investment gap, scale renewable technologies, and make clean energy more accessible to every citizen. This platform brings together leaders from the power sector, global consulting firms, and the cost and management accounting profession, each contributing unique perspective on the evolving energy finance landscape. The collective expertise present here offers valuable insights into how India can balance growth with sustainability, integrate ESG into financial planning, and strengthen the ecosystem needed to achieve long-term national goals. Over the next sessions, we will explore how policy, capital, innovation, and collaboration can align to accelerate India's clean energy journey, and how the financial mechanisms can unlock new pathways for equitable, inclusive, and sustainable growth. The panelists are encouraged to bring bold ideas, practical insights, fresh perspectives into the discussion. Let this forum become a space for shared knowledge, for transformative partnership, and for building a roadmap that takes us closer to green and developed Bharat. With this spirit of collaboration and forward thinking, the session is now open for a meaningful and constructive dialogue. Thank you. I request Sri Acharya to have his opening remarks, please.
So once again, good morning to all of you. So this first session is driving sustainable energy through strategic finance and Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. So before deep diving to the topic, this word sustainability, just I want to bring your attention of last 2 days development, how disruption has paved its role in this sustainable journey. You have seen that Indigo, the flight disruption, the most trusted airline of the country, just in 2 days went to the most distrusted airline. Travelers across the country are sitting in the airports over the hours, and in this process, I think 6 director finance of various PSUs could not able to join the seminar. Almost 24 delegates also could not able to join, and they were struggling in different airports of the country. Some have returned back, some flights cancelled, rescheduled, delayed, all these things were happening, and since last 2 nights we are struggling and monitoring who are coming, how is coming, how to support all these things. So that is the disruption, how it takes shape over this sustainable journey. That is one example, and we can say that this is an example which can be taken for years together for our research projects. The most trusted airline, you can say that everybody was relying on Indigo because it's coming in time, going in time, everything was perfect. But just within 2 days, everything got disturbed. And how it happened? Because they could not able to plan in a sustainable way. This declaration of DGCO, or the Director General Civil Aviation, DGCA, was not certain. Certainly they have not declared. They have declared, I think, giving ample time, scope to take corrective action, but the airlines could not able to do that and taken everything for granted, and that is the way they have behaved. And I think for next 1 year or more than that, it's difficult to again revive that confidence, bring that confidence into the passengers. So that is why, that is how disruption overcomes in the journey of sustainability. Coming to the second thing, the sustainability, why we are discussing about sustainability, I just bring some historical data or historical aspects why we are discussing on sustainability. What happens? Suddenly what happens? Since COP26 summit, 2015 I think, so since then all everywhere we are reading sustainability. What is exactly it? Why we are discussing on that? What happened? Why we are not discussing prior to that? If we want to take this journey, we have to go 200 years before. Why 200 years? So there is also one aspect is associated with that 200 years. I will take a few minutes of your time to, because all are finance professional, at least we should know or should understand why this is we are discussing, or what is the relevance of this topic in this scenario. There are two most dangerous greenhouse gases, one is carbon and one is methane. And those two gases are responsible for this global temperature shifting. And we are called a climate change or all these things. Buzzwords we are using in many ways, but these two greenhouse gases is very much responsible for this shift in the temperature. And the life of this carbon is 200 years in atmosphere. The residency period of carbon is 200 years and methane is 25 years. So why I am taking to 200 years? Because the carbon dioxide emitted 200 years before is still available in the atmosphere, because its life is 200 years. It remains in the atmosphere for almost 200 years. And life of methane is 25 years, so we can consider 25 years before for the methane. So those carbon which is there in the atmosphere, those elements are responsible for this shift in temperature or increase in temperature or whatever you can say. And this shift in temperature, what morning also Mr. Das also was telling the same thing, Bikram Das. Because of this increase in temperature, the vulnerability towards the world is increasing, and India being geographically placed in such a place where three sides covered by sea and one side the ice mountains are there. So either of way it will be most dangerous or most damaging elements are available all four sides of the country. So if the sea level temperature increase or sea level water level increases, that also going to harm, and if ice melts also, that is going to harm. So both way India is vulnerable to all this climate change, and in recent past we are also seeing that cloud burst is happening, unnatural rains, rainfalls, summer, cold, all these things which is happening, which is not normal. But whether India is responsible for that? So the question is, India is not responsible, because since last 200 years, whatever development has taken place, that was taken place by European and American, and last 25-30 years by Chinese. So India has no role on that. India, only 3 or 4% of the total carbon emission is contributed by India, where more than 20% population stays in the country, in India. So the development which has taken place by European countries and USA at a later stage, and subsequent to that Chinese, so we are paying the price for that. So next 10-20 years, whatever time the scientist has projected, if we are not able to control the temperature, then this increase in temperature going to increase by 2 degrees centigrade, which will have a vulnerable impact in the entire world. So from that, the sustainability has started, and since 2015, now we are at 2025, last 10 years if you see that, so that much effort has not taken place what is required to maintain the temperature below 1.5 degrees centigrade. We are not able to do that. The target was around 23 gigatons, but we are able to emit more than 40 gigatons in last 10 years, from 25 to 30. Although a lot of efforts have been placed by the government of India, even other countries also doing, to shift or transit from the existing fossil fuel based economy to the circular economy or the green economy or renewable economy, whatever name we can say. But the effort is not sufficient to maintain the temperatures, and lot more is required to be done. Although India through this Panchamrut approach has kept 5 targets for 2030 and up to 2047, all these things for net zero, for making this renewable energy capacity 50%, all these things are there. Everybody, all of us know all these things. But what are the efforts required to bring that, whether that is sufficient or anything need to be done more, whether the capital availability is enough to meet this requirement. If you see that, go back, see last 1 year, how the economy and how the energy sector itself behaves, we will not find a link. If you see last 2 decades or 3 decades, our GDP increase and increase in the power sector was more or less parallel. So in a normal sense, or if you have simple arithmetic, you see that if your GDP increases by 10%, your power sector GDP also need to increase by 7%. 70% is related to the power sector. So in last quarter or last 6 months, if you see that our economic growth is 8%, but power sector is decreasing. So this reverse trend is happening. So we are not able to collaborate, or we are not able to analyze or understand what is happening. Since last few decades, the trend of GDP and power sector was in a different directions. It was parallel movement was there, upside movement was there. But in last 6 months or 1 year periods, that is a reverse movement is happening. So whatever predictions, whatever we have made since last 10, 15 years, everything is going for a toss. How to understand and what is happening? One of the reasons may be this environmental impact because of the heavy rains across the country, more than average. The demand of power has reduced drastically in the domestic front, that is understandable. The second might be the reason that because of the availability of more water, this hydro generation has increased, that has resulted to lower generation of or lower requirement of power from fossil fuels and the renewable sector, that is also understandable. But that impact should not be that way, it's totally reversing the entire flow. That we have to understand. In next 6-7 years, till 2030, next 5 or 5.5 years, we can say, so the total capital requirement is more than $2.5 billion for this energy transition. Energy transition has not really happened. It has just taken a shape. Energy transitions, ultimately its meaning is that entire shift from the fossil fuel based economy or to the circular economy, or you can say renewable economy. That is not happened so far because still our coal productions we are maintaining, the oil consumption we are maintaining, we are not able to reduce that. Rather, the additional quantity of additional demand in the power is made by the renewable sources. That is what is happening, but exact reduction in the fossil fuel has not taken place. And that is where your concept of just transition is coming into picture. What is just transition? Is transition in a simple or smooth way from the fossil fuel based economy to the circular economy. And this just transition is going to impact our state economics, particularly the few states which is largely depending upon the coal. You can say West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, all these 5-6 states, Andhra Pradesh, the 5-6 states economy is largely depending upon the mining sector. The 50 or 25% of their GDP is coming directly or indirectly from the mining sector, either through royalty or through the employment generation or various others, or by from the thermal plants established there. And almost more than 20 lakhs families are directly or indirectly depending upon the mining sector in the country. So the transition will happen means from the existing mining sector, it has to go to the renewable sector. So now renewable sector also is not fully established because of the high cost for the RTC power. RTC power means round the clock power, and round the clock power is possible only if you put the storage system either in the battery storage or pump storage or any other mode of storage. So through that we will able to attain RTC, and that cost is very high on the present market rate. So still we have to depend on the fossil fuel based till such time our RTC power is not made through the renewable sources. So when the entire shift is likely to happen from the coal sector or fossil fuel based sector to the circular economy or renewable, the state gross domestic income, what is happening from the mining sector is largely going to happen, and that is not still taken place. And large of employment also going to shift from the existing mining to the renewable sector, and in renewable you know that employment generation is not that much easy or not required also. So if you put a solar power plants, only security guards and few technicians is required to maintain the plant, and some cleaning purpose, some other persons are required. Technicality or technical talents is no more required in the renewable. Even for wind also the same thing, except normal operation and maintenance, which is required for very few people are required for that purpose. The normal technology or technical talent is going to shift from the existing setup to a new setup, where we do not know how to upskill, how to reskill, how to unskill, how to upskill. Whatever the skilling requirement is there for the renewable, we have to entirely shift from the existing setup. And that is going to cost heavily to the employment generation of the country, to the gross domestic product of the states. Now all these things is going to happen in coming years when the real transitions will take place. So coming to the role of finance in the entire value chain, the role of finance is very important. We are discussing everywhere, we are discussing about green bonds, this bond, that bond, but reality I have not seen any green bond is available in the market. All bonds are yellow bonds only. So there is no concessions or no benefit or no incentive available as of now for the green sector development or renewable sector development, and for which the policy framework is required, the regulatory intervention is required, and all these things are required. And that only can be possible if we are able to do the carbon accounting properly. So carbon accounting, where you have to really capture this carbon, how much emission is happening by a particular industry, by a particular sector, by a particular company. So all these things, if you are able to properly capture, then the people who are going to compensate that through doing the renewable business, so that can be set up by proper carbon accounting. And for that, some regulatory already I think CRC has issued some draft guidelines in this regard, but it takes a lot of interventions, a lot of inputs, all these things are required to bring into the proper shape and a proper regulatory setup for this carbon accounting. And once that is possible, then only all this green finance and all these things is possible. Otherwise, it's very difficult to control all these things. Now you can go to any banks for any type of loan. This loan for the thermal sector will be, rate of interest will be same what you are taking for the renewable sector. But if you go for a loan for a foreign currency or foreign loan from the foreign banks, the approach is totally different. So no foreign banks is coming forward to fund for the fossil fuel based power generation capacity or even mining capacity. So no foreign banks will come forward, they only come forward for the renewable development. So we have to tap the foreign capital whatever available, although the cost of the capitals are more or less is same. If you compare with the total full hedged currency and full hedged interest rate, the domestic and foreign will be, because there is no arbitrage available in the market. If you see that arbitrage is not available between the currencies at any point of time, it is almost nil. So if you consider full risk foreign currency with full interest coverage hedging, so your cost of the capital of the foreign currency and cost of the capital in the domestic will almost be same. So here we have to take an approach how much risk can be taken by a company, how much risk appetite is available, so that we can keep some portion unhedged, so that the cost of capital can be reduced. Depending upon the size of the company, depending upon the capacity, liquidity, all these things, you can take a call how much can be done and how much can be kept on risk or unhedged kind of things. So these are the aspects which need to be deep dived. We will discuss in next, I think few speakers are there, they will throw light on this. With this, I can say that thank you for coming with all these difficulties you have faced during your travel, and so few of the speakers and delegates could not able to participate. We are trying to connect those speakers through video. We will try to listen from them through their video message or either through online modes, whatever are available. And thank you for coming again. I am telling that NLC is very much grateful for taking such pain by all the delegates coming across the country, and we were expecting more than 200 delegates will be there from various PSUs, but because of these disruptions, many people could not able to make it attend, or they could not able to join. So NLC is one of the greenest township in the entire country. Our AQI is almost at the bottom 5 level, bottom 5 cities. If you see that NLC, you will find there it's close to 50 only. So the environment you will have here with 30 lakhs trees across the township. Please try to enjoy these 2 days. Try to avail the whatever hospitality we are able to provide to all of you. And if any issue is there, please raise to the concerned persons who is in charge of all these guest houses and all these coordination committees. I think their numbers, everything has been shared with you. Please bear with us if anything is missing from our end. With this, thank you once again.
I would like Shri G. Ravishankar for his opening remarks, please.
Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. And Mr. Acharya has elaborated almost half of the topics he has covered, everything in this short span of time. I don't know how he has fixed the date as 5th, because he started the seminar with a 25 bips cut in the repo rate today. So I think this is a good sign that he has already chosen a date with he has made the efficiency in the interest rates. By the start of the session, he has already brought down the repo rate from 5.5 to 5.25. So now we should understand that is it really beneficial to us or not? Because if we have already raised the finance with the reference rate as repo or a T-bill, probably we stand to gain. So if we have some fixed rate of loan, probably we are not able to gain on this favorable position. So this is how an example that on each and every act and each and every the change, or we stand to benefit on that. The loans of the bonds, it has got some advantage, because when the repo rate was at 4% few years back, and then it has gone up to 6.5. But those who have raised the bonds, your NCBs, NCDs, so they stand gain, because their rate is fixed for the next 10 years. Because I remember that we raised once a bond at the rate of, I think, even lesser than the GSEC. This was, in fact, a surprise to everyone, because there are certain periods in which you will have to focus. Like there are some companies where they will have to subscribe in the corporate bonds also. They have got some trust funds, which you have a category 2 in which there is a limit of like 25% to 35%. So in March they are not able to fulfill. So we came up with a bond. So they were able to subscribe even lesser than the GSEC, which was, I think, maybe in the history of Power Grid, we have never witnessed a bond which we could raise at a rate which is even lesser than the GSEC rates. But again, those bonds which we raised during those periods were beneficial when the repo rate was on the rise. But at the same time, when the reference rate was repo or T-bill, so each and every quarter or even each and every 6 months, my interest rates are going up by 25 bips or 50 bips. So how should one make a planning that how it is sustainable? So there are some foreign currency loans also. It can be bonds, it can be bilateral tie-ups, it can be a multilateral funding agencies, it can be from dedicated financial institutions, it can be a promotional loans. So how you are taking the foreign loans also, it can be the reference rate can be, earlier it was the LIBOR, now it's the SOFR, and then you have a Euribor, you have TONA. So how do you make a combination of all this funding? That is also important. Like I remember last 5-6 years we have not gone for any SOFR loans because the Fed rates are almost 4.5, and with hedging it is coming to something like 8%, 9%. So there is no point of taking a SOFR loan when the loans are available in India at the rate of like 7.5%. Again, the funding also depends on your business. So what is the underlying assets you have? So depending on that, the rates also differ. So for each and every, if you take any project, so there are only three aspects, like how do you procure your capital goods, what is your capex cost, and how do you raise funds, and how do you maintain that for the life of the assets. It can be like 35 years. In the case of like transmission system, we have a technical life of 35 years in the initial. Maybe with some renovations, it can still run for up to 50 years, 55 years, 60 years. So this is how the assets are built. So you should have to plan that how am I going to make these investments, how am I going to optimize the capital cost, what is the funding pattern, so what is the wind-up cost. So these three are to be inbuilt, and then you will have to make a IRR, and then you will evaluate that if it is the project IRR is more than WACC, then it is viable. So all these things you are evaluating the equity IRR, then how should you put, whether you should make it 70-30 or whether you should make it 18-20, depending upon the project. In transmission, we have got two types of projects. One is like regulatory and another one is through the bidding. So in the regulatory, yes, we have a return of like 15%, 15.5% for the equity. So there we should not miss a chance of putting the lesser equity. We should put the maximum equity because your return on equity is guaranteed for the life of the assets. And again the loan you will have to put in such a way that at least you have to tie up the tenor in such a way that you get some depreciation as a reimbursement in the tariff which is used for the repayment of the loan. So you should have to tie up the loan in such a way. So this is how the business is run, that you will have to not only foresee today, you will have to see that for the next life of the assets how you are going to make your repayments. Ultimately, the business is with lenders and vendors. So either it can be your payment to vendor or it can be a payment to your lender. So how do you plan that? So we have seen some of our vendors also used to say that yes, we borrow from the lenders and then we supply to you, we get the money, we give it to them back. So the question here is how the rates are defined in the interest rates. It's basically because of the comfort which the lender gets on your sustainability. If the visibility of your business is good, or if the recoverability of your tariff is stable, you get a premium to that in the rates. And similarly now, as Acharya was telling, the foreigners used to see something beyond the simple returns. Are you complying the ESG? So whether it's environmentally, they used to see that are you a pollutant industry? What steps are you taking to control the ESG? So how do you improve your ESG ratings? And in the environmental, so if you are cutting the trees, are you planting double the trees? So is it really happening? And are you, especially in the transmission system, because maybe in the generating plants, you identify a land and then you put the plant there, whereas transmission, it travels almost throughout the country. You go to any place, you will find the big transmission tower standing there. So it means we are passing through the farmers' land, we are crossing the urban cities. So how do you compensate? How do you choose the path? How optimally, because there is another thing that we have come across, the area of GIB, there is a Great Indian Bustard, where there are some special type of birds are there, so we should not cross that area. So if you choose a longer path, again, is it viable? The transmission cost will be more. So how you make the path in such a way that at least you are optimizing the route, you are not damaging the environment. And similarly, the putting the even if you say the solar plants also, so you are concentrating on certain area, like we have solar plants in Kavda area of Gujarat, which is almost closer to the border area. And similarly in Rajasthan, we have got Ramgarh, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur. So those areas are all Fatehgarh. So those are all with full of solar panels, because those are all not cultivated lands. So less cultivated lands, and irradiation is more. So the return will be more, the generation will be more. So we can't put a plant in Chirapunchi. So, naturally you will have to, at the time of identifying the business, so you will have to choose the area in which this is sustainable. And as he was telling, yes, in India, if you see, the eastern side is full of non-solar hours, and the western side is full of solar hours. You will find lot of whether it is Gujarat, Rajasthan, Karnataka, everywhere you find more and more solar plants, wind is coming up. And in the eastern parts, traditionally we had a lot of coal mines generating plants. So it should be complement. So as he was telling, that we can't shut down the fossil plants. So how we meet the energy security? So whether should the battery energy storage is maturing now. So probably now a lot of tenders are coming up, and I think NRC also has one battery energy storage, which they will be putting their footprint in the battery energy storage. So these are all the new avenues which we will have to look out for, because traditionally when you see the NLC, when it was formed, we were concentrating only on a lignite mining, and we have a TS1, TS2 with the expansion, and then there were some auxiliary plants like fertilizer plant, BNC. So in fact, I remember when I was in Delhi office, we were going to the fertilizer ministry for taking the subsidies. The subsidy we used to get from there. So over the time, when we find that this opportunity, this business is not viable, so they have adapted their business in such a way, they have switched over to putting the RE generation plants. So this is how the business is to be run, that we will have to get ourselves adapted according to the business, the area in which it is the emerging technologies. Unless and until if we are not into that, we will be out of the business. And lastly, the digital intervention, the digital technologies, the digital initiatives, these are all very important, because today if you see, more and more renewable energy is coming up. So it comes up with the challenges. Of course, you can say that the raw material is free because it is only sun. Sun doesn't charge us anything, or wind, Vayu Bhagavan, he doesn't charge anything. So we can generate through sun and the wind energy. But again, the problem will be the inertia. So the more and more the solar plant is coming up, the inertia will be less. So how we tackle that? Because the RE comes up with factors like it is intermittent, it is seasonal, it is unpredictable. So how do you tackle that? Because like today, last 2 days, it was suddenly raining. So we should have energy management centers which can predict for the next 2-3 days. So maybe in aviation sector, when we say a disturbance, it may be a disturbance to Indigo, but it is not a disturbance to Air India. It is a boon for them, because they used to charge now 20,000 rupees for Delhi to Chennai in economy class. So always in some sectors, a disturbance to one may be a boon for other one. So same thing happened few months back, when suddenly after took off from Ahmedabad airport, maybe within a few seconds, when a flight was fallen down, so Indigo was flying high. So this is how the business, and then everything opportunities will come and go. So how we make our finance sustainable, how we bring the lenders the confidence. So these are all very important, and this, I hope this 2-day seminar will be very much helpful in how we think about the strategies of financing, how optimize the optimize the financing cost for the longer tenor is important. With that, I once again thank for giving this opportunity.
May I request Shri Vishnu Vasish for opening remarks, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would thank NLC management to invite me in this two-day training program or seminar. And the way Navali Township is, I saw the greenery, and I think the AQI must be around 50 or something like that, because the problem with NCR and all, we all know, the AQI is running 450 or something like that only. So this is a really good thing to see. The greenery, that green cover is intact despite having a mine nearby and a thermal power plant as well. So I will congratulate for that particular thing. Coming to the seminar and the topic for this session, that is finance or sustainable finance or strategic finance. Whatever things that we are planning to do for the next 25 years, 50 years, 30 years down the line, if I draw the inference from INDCs, Government of India has communicated they will be net zero by 2070, or we'll be doubling our renewable energy capacity by 2030. Finance is the backbone for these achievements. COP 26 and 2015, which was more around Green Climate Fund, and $100 billion were to be pledged in terms of finance only. But we overshoot the target by 8 years. It has to be done by 2020. In 23, the parties agreed they have overshot the target. And the COP 30 that is coming in 2025 December, again the review will be on how to get those $35 trillion, trillion dollars in next 15 years down the line. So traditional finance would not help us in achieving non-traditional targets. Our economies have been quite traditional in terms of our businesses that we do. As rightly mentioned by Mr. Ravi Shankar and Acharya, when we speak of pre-industrial era, where coal or fossil fuel was the only backbone of industries, new age economies won't be able to survive with that. In terms of new age economies, we would have to find forays into renewable or strategic energy development or generation. Since we already heard the paradigm GDP growth rate is proportional to my power sector generation or growth rate. And it's quite true. If I'm not delivering power, how the manufacturing will be happening? And if there's no manufacturing services, GDP won't grow. But now these relational, traditional things are getting changed. And the reason is quite simple. We are not prepared for the uncertainties. When we say uncertainties, that means a true ESG-based risk framework that has to be implemented right from the start of the business operations, which we have anyhow, I would say, felt it is now rational to have those strategies imbibed into business decisions. When we say in terms of finance, still in India, banks do not assess the businesses within the rigor in terms of ESG risks and opportunities. Like, I was working with Standard Chartered Bank, and they had this E&S risk assessment framework, where they would assess every project, every lending opportunity in terms of E&S, environmental social risk. This is happening on a very preliminary stage as of now, and since the lack of thrust in terms of governmental regulations, in terms of mandatory proportion of investments or lendings to renewable sector. Like even today, banks or financial institutions are free to invest wherever they want to. But if we are to achieve a certain, goal, there should be certain clauses, or you can say binding clauses, to invest a particular part of the portfolio into companies or sectors which are renewable or which are pushing the renewable growth. With that, I'll say just opening remarks. Let's deep dive into more detailed discussions over the board. And thanks again for very much inviting me again. Yeah, thank you.
May I request Shri Alor Singh for his opening remarks?
A very good afternoon to esteemed delegates. First of all, I'd like to thank NLC team for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to express my opinion on this very contemporary topic, which is where the intention is to mix finance with sustainability. It's a pleasure to hear Mr. Acharya, the way he started the discussion and touched upon everything around this contemporary topic. But I would like to start my point of view with my limited interaction with this amazing NLC team, whereby we were devising their Maharatna, the pathway to Maharatna thing. Without any, mincing the words, I would say when we were writing their net zero chapters, they said that, boss, it's very clear that it should not look that something we are doing just on the piece of paper. It should imbibe in the strategy. That is how the entire plan becomes sustainable and grow organically from within and not something which is pasted upon. So, sir, I'd like to thank you and congratulate this entire management for having this vision, and that is reflected in such kind of events. With this, I would like to cite a case study whereby, how environment and environmental changes, climatic changes, is affecting the project economics altogether. We all understand that the power mix of India is projected by CEA, and expected we are expected to add roughly 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030. In realistic scenario, even if we assume that there are 1 or 2 years of overrun, then also it is expected that we will achieving it by 2032. Hydro plays an important role in this, right? Because not only it supports the intermittency in the grid owing to renewable capacity additions, but also it gives us it helps us in tapping our water resources, and the way it is strategically located, it also has geopolitical implications. There is a Tista 5 river project owned by NHPC, and it's there in the public domain, you can see. The odds of getting it wiped out by a deluge or by a landslide was minimal in the environmental assessment report, which was prepared somewhere in 2010. Last year, what happened? The entire project got wiped out. Thanks to the insurances, the way the insurance was designed, the current year loss, the last year loss was minimal because it has been recovered. But what happened afterwards? The insurance premium gone up by 200 crores. And that is a direct impact on the company's balance sheet. So this clearly indicates that the climatic changes, the problem associated with climatic changes are real. We are in the areas around the Trans-Himalayan region. We have already seen the kind of deluge which is happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in the Pakistan, in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir region, in the Himachal Pradesh, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Sikkim, and so on and so forth. Needless to mention, there are some similar projects have been stalled, owned by NTPC in Uttarakhand region, owing to the fiasco which happened in the Josimat area. So all we want, all the entire case study has been discussed in front of you, just to highlight only one point, that we have to be environmentally conscious while doing the project planning and securing finances. Today, now comes the second point, that how the financing institutions, from both the sides, from the equity side as far from debt side, is looking at the sustainability project both from the Indian perspective and from the global perspective. So Vishnu had just mentioned about the practice which is being followed in one of the banks. Trust me, we have, since I'm in debt syndication and capital raise since last 10, 12 years, so we understand that Indian banks, when they appraise the project, they are still following the general criteria of doing the risk assessment, which is the promoter's risk, that is the project risk associated with the EPC contractors, O&M risk, and then the financial risk. Nowhere the concept of policy changes. So what if carbon tax gets introduced? What if the entire project, if the average temperature, which Das Saab was just mentioning few minutes back, went up? What if the entire ecosystem, the AQI will go up and government will not doing anything, so entire irradiance which is falling on for the solar projects went for a toss, especially in the northern and eastern regions. So all these factors is not being looked by the Indian banks. But if you see any foreign private equity players, or even for the foreign private banks, they have this much of sensitivity built up in their doing their project appraisals. So what Acharya Sahab has said is absolutely right. That is, if you go to the Indian banks, the rates are at par primarily, even whether you are financing for whether securing finance for a renewable project or for a fossil fuel based plants. But the same approach is not being followed if you goes to any foreign private equity or foreign banks. Now the last point which I want to highlight, why it is happening in the country. I think green taxonomy is not well defined in the country today. Second, no incentives has been given to the banks for funding these green projects. And by green projects, I don't mean only solar and wind projects, because if you actually go for energy transition, solely wind and solar project won't stand a chance. You need to have pump storage projects, you need to have battery storage projects, you also need to have hydro stations, you need to have nuclear plants also. So the green taxonomy, that is what comes under the green, that needs to be defined upfront. Second, what are the incentives, positive and negative, you are giving to the greener projects? The positive incentive could be that, okay, some interest subvention that may be given, or if you don't want to incentivize greener project, then some kind of disincentive in the form of carbon tax that may be given to assign to the fossil fuel based plants. So before Trump era, it was a talk of the town in US, that is for the implementation of carbon tax. But after, I think, once Donald Trump came into the power, the entire discourse has changed, and now the discourse is again moving towards a balance between energy security and sustainability. So, but you know, this won't last long, because ultimately we all understand that once the Mother Earth will survive, then only we can make a projection for 25 years. Today, if we want to make a projection of 25 years and we want to appraise a project, we don't stand a chance because we don't know how the things will move in next 5 years. With this, I would like to conclude my opening remarks and I will try to add more value during the question and answer round. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So we have 11 more minutes to close this session. The clock is there on front. So the first question, how do you see strategic finance enabling India's transition to sustainable and green energy? Question is open.
Have a mic. Yes, sustainable finance is for this renewable energy projects especially. So because like as Alok was also mentioning that the target for us is like 500 gigawatt by 2030 and half of it is already done, like 250 gigawatts we have already reached, and another 250 will be done in another maybe in another 5 years, 6 years. The finance should be, we should see some blended finance, maybe with equity or OCDs, or we can have a government grants, viability gap fundings. Then we have got multilateral fundings, dedicated financial institutions funding, promotional fundings. So there are different type of fundings which we will have to carefully mix, so that ultimate the aim is to bring down the WACC. So how do we bring down the WACC with this? And especially for the renewable energy projects, there are a lot of funding available from the multilateral agencies. Other agencies like KFW and all, they are very keen to fund the projects which are green. And only thing is they will also undertake due diligence, and this diligence friction is another important thing. And how we can overcome this is with like we can have a country platform. Now this country platform is a new terminology where actually we bring the funding agencies, government agencies, the regulators, policy framework makers, and the project people, everybody on a same platform to apprise about the projects, and then making the funding available to the projects. So the interaction with the regulators is very important, because there is a policy change happening every 5 years. The regulation, the tariffs are revisited every 5 years. How we give a comfort to the lenders that the tariff will remain same, or will not be disturbed, or will not see a huge turbulence on that. So these are all some of the important factors which I feel is very important for raising a sustainability fund. And then in the ESG framework, you will be surprised to know, I think Alok has touched one point, that the equity shareholders, they look beyond something really, because we actually interact with the investors very frequently, where they used to ask about how much is the women employees, what is the share, how much percentage is is it gender equal, and is all the recruitment is happening without any gender bias. And then how many people are at the top level, they may not be at the director, but at the level of executive directors, how many women directors are there. So these are all some of the important things which the not only the debt funded lenders, even the equity holders used to see the ESG compliances up to the minute level. So now that the scope 1, scope 2 are there, and maybe when this scope 3 becomes mandatory, it will be very difficult, because the level in which the scope 3 is going is like somebody says that how much your AC is polluting in the office, so they say that okay, we will give work from home to every employee. They say that again we will measure how many ACs are used by your own employees in their house. That also will be measured. And then when somebody is traveling in an aircraft, then how much it is polluting and how much are you compensating for that. So this is what the level of compliances is now expected, and then the more and more you comply, the better rates you get in your finance. That is what the ultimate point is. And the responsibility of the auditors have grown significantly, very much significantly. We have seen that. We have attended a meeting in the by the deputy CAG, and then there they were focusing on the responsibility of the auditors to see the cyber security. And in fact, there was a question that how are you relying that this data is only from that main server? Is it not from some other thing? How do you ensure? So how do you rely on this only cert or these reports? So this is what the level of compliances is expected everywhere. So I think the more and more you are transparent, the more and more you declare everything, and if you comply the SEBI LODR, and probably the governance will play a huge role for bringing you the better rates. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. There were other questions which were being answered during the introductory speech of the speakers, like what financial innovations are most essential and what challenges do companies face, and how can private-public partnerships accelerate. So I'll go to the next question to Acharya.
Public-private partnership is already there for the last 10 years in transmission, where it is coming through the bidding route, so naturally the public participation has come up.
So the next question to Sri Acharya: how do you integrate ESG into financial decision making in your organization?
Basically, actually, this ESG aspect.
Sir, Mike. Song.
This am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The ESG aspect. The ESG aspect, although it is not mandated by the regulator so far, but it was introduced voluntarily for these top 1,000 companies listed in the stock exchange, and almost all these top level companies, they are voluntarily following this ESG compliance, but it is more of a kind of general reporting. It's not in a proper manner. We are not able to bring those aspects because lot of things required, particularly in the environment aspect. Starting from the supplier's point of view, how much fossil fuel based power they are using, how much renewable power they are using, and ultimately the entire value chain has to be captured in this process, and how much carbon emission is factored during this process of transition from the vendor's point of view to the manufacturers, from the manufacturers to the ultimate consumers, and entire value chain has to be captured, and all the carbon aspect has to be captured through the environment thing. That is so far, unless you know that in the Indian context, unless it is mandated, people will not follow, and voluntarily will follow for the sake of eye-washing kind of thing. So we need to work on that. Of course, various institutes now started doing this rating of this ESG, and the NLC also, we have done ESG rating from 2 rating agencies, and definitely our rating is above the industry average. But a lot of things need to be done on that aspect, and definitely that is going to play a very important role in the funding for the projects. So going forwards, maybe after a couple of years when these things become mandated, so ESG rating will play a very important role, and that will definitely determine the rate of interest to which the organization or entity is going to get from the market. So presently, although we are rating maybe more or less than the industry average, banks do not bother much on that, particularly domestic banks. But if you go to the foreign banks, definitely it plays a very important role while they are allocating any funds, foreign funds to the Indian projects. Even in the renewable project also, they will see this ESG rating, because ESG rating not only contains the environment aspect, it also contains the aspect of social and governance. And governance, basically this transparent approach, what Sir was telling regarding this diversity in the gender equality, all these things. And going forward, this compliance requirement, how we are maintaining the compliance, whether it is fully complied or some lacuna is there or lapses is there in the compliance management system, and what is the stakeholder, how you are engaged with the stakeholder, not only with the shareholder but also with the stakeholder, starting from the society to the government to the other organizations directly or indirectly associated to the company. So every aspect has to be captured in a proper data format so that this rating can be taken from those pre-defined or pre-designed documents. So nowadays we are just trying to comply the requirement how ESG ratings can be done, but going forward all this aspect has to be taken seriously. And the organization who is doing lot of activities on the ESG front, definitely they are going to get a better cheap rate of interest from the lending agencies. Definitely our bank colleagues also are available here. They also can put their thrust on this area when they will be in the discussions next session maybe. So that is the area we have to work on that, and particularly for this industry sector, that energy sector, starting from the mining to the power generations, we have to work a lot on that, because we are the responsible, more or less responsible for this carbon emission, whatever we are discussing now for the sustainable thing. So our role in limiting this carbon emission and more environment friendly operations is very vital. Not only for this net zero transitions, whatever was said by the Government of India, at the same time also considering this temperature and climate change aspects, this also plays a very important role, and we have to jointly, collaboratively work together to achieve that goals.
How can companies strike a balance between profitability and sustainability investments?
Very good question. I'm audible? Yeah. So I would give the example of NLC only, because that is more people can relate to this. So mining fleet operation, if you see some of the best mining operator across the globe, we have done that benchmarking and understood that they are moving towards electric vehicle-based fleet operation and moving away from diesel-based systems. That not only reduces the cost of operation, but it also reduces the maintenance cost of the entire system. Yes, there is a one-time cost of replacement, but at the same point in time, there is a huge saving in terms of OPEX. And there is a second example, which I think a few minutes back I have cited the example of.
Operation, we do not use diesel fleet here. So entire thing is electrically, and this conveyor system is running across navally. So there is no manual or you can diesel based vehicle operation here inside navally.
Okay. So thanks for sir for correcting me. I think I was giving the example 3 years back. We have seen that. So thanks for correcting me, and good that we have moved away. But in majority of the countries, we have seen the WCL coal mining operations, and they are still following that diesel-based systems. So this is one of the classic case where sustainability is aligning with the financial viability. Second case could be the entire, how the entire flow system of things has been moved from, when we are talking about paper-based system to non-paper-based digital system. So we all understand now that it's a very simple thing. Everybody now can understand that when we use paper, there is a carbon impact of that. So if any reduction in the paper wastage will actually serve two purposes. It's not only environmentally, we are doing good to environment by not using the paper, but at the same point in time, we are avoiding the cost of printing the paper, cost of procurement of paper, and then the cost of storage that entire archives. So here are some of the examples where in a day-to-day operations, business operations, whereby sustainability is aligned with the financial viability. The third example I could give about the typical, why solar power plant got a acceptance in the Indian market. When it started somewhere in 2009 or 10, its levelized cost of energy used to be 14 rupees on the levelized basis. But what changed after 2017? It achieves grid parity. That is, its LCOE has been reduced to 3.3 rupees in the RIVA solar park scheme. And the average cost of generation in fixed charge and energy charge for thermal at that point in time was roughly 3.35 or something like that. So that moment actually lead to adoption of solar power system in the country. Before that, people were trying, there were policies, but state government, state utility were not very interested in procuring solar power plant. But after that, BEV has happened, and all the MDs of the utility companies, when you go there, people are saying that solar power is available in 3.3 rupees or sub 3 rupees, and you are coming here and selling it, so thermal power at say 4 rupees or 4.5 rupees. So these are few of the examples where sustainability actually and economic viability goes hand in hand. I hope I have answered the question. Any additional points by any other speaker would be welcomed here.
Thank you. Thank you, Alok ji. Vishnu ji, aapka, what policy or regulatory support is still required to scale sustainable energy financing in India? Since you are from the other background, so I thought I'll ask this question.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, in terms of policy level frameworks or how government can come up with certain measures that could impact or enhance the sustainable finance scenario currently, we need a dedicated framework along with a kind of ministry or institution that could oversee these things. Right now, what we have is Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Coal, Ministry of Power. We should also have some dedicated financial institution that looks sustainable finance or green financing as an offering. We have a lot of discussions around blended finance, equity, private equity, debts and all. But still, India needs $13 trillion by 2035 to achieve INTC goals. And if we incorporate all these things into place, we will still be short by $3 trillion. And that cannot alone be achieved by domestic or internal ecosystem. We have to improve our reportings, our assurance practices on data that would help us, securing foreign investments as well into the particular sector we are looking at, power. Since Indian energy mix is dominated by coal or other thermal power sources, the lack of renewable energy in terms of overall proportion, back in 2010 it was 80-20 or 75%, now it is 60-40, but still we need to move ahead by opposite 60-40, 60 is renewable, 40 is coal or thermal. To do that, government should come up with some, initiatives in terms of institutionalizing the green financing, the first thing, long tenure securities or bonds with green financing tax with due diligence on projects who would be financed. Other thing should be the portfolio level financing that the banks and financial institutions have. This should be backed by guarantees with the banks or the government warranties or guarantees, insurances, because in setting up a renewable energy plant comes up high initial capital cost, and the profits or returns are spread over the years. You would be investing 6 crore or 10 crores per megawatt for generation, and you will be getting that ROI within 10 years, 15 years down the line. And no lender would wait that longer. In an instance of natural calamity, that money is gone, that capex is gone. So the lender should be in a confidence, be it private lender, be it government lender, be it foreign lender, they should be in a confidence their money is safe. The first thing. The second thing is there should be a synergy between government and private bodies. Government can help with the lands acquisition, with the land banks, projects financing. Privates can help with executing the projects. They can help you with guarantees. They can help you with bringing the technical talent on ground and building up the infrastructure. So those synergies should be in place in terms of government initiatives. Then, along with sustainable finance, there should be mandate around reporting of ESG performance. At present, what BRSR gives you is a top 1,000 listed companies. There's a large chunk of MSMEs which are still there out, who are nowhere to report anything out of there. And that's why the value chain framework is falling again. If we are not setting out those bottlenecks, how an MSME could go and report their emissions, report their waste generation, report their practices, whatever sustainable finance we are speaking around, it won't happen. Because most of your financing would be going to the vendors, going to the suppliers, going to your value chain partners. And if they are not open to move from traditional practices to these things which we're talking, it won't work out. So government has a long stake to take on in terms of getting these things worked. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one second, I have to add one thing.
Yep.
Whatever my colleague has just said, in addition to it, there are some representation from PSU side also to government. See, debt is one part. Second part is equity financing also. Today, for PSU raising a quasi-equity in form of, say, OCD, sir has mentioned about OCD, or say OCRPS, or any optionally convertible instrument, is next to impossible. We tried it in some PSUs that been rejected by the concerned ministry because it has equity flavor associated with it. Second is the flexibility around the dividend payments. If you continue to, if DPAM's guideline of paying mandatory dividend, which is maximum of 30% of profit or 5% of net worth persist, how can a company, a smaller company will be rapidly growing because a majority of profit will goes out in form of dividends, right? So these are the two submissions to policy makers to think about, that dividend is leave the dividend payments in the hands of the PSUs first. Second, the flexibility around raising funds via QE, quasi-equity at least, should be left over. Yes, during conversion options, at the time of conversion, the promoter consent may be taken, which is the biggest promoter is Government of India, the consent may be taken, but at the time of issuance, the flexibility may be given. Lastly, also the formulation of new companies, SPVs, for that also DPAM approval is required, and at times it takes lot of time to actually get it done, which may be streamlined. These are the three policy submissions from my side as a third party while advising to some of the PSU. We have seen as a roadblocks that may be smoothened.
Thank you.
I would like to Thank you. I think recently there is a committee has been formed to review these type of things, the powers of Maharatna, Navaratna, Mini Ratna and other PSUs. Like as you were telling that when we wanted to sell some small equity portion in our JV, it takes time because we have to get clearance from Deepa Mandal, which I think now they are looking how this can be simplified, number one. Number two, the dividend policy of like now they made it as a 4% of the average net worth or 30% of PAT. I remember we have paid only 20% with requesting for exemption, which they have granted, because we told that time we had a huge capex, so we were able to pay only 20%, which also they have agreed. And then even the DPAM guidelines have recently been changed to see that the buyback of shares, because when there is more than 1,000 crore of cash, you will have to mandatorily buy back. But we told that when my book value is 100 and when it is trading at 300, there is no point of me buying back the share, my own shares at 300, for which they brought a policy of like if the book value is lesser than the your market value, we need not have to buy back. And even the ratio for that bonus shares and all, they have significantly raised the splitting of shares ratios and all. The changes are happening, especially I wanted to give a confidence that government is keen on relaxing this type of thing. And another type of finance which I would left out is the funding through the recycling of the asset monetization, which we did. Like we sold 5 of our SPVs and we formed a InvIT, and through that actually we generated around 7,000 crores. And this is also a good model where the asset can be recycled to generate funds to fund your own future infrastructure projects. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a well thought of deliberation, and we thank all the things. The closing remarks from the moderator side, heartful appreciation to all of you, and for your opening remarks, which has really answered many of the questions which we had prepared for this. And the discussion has clearly demonstrated that India's clean energy transmission, as I was telling in the beginning, it's no more an option. I think we will have to definitely follow that to achieve the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit. So the perspective shared today highlight the transformative role of strategic finance, which all of us have seen. The Institute of Cost Accountant of India remains committed to strengthening, because since I am from the Institute, I thought I'll speak a sentence about the Institute. Professional capabilities in sustainable finance, cost optimization, ESG reporting and integrated decision making, thereby supporting the industry, government and society. We have a sustainability standard board, shortly known as SSB of ICMAI, constituted in 2022, and we have been proactively advancing India's sustainability reporting ecosystem. And we have a council approval for the first 2 ICMAI sustainability standards, ISS 1 and 2, general requirements for sustainability related disclosures and climate related disclosures to be voluntarily applicable from a particular date, with a detailed guidance note which are under finalization. And since 2023, for the past 2.5 years, the SSB has also been publishing its monthly newsletter, what DF was talking in the beginning, Sukhino Bhavantu, to provide updates, insights and emerging developments. So we have conducted several batches of its certificate course on ESG, trained over 200 professionals across sectors. Collectively, these efforts underline ICMAI's commitment on the ESG, and it's this one. So we extend our gratitude to all the speakers, delegates and organizers for contributing to this purposeful dialogue, and for inviting the president of this institute to be part of this great journey for the 2 days. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude this session, we would like to facilitate our moderator and esteemed speaker with a memento as a mark of our appreciation for their valuable insight and contribution. May I request Sri Subbarao sir, CGM Finance, to kindly present the memento to our speakers and moderator. Please forward, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir. Today's discussion have reinforced the importance of strategic finance in accelerating India's clean energy ambition and strengthening our journey towards sustainable, future-ready growth. We extend our sincere gratitude to the moderator and all our speakers and all participants for their presence and contribution. The subsequent session on strengthening corporate governance, building trust, transparency and accountability will commence shortly. Participants are requested to be kindly be seated. Thank you, sir.
There is a video of 3 minutes of finance activity, NLC finance. I request participants to please pay attention to the screen.
Welcome to the Finance Seminar organized by NLC India Limited, a proud Navratna PSU, powering India's energy needs and driving sustainable value for the nation. For over 6 decades, NLC India Limited has been at the forefront of lignite mining and power generation. With a diversified portfolio and an expanding renewable energy footprint, NLCIL continues to deliver strong financial performance and long-term growth. In the recent financial years, NLC India Limited has demonstrated consistent revenue growth, supported by enhanced plant availability, operational efficiency and new capacity additions. Our revenue trajectory reflects robust demand for reliable and affordable power. The company's profitability has seen significant improvement, driven by optimized fuel management, reduction in operating costs, and disciplined financial governance. Such strong profit performance reinforces our commitment to sustainable and value-driven growth. NLC market capitalization, net worth and capex has reached highest ever since inception. Capex investments are focused on expanding thermal and renewable energy capacity, modernizing mining operations, and strengthening environmental and safety systems. Coal and lignite production have shown continuous growth over financial periods, reflecting excellent physical parameter. As NLC India Limited moves ahead, our financial strategy remains clear: strong, disciplined, and growth-oriented. We are committed to maximizing stakeholder value, enhancing operational excellence, and accelerating our transition to cleaner and more efficient technologies. As NLC India Limited, we are committed to power progress, create value, and build a sustainable future for India. NLC India Limited, energizing the nation, empowering its future. NLCIL is organizing a finance seminar on the topic Finance 360-degree Efficiency, Compliance and Innovation. You are cordially invited for the 2 days knowledge sharing and strategic discussions, focusing on strengthening financial excellence across NLCIL's core businesses.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the proceedings. I request everyone to be seated. We now commence session 2 of today's program, titled Strengthening Corporate Governance, Building Trust, Transparency and Accountability.
Corporate governance forms the foundation of organization integrity and long-term sustainability. In the current corporate landscape, the principle of transparency, accountability and ethical decision-making are essential for building trust among stakeholders and ensuring responsible growth.
This session will focus on governance framework and best practices that enables institution to operate with credibility, consistency, and commitment to public interest. It is now my privilege to invite our distinguished speaker, Shri Srinivasa Rao, a seasoned banking professional with an exceptional career spanning 33 years in State Bank of India. Beginning his journey as a probationary officer in 1994, he has built a legacy of leadership, innovation, and excellence across multiple domains of banking.
An MBA in finance, he has led key roles across corporate banking, retail banking, and strategic operation, with international assignments in the US and Maldives. His leadership, expertise, and broad global perspectives continue to contribute significantly to India's largest banking institutions.
Please join me in welcoming Shri Srinivasa Rao V with a warm round of applause.
May I now introduce Sri Santana Krishnan sir, our distinguished speaker, founder and chairman of the firm PKF Sridhar and Santanam, who are the statutory auditor of NLC India Limited, brings over 40 years of experience in global assurance and consulting. He has served on the board of leading institutions including Tata Consumer Product, Tata Realty, Tata Housing, Tata Coffee, ICI Home Finance, Federal Bank, and Catholic Syrian Bank.
He is also a faculty member at the Institute of Directors, contributing to the director training. His pioneer efforts have elevated his firm to a big national firm. He brings distinguished governance and industry expertise to today's deliberation. We welcome you, sir.
May I now introduce Sri B.K. Das, Director of Finance of Uranium Corporation of India Limited, a seasoned finance professional with over 30 years of strategic experience across the power and mining sector, including hydro, thermal, renewable, coal, lignite, and uranium. He is recognized for his expertise in financial modeling, capital optimization, asset monetization, and advanced analytics.
He led the evaluation of 15 coal blocks and 6 critical mineral blocks, resulting in acquisition of 3 major coal blocks for NLC India Limited, and contributed to key initiatives in coal gasification, methanol production, and renewable energy monetization.
He is currently having a major digital shift in UCIL by executing an accelerated ERP implementation. He is well versed in major regulatory framework and holds an MCOM degree, CMA, and alumni of IIM Kolkata.
On behalf of NLC India Limited, we welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a round of applause for our panel today.
Today's deliberation will feature. Now I request Sri Suryanarayan Murthy sir, GM Finance, to kindly facilitate our speaker and moderator. Ravi Kumar sir, also please join on the dais, please. Today deliberation will feature presentation from 3 distinguished speakers, followed by an interactive question and answer session. The discussion today will help us understand how strong governance framework contribute to long-term organization credibility and sustainable performance. We humbly request our esteemed speakers to keep their remarks concise for 10 to 15 minutes, as we have a tight schedule to honor.
With this context, we are pleased to invite Shri Srinivasa Rao V to initiate the proceedings of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request the audience to kindly extend a warm round of applause as we hand over the session to our esteemed speaker.
Respected Shri Prasanna Kumar Matpalli, Chairman, Managing Director, NLC, in absentia, Mr. Dr. Prasanna Acharya, Director of Finance, and other directors of NLC, my co-panelists on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm welcome to this 360 seminar organized by NLC. At the outset, I sincerely thank Dr. Acharya and NLC management for giving me an opportunity to share few of my thoughts on corporate governance practices. just to start with, like, corporate governance, maybe like in a lighter way, what I say is like, I talk of a bit like, if we say like corporate governance, let us take it as a family governance. What used to happen in my family 30 years back when my father was, leading the family, no one used to speak. My mom used to be mom, like we used to be mom. But today's world, after 30 years of 40 years, what's happening is my mother is asking me to be ethical. My wife is asking me to make adequate disclosures. My children are asking me to be transparent. This is what is happening in a family, and this is how is leading to your corporate governance. All our stakeholders, be it our promoters, be it our shareholders, be it our employees, everyone expects us to be a adequate disclosures, ethical standards, whatnot, everything. So with this background, sir, because like what's happening is like the risk perception over a period, like there has been a paradigm shift in the risks. If I say from lender's perspective, 10 years back, what was the risk for me was a default risk or a credit risk. Today, my risk is not a credit risk or a default risk. I am more concerned on like, operational risks, or rather I am more concerned on the cyber risks. That is what my board's focus are more into that. The same way, if we talk of power sector, maybe like 10 years back or even 5 years back, any of the power sector, including NLC, their concerns was on coal linkage, or how do they realize the receivables from DESCOMs. Today, NLC, if we see 3 years back in their books, they had around 10,000 plus of like receivables from DESCOMs, but today it's maybe less than 1,000 or so. Coal linkages, everything is in place. So with this background, what is really bothering is us. The bothering is on like, that's what is the governance, corporate governance practices, concerns by all the stakeholders. So how is it like it's happening? It's happening in two ways. Maybe like inaction at the board level. Maybe something is not happening at the board level, or like it has not been adequately like, addressed at the execution level. If you go to the historicals, like why it is, although it was like, 90s it started, and then, of late, like last decade or so, the corporate governance has gained a lot of momentum and importance. If we go a little bit of the history, if we see that Satyam 2009, the reason all of us know, like it is the audit failed over there. If we see Lehman's globally, Lehman Brothers, the issue was biting too much. That's what like the concentration risk we have seen. If we see like the recently one of the largest private sector bank, I don't want to take the names, there were not adequate disclosures on derivatives deal, which eroded their net worth by almost 50% less than 15 days. If we see one of the public sector banks not having adequate systems in place to capture certain processes led them to a lot of reputational risk. And today, where we stand, all of us, including these people over here, are experiencing travel disruptions. Some of the people couldn't able to land over here. So all of you know like what happened to that travel. Why this happened? Why this were like, these guidelines were given 2 years back, and then that was, kind of disruptions that is led to the disruptions today. So these are all like, the reasons for which the importance of like corporate governance is gaining momentum. So in my view, like there are basically 4 fundamental principles for which the strengthening of corporate governance practices are required. Of course, many of us know it. Like, just I want to reiterate that like there has to be a, like, point number one is the fairness. No stakeholder is treated in advantage or disadvantage position. They have to be treated uniformly. Like, as far as the next one is the transparency, timely and accurate and meaningful information to all stakeholders. And the third principle is accountability. There has to be a clear accountability at all levels, including at the board level. And the responsibility shouldn't lead to only to the numbers. There has to be a long-term vision on our corporate governance policies. So with these principles, they have to be translated into like some concrete building blocks. So the first building block, what I believe is it starts with board of the directors. So the independence to challenge the director should have, I believe there has to be a independence enough to the directors to challenge the management. Otherwise, it will not work. And also sometimes what happens, like in a public sector culture, the directors are like more confined to as a nominee directors. It shouldn't like, it has to be like a more of the active directors associated with the risk of the companies. So, as far as there has to be a clear lines of reporting structure to the board, like there has to be enough reporting in the sense like there has to be an equals in the board, like I mean like board committees, so that like there is not overpowering each of these directors. The last one is, sir, like I'm talking of like, that framing of policies doesn't, end our responsibility. There has to be adequate compliance culture at all levels, including the execution level. Sir, as we look ahead of 2026 and beyond, like several powerful forces are reshaping the corporate governance globally and India. One of it like sustainability and ESG. All stakeholders are demanding credible and useful information on sustainability initiatives and of the organization. Dr. Acharya was saying about like, the lender's perspective. So just to respond it at State Bank of India level, we have like enough policies in place for a sustainability lending. I can talk to you one-to-one on this, sir. Technology, as far as the technology is concerned, more of a use of, when you use more of the technology, the risks are more. So there have to be adequate risk mitigants as far as the technology is concerned. So with this kind of background, just to conclude my remarks, what should be the environment that should like, have shaped the government governance agenda for a PSU? So first is strengthening the board. The induction process itself should have, like a structured induction into the board. And there has to be a clear skill matrix to induct the directors, and there has to be a periodic training for in the emerging areas. Sometimes what happens even in the board's oversight, like adequate, time, proportionate time. Instead of like, too much of on like numbers, there has to be like a time for more proportionately on strategy, risk and performance matrix of the subject. And the third one is the quality of disclosures. So instead of on a focus on like the annual reports, I'm of the view there has to be, instead of like a checklisting of the compliance, there has to be a long-term vision and value of the board's decisions. And the last one is ethics and values. So not only well drafted, it should be well percolated to the ground level. One last thing, sir, like, the digital is like, it's no more like a kind of an IT issue. It is more of like a board level issue. Ensure that like some of the directors are adequately conversant with like cyber security and then emerging risks. So with this, I conclude my remark, say that like ultimately corporate governance is a trust. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking deliberation. Your perspectives on governance, accountability, and institutional integrity have truly set the tone for today's deliberation. To further enrich today's session, it's now my privilege to invite Sri Sandana Krishnan sir to share his insights. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly extend a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here, for having invited me here. I work for a firm called as PKF, who are presently the auditors of NLC, and that firm practices the highest levels of corporate governance. So I'm very proud as part of PKF, as a person who's working for the firm. I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm also here after almost 30 years, because 30 years back I did the NLC audit, 30 or 25 years back, I'm not sure. But I see a phenomenal progress on NLC is again very, very heartening. So it's wonderful. I'm also very, very happy to see that we always call this public sector undertakings are most patriotic citizens of this country. Because I believe that they have never been tempted by the high salaries, huge perquisites, etc. come. They serve the nation. We have worked in all the private public sector undertakings, the largest ones, including Maharatnas everywhere. So we have great respect for all of you. So that's why I said I'll come for about 10-15 minutes and discuss something with you. But I'm also reminded, I'm sure the NLC wouldn't mind saying this, I'm also reminded of a typical board meeting here. I'll share some of the practical exposures. I have probably worked in the most difficult circumstances. I'm sure you all know about the Tata's Cyrus Mysteries removal. I was in the thick of it. I would have been in the thick of Federal Bank where they removed all the independent directors. Therefore, I'm going to share. I'm also going to embarrass my friend from the bank a little. Please don't mistake me for this. No problem. I will tell you why. Actually, we are starting up. If you look at this as a board meeting, we are starting without a chairman. Because the moderator did not come and two speakers did not come. So you probably don't have a quorum for the board meeting. The second is the CFOs will very nicely exploit the situation. The board meeting will start 15 minutes late. CFO is very happy. CFO would have never given me the accounts as an audit committee chair, as an auditor, and he will give the accounts in half an hour late. And then he will come and whisper in your eyes, Chairman is waiting. Chairman has to finish lunch and go. Traffic is very heavy. Therefore, will you finish the audit committee meeting faster? It is true to me because I was to be leaving at 1 o'clock. We were to start at 11:15. We started at 12:45. And I'll have to catch a flight at 4 o'clock. I'll have to rush back. This is how generally board meetings take place while we all talk about governance. Sorry. All this is only on a lighter way. But I want you to understand whatever I speak is the truth. With a 20 years sitting on the boardroom, today all corporate governance discussion is only outside the boardroom. Inside the boardroom, I'm an independent director. I'll be very, very frank in talking to you. Everybody will talk about governance. You think these people are the best. When they come into the boardroom, I will tell you what Sebi Damodaran said. They open their mouths only to take dry fruits and they have been in the board as old as the furnitures of the boardroom are. Okay. That is why we brought in rotation. I've been involved in bringing in rotation. I'm completely going away from the topic because only 10 minutes. I want to see that I don't stand before lunch and you. Typical board meetings, I need to finish the meeting faster. But this is what actually happens. And one more thing I'll tell you. I'm sure bankers will agree. Bankers have zero governance. I have taken it up with the Prime Minister's office. I'll tell you why. Bankers have zero governance on selection of auditors first. You take it from me, I'm the number one of the India's big seven firm in the audit field. I'm number one. Indian big four, Indian big seven, we are number one. We won't even be called for an audit. We will not go and ask them. Second, they will give money to people who don't need it. But they will never give money to people, projects that. I'm just saying this because I've seen this. I'll also tell you one more thing. That in bank, I've been chairman of 2 banks. In banks, how they will do is, you will have 5,000 pages of agenda, of which 4,200 pages will be simple compliance. Noting. Everything will be noting. You have nothing to do. And there will be one fraud of 1,000 rupees, which will be the first one. Board will endlessly discuss that 1,000 rupees. And there will be a fraud of 24 crores at the end. By that time, board will go, board will close and say, like today's meeting, it's a short and sweet meeting. It's a wonderful, swift meeting, but it is not an effective meeting. Board meetings will have to be effective. Directors will have to have adequate time. That's why I always say in boards, Tatas, I have never had a problem. Tatas will do anything that we want. I'm sure our CFO or Director of Finance would also use it. They will never give you the accounts one day before. You know what reason they'll tell you? Sir, it's a listed company. Insider trading is prohibited. As though directors will go and do an insider trading. They will tell the directors, I won't give you accounts. Then if you don't give the accounts, how do you scrutinize the accounts? How can the audit committee be satisfied? The auditors also, poor auditors. Auditors will also not be given. I'm sure you will agree on the banks. 10 o'clock will be the audit committee. 10:30 they will give you the accounts. The poor auditor and the audit committee have to be an astrologer, carry an astrologer and a magician with him to understand the accounts and approve the accounts. I'm sure NLC won't allow it because we don't allow it. We will say, if you can't give me the accounts on time, we will not see it. If you think insider trading, have the board meeting on Monday morning, give me the accounts on Friday evening. I will see it on Saturday, Sunday. Where I've been the chairman of Catholic Syrian Bank, I've been chairman of Federal Bank, I've done all the audits, but nowhere we have allowed it. Why I'm saying this, one man can make a difference. Don't ever think corporate governance is a topic when everybody will have to do it. No, you are part of the organization, you stand up, you will bring good governance to this place. I have done it. In Cyrus Mystery was removed. I was the only person who was there and did what was right at that point of time. I'm not going to say. And I have worked in Federal Bank. Federal Bank threw every independent director out, the managing director. I was the only person who was there. So I believe that governance is the most important and one man can make a difference. That is what is independent directors. That is what is corporate governance is. I'll take 2 more minutes to only go by one slide. First slide, please. I only have this. As custodians of public resources, we have the privilege. PSU succeeds. It's not corporate governance. It is India succeeds. It's your corporate governance is like a wireless. When wireless is working, nobody notices it. When wireless is not working, everybody will notice it. When governance fails, that is what is like Wi-Fi failing. Until wireless is there, nobody bothers about Wi-Fi. Is it there or not there? You are able to see your phone, you are able to see your mails, etc. But when it fails, everyone makes a noise. That is what happens. Can you quickly go to the next few slides? Go to the next slide. This is what exactly happens in a boardroom. I've been able to help you in learning governance very easily. You have no time, I have to rush. Imagine if you have agendas involving HR policies, involving payment to compensation to people. I will have no time. I'll say, please move to the next slide like this. That is what exactly happened. But anyway, go ahead. Please go ahead. Next one. Right. Next one. See, go ahead, next one. Next one, please. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. See, what is happening is one size fits all is the problem for us. There are three types of companies. One, bureaucracy in control. That is what typically public sector undertakings are. Dominant shareholder in control, like Reliance, Dhirubhai Ambani and others, and professional management. The biggest problem is we are having one size quote applicable to everybody. For example, related party transactions. How is it relevant in a government company? And imagine in government company, you have different hierarchies. Secretary level, joint secretary level is an independent director, deputy secretary. This fellow will never open his mouth because he knows that his confidential report will be finished. If you are going to be independent in a board, ask questions to the chairman will finish him off. So at that time, it will only be SR 3 bags full. Therefore, we need to have a different corporate governance standards to public sector undertakings. Something is relevant and something is not relevant. In dominant shareholders, similarly, when Mukesh Ambani is there, do you think anybody will come back and tell you that your son is not good, we don't want him as a managing director? Everybody will say yes, and will give it. Therefore, you need to have different kinds of governance for different companies. So, next one, please. And can you go to the last? I think I'll push to the last one. Yeah. Case study, I've given you 2 or 3. I don't have time. Last slide. Go ahead. PSU role models. PSUs must serve as role models for corporate governance. Professional boards with industry expertise balance commercial objectives, autonomy and accountability. Particularly the problem that public sector undertaking have political appointments. Most of the political appointments don't understand anything. And they will probably, what in banks we used to say, lenders we used to say, we used to call them as nodders. They will only talk when their bank's interest is involved. They will not talk. They will do like this or they will do like this. So they were called as nodders in those times, in governance. Next one, please. Next one. Right, powerful opportunities show that growth and ethics are not competing goals. They are protective public interest, progressive in performance, participative stakeholders. We will not only meet expectations, we will also set the new expectations. In my opinion, governance is a topic which is required for you in all walks of your life. It's not only corporate governance. Imagine there is no political governance in our country. With due respects to lordships, there is no governance in judges. There is no governance to media. Media can say anything today, tomorrow, media will haul you up tomorrow. If NLC, there is a power failure, NLC's reputation is completely finished. There is no governance to anybody. Government has no governance, judiciary has no governance, media has no governance. But you are supposed to have the highest governance and you are supposed to make money, you are supposed to pay tax. On top of it, you should spend CSR. I don't understand why we should be doing CSR. Government is supposed to be sending CSR. We do spend a lot of money on CSR, but there is no governance. But still, as corporates, at least you set an example to others in good governance, country will flourish. Public sector is future of the nation. Is the health of the nation. Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't have time. I'm not going to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive and balanced review, particularly highlighting the governance practice essential for both public and financial institutions. I now invite Sri Bikram Kesari Das, Director of Finance, UCIL, to kindly come forward and share his valuable view on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I listened from our Santan Krishnan sir. Yeah. So sir told about that board and related to governance and sweet governance and productive governance. Out of my experience, what I felt that I have been last 10 years, 10 months experience. But practically what happened, that previously what was happening, right now the scenario has been changed. And the scenario is like that when you go to that 4 pillars and you can find The fairness is one word, one pillar of governance. And that fairness is a human bias. No digitalization, nothing will overcome that, eliminate that problem. I'll cite one example. The ethical practice. Ethical practice is not derived from that technology. Technology will restrict, but mindset is something different. And once mindset is very strong and strict to the ethical practice, then you can find true governance, and governance is related to mindset, not to that kind of, we can say technology, we can say that environmental related, social related, everything is a part of and elements of governance. That mindset is very important. And that mindset, if you do not have that mindset, even one independent director, if he tie his hand with the top of the board, then company will smashed. You can take many examples. That mindset, if independent director is having enormous power, and he is independent, and unless until person ethical and transparent, that he cannot dominate the board in line with the governance. And that is what that sir told about that past practice. Actually, it was the fact. Now the system has been changed. Thus, this session is not about that your climate changes and planet-related matter. This is a kind of trust building. You can see that when the constitution, you'll see there is a check and balance between judiciary, people, and legislature. Like that, now our in corporate governance, what happened? You have three stages. One is shareholder, then board of directors, then your management. In these three pillars, everybody expects the accountability. Everybody expects the responsibility. Here question arises, when we are reading, the theory is very sweet and speak, but do you know what is the difference between accountability and responsibility? Unless we understand the accountability and responsibility, then you feel that whether we are in right direction, then we'll come to the point. The fairness or equality, the justice for equality, justice for equity. In that point of view, when you will take into account the responsibility, subordinate will take the responsibility. Subordinate will take the responsibility, where accountability, boss will take accountability. He will own the job and subordinate will do the job. But at the same time, we should see in the face of the subordinate the happiness. When we talk about the people, triple P, we are talking about profit and planet. What about the people? And people is not limited to shareholders. People is spread over many areas. One is employee satisfaction. I will speak about one point, that is mental ability and strength. When a promotional aspect come into the picture, unless you do have mental strength and mental that power towards the fairness and justice of equity, you cannot give justice to the employees. And employees, the resources, who will build the company, who will build the resources. And unless you find the happiness in the face of the employees, then you can find the company do not have a part of the governance which is related to the people. Now we'll come to the point of Company Act. Company Act, why the Company Act come into the picture? Company Act come into the picture, Company Act is focusing on governance. It came into the picture because of 2-3 instances. What happened? In Satyam case, what happened? It is a fake cash balance. Do you know fake cash balance? Even if you do have lot of system, but mindset is not correct, then this kind of thing will happen. Nowadays, of course, the technology will restrict, but fake cash balance and fake revenue, false bank statement, fraud revealed during the proposed Meta's acquisition. Those are the elements where the mindset was there in the board of directors. But nowadays, what happened? Certain regulation has come in Company Act. And in Company Act, so many sections are there. Like 149, board composition, appointment of directors, and minimum board meetings, governance protocol. And you see the mandatory audit committee, nomination remuneration committee, board's report, and duties of the directors, and CSR. Rightly pointed out, CSR is also a question, but CSR is a guidance to find the mindset of the company, whether the company is focusing on that people and society upliftment or not out of their profit. That is the guidance, and definitely nowadays it may take to a particular level, and time will come, it will take to the deeper level to meet the expectation of the people. So similarly, another aspect, accountability and responsibility. And accountability and responsibility you have to identify. Unless your company is not having the quality internal control system, you cannot find a person responsible for that work. Technology, from technology aspects, if you will talk about that ERP, when 30 days you fail to make payment to a vendor, within 30 days you fail to make payment to the MSME, the question arises. When question arises, it is very difficult to find a person to whom you will make it responsible. Then the question is that you find 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days once material received, and 2-3 days in ERP you keep. Unless you will clear and provisional receipt you will not do, automatically it will go to the indenter. And indenter, what he will do? He will take 7 days, and ultimately 10 days crack will be created. And 10 days, unless you will do the crack, then it will go to the finance for payment within 10 days. That means you can limit it within 20 days. And that 20 days is driven by whom? That technology. But thing is that technology is not enough. It is mindset and how deep we can go into the system and create a button and create a control, so that where the bill kept pending, if it is kept pending due to that indenter did not turn up and check the material in time, and finance did not make payment in time, then you can find through system. As you go deeper, you can have the kind of responsibility. At the same time, the person who is sitting as boss, accountability. Accountability is not like responsibility. Accountability is the boss part. The kind of mindset, what boss is thinking about the company, whether his mind is focused on company or not, that is very, very important. That's why the governance is part of subjective and part of objective. So that's why in this seminar, the effective and strengthening the corporate governance, your mindset play an important role. And your mindset, unless until you are fair, it is very difficult to run an organization. And expectation of the shareholders cannot be met. So thank you, NLC family and Director of Finance, for giving us opportunity, especially me. After 10 months, again I come to NLC and speak about governance. Thank you so much for patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we formally conclude this session, we would now like to felicitate our esteemed speakers with a memento as a gesture of appreciation for their valuable insights and contribution. May I now request our GM Finance, Sri Surya Narayana Murthy, to kindly present the mementos to our distinguished speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to offer them a warm round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this session on strengthening corporate governance, building trust, transparency and accountability, we have gained valuable insights into the governance principle and ethical framework that reinforce institutional credibility and responsible leadership. We extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers for their thoughtful contributions and engagements. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Participants are now requested to kindly proceed for lunch. We will be having the lunch break for 40 minutes. Please be joined.
When we started our career, we used to do the bank reconciliation manually. 1 paisa difference, 2 paisa difference, 1 rupee difference, we used to struggle for days. We used to take 10 times. Now it is nothing is there. So that efforts, nothing is required now. Automatically things are going on. This automation is coming that way. And another thing we have gone for, subsequently, most of the things are getting automated and ERP has come in between. What ERP is doing, any transaction which starts from the initiator itself, maybe intender, it is being captured in the system. Things are being done automatically whenever next system or approval is given in the system, and at the time of payment, entry is also getting passed automatically. Earlier we used to remember the GL codes, accounting codes. Now there is no requirement. I don't know how many people knows the accounting codes nowadays, because system is doing. There is no requirement for remembering or looking into any chart of accounts, not required. Earlier chart of accounts was used to be taken as our Bible, but nowadays it's not required. Everything is done by system. Next, so this automation is a continuous process. Now it has been reached the maximum extent by introduction of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is capturing all the areas of our life, government machinery, including even war also. You have seen artificial intelligence is playing a big role everywhere. So it is being captured. It is capturing all the areas of our work as well as even human life also. You have seen in hotels, robots are serving you. So their service is being done mechanically by the robots. You need not have a person. So everywhere we are losing our human touch also. Human touch is different, and if you are getting mechanical, automated things, it will not have any human touch. Whatever instructions you have given or you have fed in the system, automatically it will work. It may be good or bad, whatever it may be. So that automation has led to the ultimate of introduction of artificial intelligence. So artificial means original intelligence has already taken out more than 60-70%. Now the balance 40% also being taken out. And once I got this subject, just I gone through the statistics of implementation or adoption of artificial intelligence. It is seen around 60-70% across the globe. Finance functions are being adopted or being done through AI monitored systems. Not in India, across the globe. So most of the areas where we require to input our own intelligence, our own wisdom, has been captured based on somebody has fed in the system. It is being monitored there. And we are also taking a step back, and we are becoming lazy. We'll tell, let it be done by AI, why should bother? And if any problem comes, I'll put a query in the ChatGPT or Copilot. I'll get an answer and I will stick on to it. It may be correct in sometimes, because whatever that machine language has been fed, the output will be also like that. I think all are in this hall is using smartphone. Na? Is there anybody without smartphone? I think nobody is there. Already we are a part of that system. So artificial intelligence is both, as all of you are aware, it is a opportunity as well as a threat also. But which is on the higher side, which is the merit, demerits? For that we are having three eminent speakers, one Mr. Sandhanam I was the internal auditor of NLC, and Mr. C.A. Ramajayam, who is a faculty of ICAI, and Mr. Sarkar from DVC, member finance. All people, eminent people are there who will enlighten you what is AI. Because of that subject only, I just elaborated. Otherwise, my job, responsibility given is only as a moderator. So because of this new subject, just I gone through it, I ended in it. And if you see from accounting perspective or finance perspective, both, accounting is nowadays totally depending on automation. There is no job for accountants nowadays. Even putting entry and everything, you just scan the bill, automatically system will take care, entry will be passed. Isn't it? We are not doing any accountant job. Chartered accountants, cost accountants, nothing. Then finance. Finance also, banks are also processing most of the things now. They are shifting. It is not fully shifted in India. But across the globe, there was a shifting. Paradigm shift of AI is there. But now, as in the morning, our panelists are discussing on the sustainability. Once we adopt this AI, what is the role of sustainability there? If you connect that also, sustainability means, again, continuous follow-up and all these things are there, and it should sustain. As Dr. Acharya was telling, carbon emitted in the air is there for 200 years. So it means if you take an average of 70 years per human being, 3 generations it will be there, average 3 generations. Likewise methane, 25 years. That is also there in the atmosphere. So these all things are put together. We have to think where it is a real threat to our own existence as well as sustainability. So now, with this introduction, I think I request all of you to eagerly participate in this session. Once again, I request, and I hand over the dais to Mr. Sandhanam sir. Sandhanam sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you able to hear me, right? So, okay, my name is Narasimhan. I am from the firm of Mr. Santhanakishan's firm. In a way, later when I thought I actually want to wake you all up to know whether are you recognizing after lunch or not. I could see that. So no worries, sir. Because I've been with the Santhanam for the last 38 years, so I don't mind being called no junior to him. And very happy to be part of this NLC's invite. The minute I got an invite from our Director of Finance, I said, that's great, that's something which we can do. And the minute I went and told Ms. Sandhani, she said, no, I will also join. That's how we decided, both of us, to come and do that. I thank the NLC Finance and the team also to have been included as. And it's incidental that this year, we just got been appointed as auditors in the month of September, and we did this thing initial first Q1. And I was part of the earlier team also. So I've done NLC audit in the past. So I'm very happy to be in this session. As we all know about AI is a new thing, and I'm able to see the average age here is beyond 40 plus. But I can tell you, AI can be workable even at the age of 70 and 80. There's no age limit for that. I have one of my partners who's the age of 74. Today he spearheads my office AI initiatives, Mr. S. Ramakrishnan. You'll all, some of the, maybe people in the accounts team will also just see him at the end of the audit time. He'll also come for the day. He heads that practice, and he makes sure that the firm gets into the next level. And so this is only a starting point that I thought I should say that about what AI can do and why AI matters. That's important today. See, even the amount of data that we are looking at is today is available. Data points are extremely well available in terms of that. It's an explosion. It's happening today. But are we using the data? Can we use the data in a more effective way? It's not just of analyzing the historical data, to also extrapolate and look at what could be this data, give me an insight about my future. What are the insights that I can get out of it? Don't look at only the historical, and also take that into a statistical methods to take it to the future. So data explosion is one. Automation needs today with one is availability of people. I know what I could see is that the same NLC, what I saw 35 years back, 30 years back, was completely different from what I'm seeing today. Because the heterogeneity of the population, I could see that. Those days it was completely Tamil people will be there. It's not that, it's not, but it's in a way good. That means we are finding the people coming from all over the place, but the head counts have come down drastically. So the processes has to be obviously improved, and we need to have automations in a place where it will also bring efficiency. As he said rightly, those days we used to do manual BRS. Today there's no need for, because it's efficiency. It's automation brings efficiency. But as he said rightly also, automation is not AI, but automation is also one step towards AI. Unless I do automation, we cannot go to the next level of AI. Next is important thing that this one actually makes is the real-time information that's available for you. Even today with SAP, are we getting real-time profitability on a daily basis? We don't as of today. Because a lot of things that we do, and only at the end of the month we get the numbers. Can I get that real-time information on a daily basis? It is possible now. There are organizations which have moved towards that. So why AI matters is this. These are the three important things that I thought I should highlight. Especially for decision making. Today, am I doing the decision making based on my real-time data as of today, or am I doing it based on 1 month old data? Am I getting what I should be seeing in future? What will be the, what is the forecasted numbers that today I am seeing? Or is that been forecasted 15 days back? Have I taken all the reality? For example, today I'm going to do I'm just giving example. I'm running a 5-star hotel. Because of Indigo strike, the people coming in will come impacted. So I may have more rooms being unoccupied. So can I do the reduction of the rate? So I need to have the forecasting today. At this point of time, I need to have real-time data today. I cannot say that I'll have 15 days old data and then try to sell the rooms tomorrow, because this is all actually perishable for them. Same thing applicable for also, even new sector. I still remember that one, what happened in case of the Delhi. They used SAS for analytics to identify what is the peak load that is required on a 24-hour basis and predicted for the next 2 days. So next 48 hours, they predicted what will be the peak load at which hour, based on the so many variables that includes climate, the temperature expected to be from IMD data, and all that, so that they were able to avoid outage of the grid. You remember we had a big outage of the grid some 10 years back. After that, Delhi, what's called Vidyut board, they implemented that with the help of SAS, and SAS did it as a pure data analytics tool with the help of AI. They've done it 10 years back. Predicting the forecasting, the demand on a hourly basis and refining it. So suppose today, this point of time, I will say that at the level of 42 to 43 hours, this is the peak load. Later on, I get some additional information, it gets amended. So as I move on, also I keep amending the requirements so that I'm able to feed to the grid what is required, what is not required. So this is something which they were able to do. What are the key opportunities in AI? I can tell you it's plenty. How I am going to use is what mates. Actually, I used to tell people, it's not AI not going to replace the non-intelligence of people. AI is going to augment the intelligence of people. So we can't say that, okay, because today, as he said rightly also, after the smartphones and all, how many of us are able to remember the phone numbers? 30 years back, maybe people in the age of actually we can tell so many numbers by heart. Today we are not able to even some of your kids and kids numbers we are not able to tell by heart, because we have the habit of only calling them on the stored numbers. So we are not using our intelligence. So in AI, we have to use it more to get best out of AI. Cognitive decision making is something which is very important for key opportunities. I thought I should speak about that. Scenario and the response planning. I gave an example of Delhi Vidyut board. They are able to give the scenarios and the response planning and then determine the data out of it. It's an exact case. I think it's all being published also. You can see that as SAS Delhi Vidyut board, you will get to know about that. There was a study papers being published on that. Augmented revenue forecasting. This is again now off late being done by the power, all those state entities which are distributing the power. They are able to gauge, and because for them they need to map today with the kind of this amount that they are paying for the power tariff. They need to ensure that they don't have any imbalance in terms of the power consumption. So I'm trying to give examples of power because you all understand power better. Next one is on the market and this is for the FMCG companies, where they are able to identify what is the competition and what is the market, how the competition behaves. And especially if you know the FMCG sector, there is something called secondary market which they don't get the data that easily. So that today that all this are available today, there are entities like AC Nielsen and all who are able to provide the data from the secondary market. They use this in a big way, and they provide this as a consulting also. Then we can also just identify what are your organization's priorities and identify the growth impacting activities within the organization. For that, we can have an estimation of what is going to happen in future. We can do that. So all this can be done as a cognitive decision making. Adaptive performance optimization. As you all know about predictive cash flow is one big example. All treasury will be more than happy to do. I mean, I would like to give one simple example. There's a slight difference between automation and here AI. Actually, one of my clients did that in SAP from 15 years back. I was involved in that ABAP creation. Was that daily basis? As that he said, we get the bank statement online today. It gets into that account, so we know what is the collection of the previous day by morning 8 o'clock, and we know what is the inventory because SAP has the inventory, accurate inventory. Unpaid, we know what are the unpaid amounts. So we put an ABAP program to determine what is the headroom available, what is the DP as per my books, and how much is my drawing money already in my open cash credit, and what is the headroom available. This headroom available data will go as an automatic mail at 8 o'clock in the morning daily to the CFO, head of treasury, and two other people. So they know what is the headroom available for checks that can be released on the day. This is a simple automation. If you do the same thing on a projected way by estimating what will be my customer collection in next 30 days, date-wise, based on the credit behavior of my customer. That is, these customers, even though the credit period is 30 days, they have always been paying on 25th day. This will be determined by the data. Based on that, it will project my forecasted date. And then it will also take, these people will always, even though the credit period is 30, they will always pay on 33rd day. Still it will take. So you can prepare the forecasted data with the historical data with their own customer behaviors. If the customer behavior changes, it will also change. So you can estimate that. So do a projected cash flows with the AI. Do that and then arrive at the forecasted. It will be more realistic to the actual data. So you can actually use it. That will also help in enhanced working capital management. Dynamic allocation of capital. You can determine where to allocate that. Autonomous performance monitoring. One digital reporting. So today, do I get the dashboards that I want to get? Can I see that? Why should I depend on Excel sheets? Why should somebody give me a report? At the level of board members to the CEOs or even to the next level HODs or the GMs or AGM, whatever the position, everybody need to have the data on their own. That data, what they are getting, should be visible to them. Why should somebody feed it? If we start thinking that, then automatically we'll have one digital reporting. For that, we need to have an AI-enabled solution for you to have what are the existing data that you have and how you can transform that with certain, what I call it as algorithms that I can build in, and then you can have the data. It's not, I'm not only saying about the existing data being published. This is actually data for insights for you to take decisions. That so it should also take, for example, orders in pipeline. You can also say, these are the sales travels that, especially in case of FMCG, they will know that the sales budget of these people are to travel, these are the zones and these are the locations. So I'm expecting those trips historically has converted 30% of the trips into orders. So I can project 30% orders will come next time. So then arrive at that. So like this, you can give the dashboards based on that. Automated root cause analysis. This is a very important, interesting point that I want to highlight. You get patterns from the analytics, but the patterns doesn't give you the root cause of the problem. It actually happened in one of the American organizations. Because they have employees all over the world and they keep traveling. They found that in international travel, their ticket spend is always on a higher side. They found why, what is the reason for that? The HR had issued a policy that anyone who was traveling intercontinental, interpersonal, they should only travel during weekends to avoid work days, avoid this thing. So people have been always buying the tickets on Saturdays and Sundays so that they are able to go to the other location on Monday to work. But generally, those Saturdays, Sundays, or the international travels, the tickets are on the higher side. If you travel on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, it will be cheaper. This was analyzed with the help of keeping in mind what could be the root cause, and they were able to identify that because they analyzed the fares with a particular portal on a real-time basis, take the data, and compared with the actual ticket spends. And see why, what is the reason for that, that they were able to identify in a minute. It could be able to actually just throw up that. I'm just giving one example. Like this, all that, each one of you can implement the best AI solution. Because functionally, you know what you are doing. Functionally, you know what is your exact pain point, what is your problem statement, what is your key performance indicator that you want to monitor. You can convert that, and how you can convert that is what. I'm just giving this as an example one. Talking point creation, this is very important. Actually, when you go for negotiation with customers, so it's something which you need to know how he has been behaving. At the same time, you can also tell him, sir, you know that next 2 months I don't expect any order from you. He'll be shocked to know, no, sir, I'll be giving. No, sir, historically, and this is what because of these factors, as he said rightly, whenever, he also said about some of the important points, data points, that our power sector, the growth is much lower than the annual decreasing. So this can be a point that we can take it. If suppose if you're going to do an IPP negotiation, you can do that. In your case, you don't have an IPP negotiation. But I'm just giving it. So the insights that you get from the data can also be used as a talking point. Predictive cost and this is actually many people will know about this. You would have seen many internet articles on this. Early fraud detection, predictive detection. That is, this again for employee benefits realizations and also vendor payments, and all people put to use AI really in genuine way. There are very good results have come. Cost analysis also can be done. So in that one slide, I try to capture as much as possible. I don't want to spend beyond my allocated time. There are only a few more slides. This again done by one of the international companies where they used to buy of course it was an oil-based fuel they used to buy. So they used to link this to the average of the pledge average with the international oil prices, and then they have a play in this. So it was a beautiful trade analysis for the procurement team and to bring in the office to estimate the operational efficiency, because they were able to get what could be the estimated points that I'm going to buy and keep refining that. See, the advantage in AI is that you can keep refining that with certain ML algorithms. So you can make it as also machine learning. Indian Oil actually have attempted to do that. I don't know whether they've done that now. Because they have a desk which takes the position on the oil prices, and that's what they do. O&M cost optimization. This is one big area of technology where people using it, because in all the new generation power producing, including solar, including the wind energy and all, it's only the O&M cost that matters, because investment is anyway, it's gone. One time we are doing that. How to optimize this and where to save that, and this can be done on a clearly a projected basis, and people can able to estimate that. Efficiency can be done through the predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance changes a lot of things in the plant maintenance which will impact the cost. In one of the power plants, they beautifully assess that the RPM of an engine, okay, especially in this audience, I generally used to have an engineer come ISWA. Is there anybody here? It used to be the case 20 years back. A lot of ISWAs in this. In case of NLC, used to be engineers with ISWAs. Deadly combination, they'll be in finance and also in budgeting and all. I used to have deadly combination. Okay, I'm just giving example is this. RPM of engine, when it is slows down or goes in a particular way, then they know that they need to change the shaft and the bearing. So are you capturing the data from the SCADA machine on the RPM of a particular engine or a motor to determine predictively what can be the result on me, what are the parts that I need to change, because I need to budget the cost for that. So I'm just giving this as an example. This is one simple example that it's actually a very simple example. Like this, you can, I can just talk about it, many examples, but I thought, this one such thing. Automated billing insights in terms of the income revenue assurance. This has been done by a private sector company which has been engaged to bill the end consumers by the state electricity distribution company. We have done work with them. They have done it in Odisha and Tripura. Precision to the billing metering, to the customers, end consumers. Because end consumer billing today with smart meters coming in, you can have the data coming in. So they are able to predict what is the, how much of the power I need to draw, and also am I billing everything. There is no loss in the billing. Anomaly detection. Is there any extreme spikes or extreme lows? And they can also do a complete automated reconciliation with accurate billing, enhancing the financial performance in this. Supply chain. We all have this coal yard, the support. In your case, of course, we have a very good amount of stock, and immediately it gets being shipped to through the conveyor belt. So we don't have big challenge. We don't have a large stocks. Wherever they have large stocks, they need to have this as a effective inventory management system. They have the data points here. Shipment tracking. This actually all of you would have experienced. Amazon, if you place an order, how it's getting tracked. That they are able to predict, and they are able to say that you will get delivered on this date, even before you order, right? It says the delivery. How are they able to do that? They are only predicting. They are predicting that if the shipment goes from here, it will take 3 days. Some shipment comes in 1 day. The same shipment tracking mechanism we can adopt. What Amazon engine or any other engine does it, we can do that. And Amazon doesn't ship only through their own mechanism. They also engage others also. So, but still they have this mechanism doing that. Blending, coal blending, as you know about the GCVs, and we need to blend the better GCV for the output. Here people use it in a big way. My decision making to buy cannot be only from the source of the coal, but also on the GCVs of the coal and the blending requirement. So my decision to buy coal should be based on blended GCV effectively. So the blending, this is actually done by one of the companies in Europe, where now they have been asked to shut the plant because they are not allowed to use a coal. But they've done it not now, 8 years back it was done. AI-driven financial risk management. This is all we know about what you can do. Supplier default. Then the fraud detection that we spoke about. The billing delays. EPC billings especially. NTPC kind of, sorry, not NTPC. Companies like BHEL can have this as a mechanism to track that completely. Because for them, they supply, even for you, they supply to you, you know what it is. They supply, and when do they get the payment, and what are all, especially for the, if it's an EPC contract, then a SPAS contract, I know what happens actually. And there is one condition, last 5% they will not get it for next 10 years or so. So how can they plan it up, those actually there? Let me go to the treasury optimization. We spoke about the liquidity forecasting. And what is the timing for my repayments here, the scheduling the repayments. The whole thing can be futuristically, we can completely align. Today we have historical data, but we can also put the entire future data. Entire schedule of my payment can be just plotted. My, what we call it as asset liability management, ALM. You can have a tool with the help of AI for your ALM. So that you know which period you will have some cash flow shortfalls, or there will be surplus. How the surplus can be handled by treasury team. So the treasury can use this as a tool for the ALM management and also the cash pooling, obviously. Governance is very important. This is an important slide which I want to highlight here. AI governance is as important to the board governance or even beyond that, because the governance here, what I mean is, the accountability and the transparency of the models that you are using. What is being done? Don't blame, especially there are a lot of tools available today. So everybody will come and say, mine is an AI-enabled tool. Everybody calls every software as AI-enabled today. People will also say, I am AI-enabled. Because I use smartphone, I'm not able to depend on my own intellect, so I am AI-enabled actually. Because I don't have my own intelligence, so I am only dependent on artificial intelligence, my laptops and my mobile phones. I don't have natural intelligence, unfortunately. So we need to be careful. We need to ask them, what is AI in your application? Ask pointed question. What is the RAG you are using? What is that it does as an LLM? Which is LLM is being used? Pointed question. Ask them to show. I mean, simple data analytics. I mean, I used to nowadays teach people. Even you put a VLOOKUP, you say it's AI. What are you talking about? It's only simple automation. Simple automation like RPA is not AI. If you embed AI on top of it, becomes an AI. You need to make sure that. Data governance, data privacy in AI is the biggest challenge today. Honestly, and we are not sensitive about it. How many of you use chat GPTs, Gemini, I think all of you will be using, right? Yeah. What data you put in there? And do you know that all the data that we are putting in is actually secured? They are not. Are we actually sensitive about it? Are we privy to that what we are doing? All these LLMs can be, will you be able to get a GPU on higher? NLC can do that because it's affordable for you, not for all, no other organization. You should think of whatever AI initiatives you're doing. Ideally, take it on your own cloud, buy a GPU on cloud, run it on your own environment. There are LLMs available, but LLMs can be taken in your environment so that the data doesn't go out. But then the learnings will be within your data. It won't be an external data learning. But it's still fine. You can refine what you want to do. But the important is in terms of the data governance. Explainability. Whatever they say, it's been done by AI. What AI does, it should have explainability. If it doesn't have explainability, then it is not AI. It is artificial idiocy. It's also AI, but it's not artificial intelligence. It has to be explainable. Cyber security, again, as I said earlier, in terms of the data governance, it's also related to cyber security. Cyber risk is the biggest risk. There are only two types of institution, I call it as, or maybe organizations. Those who are exploited and know that they are exploited, those who are not aware that they are exploited. Only these two organizations. Everybody is exploited. I am actually a certified ethical hacker. I am telling you this. So, if you think our phone is not exploited, you are wrong. Whether it's Apple or Android, you are exploited. The exploitation level difference, that's it. That it only differs between the people, and what kind of data goes out of you is the question. Are you being harmed with that or unharmed with that? That's it. Vendor risk is the next one, assessing the risk of the vendor. See, we don't do a real vendor risk assessment. We do customer risk assessment because for us money has to come. You depend on a vendor and place an order. At the end of the day, if he's not able to supply, there's a performance miss actually happening. If he is impacted on some data, so are you capturing all the key vendor associated data points for you to predict whether you will be able to fulfill an order obligation 8 months or maybe 8 months later? If there's a steel price increase, if he's not hedging for that, he will find it difficult. We need to check the value chain of the full thing and then look at the vendor. This is important actually. I think I have only a few more slides. Threats and risk, of course, one important thing is skill displacement. When you do automation, you might have skill displacement happening, but if you all reskill, there won't be a displacement for you. We need to ensure the compliance part, the cyber security and all I've already spoken about, I'm skipping. The important slide is the last slide of mine. Embracing AI is a strategic advantage, so don't delay it. If you have not embraced it, please delay it. Please quickly do that. Simple things. I mean, actually, maybe Mr. Sen and Mufti team will be able to experience this time when we do the closure. We use a small tool to simply validate the validity of the entire numbers in the signed account just before signing by using an AI tool. Simple. Note number 32 will have one number. First, on the balance sheet phase, it will have another number with maybe 1 digit difference also, doesn't matter, but it will identify what it is. Note in English would have written something and then there the number will be put in, that number will not be same. This I need not read through. So it actually goes through the notes, understand the language, what numbers should be there in the numbers, it compares. This is actually a tool called as data sweeper. I'm not selling that, but we use it, and I'll be using it even for energy audit. I'm just giving an example. Like this, so embrace it. You need to find out tools that you can use for your day-to-day activities. AI won't replace finance, but finance teams that learn to pair domain expertise with a disciplined AI will replace that. And those who don't, the important is that immediate price is efficiency, the lasting price is superior and faster decision. You will not get replaced if you know the disciplined AI. So if you build with governance and data discipline and explainability from day one, it's a beautiful thing to adopt, embrace it and enjoy it. Thank you. Any questions you have, you can ask me later on, maybe after this session.
Thank you, C. Narasimhan sir. I think I pronounced correctly your name. Sorry for the mismatch in the first, because both of you come together now, so there was a mismatch. Sorry. So thank you very much for your insights, and you have taken us to the AI, and especially you touched the and correlated with power sector scenarios also where AI is being implemented. Thank you very much, and now I request CA Rama JM to augment this in a short way, please.
So, good evening, friends. Yeah, it's been like 3:30 in the evening. After seeing my predecessor presentation, I feel myself like a night watchman batting out before the tea break or before the final closure for the day. So I've decided, not to really take care about this presentation because sometimes it may be overlapping and complementing the speaker, the predecessor speaker. So I thought of asking you some questions with respect to this presentation, which is, or the topic which is relevant today, because I've been informed by my seniors, whenever you feel sleepy during the presentation, being a speaker, you please ask the questions to the participants. So I'm going to do the same. Now it is your turn for you to answer the questions which I'm going to ask. I thought of asking you. And let's see, because the topic is use of AI in finance, opportunities and threats. Just do a KYC on the topic. Let's try to make sure how much we are aware on this topic. The first question, friends, I want you to raise hands if you're going to say an affirmative confirmation to the question. Otherwise, you can lower down your hands. I want you to do this, please, so that others can get aware of where we are standing in today's AI adoption. Number one, used any large language model, for the matter, ChatGPT or Gemini, in the last some time. So please raise your hands, whoever used a large language model. Friends, are you sure? There are only 5% of people raising their hands. So my question is clear. Who are using a large language model or an AI generative model day to day? Please raise your hands. Oh my God. Friends, it is less than 5% of the crowd. HODs, please note it. It is less than 5%. Pardon? No, sir. I'm not pitching for that. Okay. Now, let's try asking this question. Can you list any AI models which you are using? What are the AI tools you use? ChatGPT? Perplexity? Claude? Gemini, Grox? Okay, nice. Now my next question to you is, how many large language models, otherwise referred as foundation models, are there in the world today to use? Any guess? Of course, you have given at least half a dozen of the models, right? What do you think? Friends, any idea? How many models are there? No, any guess?
You can quickly ask ChatGPT and answer, yeah.
Hey, come on, yeah. Sir, even that they are not doing, sir. Friends, there are 22 lakhs model out there. 22 lakh models. You can go to a website called Hugging Face. Hugging Face. Okay? Huggingface.co. Don't think about that. It is huggingface.co, not .com. Okay? So, where you have 22 lakh AI foundation models, there are models which can even run in your phone. So now tell me, is it an opportunity or a threat? If you're not aware of it, it is a threat for you. The next question I want to ask is there anyone here used an enterprise version of AI model in your office? HODs again, please note this. One. I hardly see three hands going on. There are enterprise, or 4 hands going on. There are enterprise AI models which do not share data. How many of you are aware of this? Now, what will happen if I use a regular AI model, not an enterprise model? What will happen? Friends, what will happen? Yes, sir. Older models? Yes, cut-off date is very old. What are the other problems you have? Security? Sir, are we really worried about security, sir? Yes. But I want to demonstrate it through my ChatGPT application out there in my phone, sir. Okay, I extremely, use it. My office uses it. I'm going to turn on the voice model in the phone. Okay, just hear this out. Hello, how are you? Hello. Hello. Hello, how are you?
Hey there. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, why don't you, right now, I'm standing before participants of finance, 150 people. I'm going to speak on AI opportunities and threats. Can you share a couple of words to them, all our finance accounts professionals?
Absolutely. Let's dive in. Hey, everyone. It's fantastic to have all of you here. As finance and accounts professionals, you're in a really exciting spot. AI is not just a buzzword. It's a toolkit that can genuinely transform how you do your work, from uncovering insights faster to automating the mundane tasks. So think of AI as both an opportunity to level up your strategic game and something to keep an eye on in terms of risks and ethical use. I'm here to share a bit more about that, and hopefully we'll have a great conversation.
All right, thank you. So now, I'm going to ask the same mission, what do you know about my family? Okay, what do you know about my son?
Oh, sure. You've mentioned before that your son is named Kavilan Jayachandran, and he just recently turned 4. He's studying in LKG at Chimaya Vidalia, so definitely a fun and lively time for both of you.
Okay, it's better that I don't ask much questions about this. So now tell me, what is the problem we get when you don't use an enterprise model? What happens? Yeah, your data is almost lost. As my speaker says, you don't know what extent your data is lost. Friends, you don't know, if you ask about this ChatGPT, about Mr. Ramajayam, chartered accountant, it says he's a drug addict. Because I asked some question on how to manufacture a drug, which I don't want to mention in this forum. And it has decided that I'm a drug addict. Now, let me ask you some questions. How many of you created an app, some automation app, in your office using any AI model? Anyone? Anyone? Sir, I cannot see one hand going up. Very surprised. Now, next question is, how many of you know to use Python in this forum? One? I can see one gentleman. 2 people are raising hands. Now, okay. Now, because you're into finance and accounting, I know the moment you see this LED wall, you'll say, okay, the rent would be at least 12,000, no, for a day? I know you're good in budgeting. Can you tell me what is the cost it involves for an organization to have their own large language model configured in-house? Any idea? Any idea? Any capital budgeting people out there? Sir, சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க சார், நீங்க கொஞ்சம் காமிச்சு கொடுங்க. Let me tell you, as low as you can spend 10 lakhs, you can have your own model running for your office. No data goes out. Just for your reference. Now, how many of you use AI for presentations? HODs, please watch out. 2, 3. I just want to ask my successor presenter, Mr. Philip, And this morning only I've been informed that I have to do a presentation. Okay. I said, sorry sir, I've told you the truth. So tell me, how much time I spent for the presentation for this 10 slides? Friends, can you hear this a bit louder, sir? So what did I do? I uploaded Mr. Santanam sir presentation. I said my situation. I said, do a presentation which complements him. He wrote me 10-pointer. Sir was very interested. Acha, you got it. How do you do a presentation? Sir, I go to an app called Gamma. Gamma, Gamma.app. I paste this pointer, it gave me a presentation. He was very surprised, very curious. He came and sat. And he exactly found out within a minute the presentation was ready. I've not edited anything. Only my name was not proper, I just edited my name. Apart from that, this entire presentation is made by AI. Please note down, the app is Gamma.app. Again, it is an opportunity. Now, currently people who are using, are you using organization-specific data to ChatGPTs and other AI applications? Any document which says NLC? I know. They will not. Yes. But you should not do that. There are some PDF redactor apps which removes the personal sensitive data. Then you can use generative AI models. Next, there is something which is going fancy in this world, but I want to ask this. I want to lose your hope. I want to ask this. How many of you know or have you implemented RAG? RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Anyone? No. But can I speak on this for a minute? Yes? RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. You know all the AI models hallucinate. You ask too many questions. You ask the same question and again, it tries to give you false statements. Am I right? If it gives one first prompt, it gives you the false statement, then the chain of thoughts will come into play. It will continue to hold on to the wrong fact and give you the prompt. This is what is called as hallucination. Simple Tamil solnuna ganja bodhila olaradu. Okay, but RAG model, where you can upload your organization specific data to a RAG model, which will not give the data to an outside world, it will generate only the facts. No hallucination. You can fix what kind of level it can hallucinate by adjusting the temperature of the model. If it is strict, it will not hallucinate. I think every finance and accounting professional, recently I gone into a PSU in Delhi. I found out a book in one of the executive directors. The book reads as SOPs, terms of references for every committee. The book was 500 pages. Friends, I was thinking, someone who's been newly appointed to that particular HOD position, when he will complete learning this 500 pages of the book? RAG model can come and help you. It can go read your documents, give source data. It is called RAG. Please work on that. Next, how many of you know MCP server? Model Context Protocol Server. Friends, server was mentioning, you can take a ERP dump, correct? SAP, all of you are in SAP. The SAP or any accounting application can be connected to a large language model using MCP. Model Context Protocol. Through which you can take real-time data, through which you can do a real-time analysis of the data from SAP. Now, the next one. How many of you know there is something called fine-tuning a model. A model can be fine-tuned to work, set for your organization. So friends, these are the things I believe, these are the opportunities for you in finance and accounting, and if you ignore it, these opportunities will be a threat for you. Now with this, let me quickly go. I just quickly give you some pointers on the presentation. So the basic functions in finance was recording, reporting, responding, predicting, and prescribing. It goes on with the management. The moment you joined a PSU, in the initial days you will be doing recording. Later you will elevate to the level of what you call this executive assistants to the level of reporting, then responding, predicting, and doing a strategic decisions. But today, what is happening here? Explosion of unstructured data. Now, friends, are you sure all your email is being read every day completely by you or your team? Isn't that certain emails are being read, unread? Simple. You can work on a solution called N8N. Please note this down. ICA is coming up with the level 2 of AI course where all of this is covered. This N8N can be a agentic AI tool, read the email, classify it, summarize it, and give you an important. If something is important, it will predict and give you that you have to respond. Basically, N8N can be, or any agentic AI tool can be your personal assistant to read the email and respond to you. So these are the things AI can do, and predictive, reactive, competitive edge, all these are being spoken by the previous faculty. Opportunities, automated reconciliation, early warning systems, continuous close, all these are opportunities. And many a times, all of my friends who works in a business process outsourcing company, when I call him on any given day, he'll say, no, I'm in month close. I say, come on man, it is 15th of December. No, it is month close for us. Friends, all of you can mitigate that. You can enjoy the vacation all the day throughout the month if you can able to automate your task using AI. Next, intelligent forecasting. I think my predecessor has covered this. I will move on. Now, compliance, IFRS and taxation. Friends, today there are a lot of tools coming into the market which does a real-time compliance, which reconcile the data real-time, which is filed with the revenue authorities like GST, income tax, and you can able to predict the notices very well. You can use AI in this era, especially people who are in taxation can use this AI in terms of predictive analytics, in terms of any differences arise from a particular filing. Now, audits and internal controls, always. Now, today, there are some organizations which pitch for auditors not to do samples, to do 100% vouchers and verification. I think Mr. Narsimhan sir can be able to, throw some lights on this. Now, yes. Correct. Now, next one, internal utility service. Very important point, my dear friends. I think I came to the last slide. Custom GPT training. You can do your own, blend your own data using a RAG model or model fine tuning. I've released your own large language model, especially to the extent of NLC. All the employees can use it. It can only give you the NLC specific data or any public sector enterprise specific data. NLP, natural language queries. Using a MCP server, you can send on any message. What is the production today? What could be the shortage of a particular raw material tomorrow? A simple, natural question like a human speaks or a boss asks you, the same question can be passed on to your ERP using a MCP server and and take out the retired data. Now, report automation, a very important point. I want to speak for 30 more seconds on this. Friends, let me tell you my personal view on this. If you implement automation using AI in your organization, 50% of the time is free for you. Take it from me. I'm a practicing chartered accountant like Mr. Narsimhan. I visit my office 5 days in a month. 5 days in my month. Rest 25 days, it's a vacation for me. You won't believe, my dear friends, last 5 months, I had 6 international pleasure trips. It's only a vacation for me. I'm not really, doing my profession because I have made my entire office automated. That can really give you a lot of time to learn new stuff. Now, next one, the threats, hallucination risk. I gave you some options which can bypass the hallucination, data leakage, of course, public LLMs. You saw a live example what kind of data it's been leaked out, and the cybersecurity skills, skill management, and the decision-making allocation. All these my predecessor has spoken over. I will skip these threads, but I believe you would have taken a good practical example from me how these threats are becoming in this AI era. And with this, I'll complete my presentation. Thank you so much. I'll wait for your questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Ramajayam, for your very vibrating interactions with our participants and enlightening all of us about the various facts and figures on AI and showing live examples of your own and how to use and what are the opportunities as well as threats. Now, our another speaker is there, Mr. Arup Sarkar. He will be joining on VC, I was told.
He's speaking actually, it's not coming through.
Sarkar Sahab, Namaste.
Speak, but it's not, audio is not coming through.
Now, sir can give your speech on AI. Our predecessors, Mr. Narasimhan and Mr. Ramajayam has given a very, very vast and interactive as well as informative speeches. Now over to you, sir. Please.
Sir, you can speak, I guess, sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you. I think by that time, I think.
Hello, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Right. So myself, Arup Sarkar, I am attending this VC from Kolkata, from my office. I would have been there had the Indigo crisis not evolved out during this time. And I came to know my team has reached only 1 hour back. My colleagues at NLC, they went there. And the flight was about to leave at 11:20 in the AM. It has left ultimately 6 AM today. So anyway, whatever has happened because of the science and technology, I am connected. And thank you NLC for giving a chance to speak. And my special thanks to Mr. Acharya, Director of Finance, and Sanjay Sen for keeping me in mind and to give presentation here. So I am sharing my presentation, but my last two speakers have spoken so well and they have covered almost all the subject, fact of the subject. So hardly remains anything for me. So anyway, I'll try to speak the same thing in different way. So I am starting my presentation, sharing the presentation first. Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Is the presentation visible?
The presentation you can, I think it's a little bit difficult to, yeah, now it's readable.
Is it visible now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So AI is the buzzword of today. It is much talked about word. Everybody is speaking about AI, and most people are generally apprehensive. I was in a amongst the cinema artists a few days back in a prize giving ceremony. There, everybody is telling one still picture is sufficient. Then everything can be curated, manipulated, and no further artist will be required. The AI will manage the preparation of the entire drama or entire movie for that purpose. And this thing is happening. We have seen many retrenchment have taken place, and the large corporate world also. The HR jobs especially are being taken away by the chatbots and other facilities that have been developed in the AI. So people apprehension is that AI will reduce the scope of the job and at the same time will increase the differences between the rich and poor. So this may be the fact, but when the competition came to India or to the world, there was resistance from student side, from general apprehension, from the service class people, that competitors will take away their job. But this has not happened. The scope of job have also increased in many ways, especially in the IT field or other related fields. Given this thing in mind, the machine, when it is induced with the human-like intelligence and with a greater source of speed and accuracy and learning ability, reasoning ability, and allow it to take decision is very accurate and very finest and very very calculated. So that is the emergence of AI. Last 3 decades, we are talking about the data. We are talking about the correctness of the data, presentation. These are the things we have done. And then RDBMS came, Relationship Database Management System came, ERP came. It starts relating the one data with the another data, and the scope of employment also came down because of the whatever at the initial time the data are fed, that becomes the product of the other sections, other departments they start utilizing. So there came the success of the ERP. So now the decision-making part, which was absent and which was required, so decision-making part will be taken care of or will be taken over by the artificial intelligence. So it has application everywhere, in medical, in engineering, in project, in operation, in polishing, in military activities. So why not this thing in finance? One thing the finance professionals should keep in mind, that if you cannot embrace the AI, our profession, somebody else will embrace, and our relevance will be lost. So finance is a place where we should imbibe the AI most to take advantage of this technological advancement and predict, take decision, and also implement it for the greater perspective. So AI in finance, if you say, the finance has also a great scope for enhancement, the speed, accuracy, automated various process and the operations. The give up the monotonous job, preparation of the vouchers, that should go away. The preparation of the bank reconciliation statement as told. It is already done. It is done one-to-one. When the payment is made, the feedback is coming, the data are reconciled. Finance sector will also enhance the decision-making capabilities of machine to address the risk assessment. Risk assessment is a risk assessment committees are there who assess the risk of the companies and give decisions and accumulates the data. So this can be taken over by the AI in a large way. At the same time, the fraud detection, as I've been told, I have told that most of the things have already been discussed. The fraud detections with the some logic, it can be implemented when there is a huge variation, either lower side or the higher side. The fraud can be anticipated and the punitive actions can be taken. There is going to be reduction in the human intervention. At the same time, the people work on the more constructive job. As I have told, the monotonous job is to go in a big way. AI will help in improving the decision-making and operation efficiency, support large-scale financial data processing. So there are many things where the data is available, but we cannot assimilate those data for taking a decision, because it is really not possible for human being to assimilate, to inculcate all the data in one go. So to speak something about the agentic AI, to speak something about the agentic AI, it refers to artificial intelligence AI deployed LLM model for decision making, self-learning, adopt real-time data with the reinforcement learning, evaluating opportunities, and optimize the result. So this is agentic AI, and agentic AI is automatized billing, correspondence, CRM, customers, updates, the boosting the scalability and efficiency. So there are some use cases in the finance, like we have a purchase order into the system, and when the input materials originates from its producer, and once it comes to the company gate, so the CISF is immediately able to track the relevant purchase order, what the product is. He can compile, he can compare with the invoicing system, invoice that the trackers are carrying, and allow the material to come inside. And once the materials are coming inside the stores, it is very easy for the stores people to relate the data with the PO and do the proper GRN or accounting of the materials. And once the materials is received, it is taken into the stocks and it is ready for the use. Similarly, cash management, we are mostly in SAP, and SAP is having now in SAP HANA, there is a Fiori apps, which provide some kind of AI reporting, and the reportings are very classic and giving the report in many dimensions with the graphical presentations, and as a result of which the decision making is faster. But beyond that, it is a tool that will now bring a new era for SAP. Mostly of are using SAP, so that's why I'm taking the name of the SAP and SAP Joule. For example, the cash management use cases. Cash management, generally a cash officer or cashier, he has to check the balances at the various accounts, and then he transfer the balances, he transfer it part with the fund, and sometimes the decision is taken from which this check will be, e-check will be triggered from which account. That is the role of the cashiers. But now it is very easy how much pending checks are there, for which the payment will be triggered. And he has an easy method of online transferring the data where the fund is there. If some fund is required for a particular bank account, and the payment is also automated with a trigger of one key, the bank payment is also triggered, and the balance in accounts is also transferred both in financial ledger and in the bank balances. So it gives him a clear idea in the morning or evening, whenever he sits for the cash management. It is very easy to process the check, to do the VRS, and to plan for the funding. And whether loan is required or not, that also he is able to understand at no time. And fund management is another use cases. Whenever the funds are there, with the integration in a classified way with the outside agencies, with the API, that the fund manager is able to take decision whether he has to obtain the loan, what is the rate of interest, what is the minimum rate of interest, so he can plan the loan accordingly. At the same time, he is parking the fund either to mutual fund, what is the requirement for next 15 days, 30 days, and 1 year down the line. So whether it will be for the long-term investment and whether it is for the short-term investment. So that type of mechanism is already available. The data management is another important area where the companies are suffering because they will not to track that how old the data is. So the systems at the real time will provide from where how much amount is recoverable, and what are the last correspondence mail triggered to him, and what was the last discussion, and when he has to chase it again. So data management is another point which the financial managers they are facing. They will not be facing any difficulty in real time. So entire process will expedite the job and will give a quality time to the finance managers to plan his job. Now, since we are from the power generation business, power generation, distribution, and transmission, so what are the use of AI in the power plant scenario, and how the cost can be saved, optimized, and how the plant functioning requirement can meet with the cost optimization? So AI prediction for load forecasting. In India, the CA has recently undertaken a project along with the consultant KPMG for load forecasting. Load forecasting is not a very easy thing. It depends on various baskets of the power generating units, be it thermal, sometimes it is solar, sometimes it is wind, sometimes some entities are must run, sometimes thermal load can be scalable, it can be 100%, it can be 55%. The present requirement of the thermal generation at the minimum level is 55% when all the solar powers are available during the daytime. So weather management, weather prediction is also an important aspect of the load forecasting module. The correct load forecasting module can be established only with having the proper weather forecasting. So DVC is an organization which is a vertically integrated organization which produce, which distribute, which transmit, which export, and which is buying power from the market, which is selling in the power in the market. So such a combination handling is very difficult. So load forecasting will give us a boost so that we can plan. Manually it is not possible, or humanly it is not possible to decide which combination of power to draw at what time, what should be the generation from its thermal unit, whether it will be at 100% during evening, and during the daytime whether it is 55%. There is a guidelines coming to take it to the 40%. So all these things requires the machine intervention, because the speed and accuracy cannot be achieved by, is not possible for any human being to achieve. So load forecasting is going to be the boon of the power sector to achieve the commercial and financial goal. So there will be huge savings in the financial cost, optimization of the power dispatch cost also, and generation cost. So once it is fulfilled, then we'll be going for the generation balancing. And once this load forecasting and generation balancing is done, so the peculiarity of the thermal power plant is that you have to work somewhere between the 40% of PLF to 100% of PLF. The best combination is that unit should be available all the time 100%, but you have to make it scale up and scale down at the time of requirement. And in a consecutive national holiday and Sunday, there is a huge reduction in the load. So the thermal power plant is to compromise on that. So load is required to be bring down to the 40%. But the main input, the fuel, the coal is heterogeneous. Some GCB is there, some coal do not have the VM. So a combination or blending percentage is to be derived. So accordingly, the coal feeding is to be regulated. We have for example, we have a heaps of 5 different types of coal in the same stack year, the same coal year, and the management is finding very difficult to fire which coal at which time. There is a bunkering time of say 4 or 5 hours. So during the high efficient operation, the quality of coal, and during the low end operation, the quality coal requires to be changed from time to time. So although theoretically it is known to the human being which coal is to be fed, but in real-time decision making, depending on the total load scenario, the AI will be very much instrumental in handling the coal stock yard, so the firing and in the boiler can be proper, and the generation can be as per required. Generation can be modulated as per requirement. So this we have started working on this subject, though it is at a very preliminary stage. But ultimate goal is to achieve it within 1 or 2 years. So this will reduce the cost and increase the profitability of the organizations. Then utilizing AI plant parameters along with the equipment optimization. So during the daytime when the generation is at low, say 50%, and during evening time, the requirement of the combinations of the various plant attached with the thermal plant differs. Sometimes 1 or 2 mill operation are increased or decreased. So when there will be less requirement of the coal, that time the mill can be taken for temporary shutdown also, because it is a 24/7, 365 days operation of the thermal power plant. So finding time is very difficult, and for human being it is not easy to predict that how we can manipulate the availability of some sections of the plant or some sections of the units for shutdown. So with the AI, this thing can be done, but for that accumulation of the data of last 15-20 years is essential, that we are preparing for the future upliftment in this case. Then at the same time, the defects also emerges from time to time in the plant, which the engineers are trying to find the perfect timeline when they can complete that particular short shutdown time of job. So in the same fashion, so the list which are in the pending list, the system will give which are the priority at particular given point of time to attain the machine, so that machine remains always available at the rate of 100%.
Sarkar Sahab,
yes.
Time is already extended, sir. So if you can cut short, it will be good.
Okay, I'll be going very first. Now. Opportunities and automation efficiency, it has already been discussed, and we have to accept the AI in its true spirit. Then risk management, I have already told, the emerging risk, detect anomalies and forecast the potential threat will be very easier in AI. And opportunities for the customer experience. So whatever the CRM modules we are implementing in our organizations, it helps organization to deliver the tailored recommendations, and unmanned also 24/7 services through AI can be given by improving the consistency, accuracy, and engagement across the touch point. So customers will also be benefited. It is a commercial department do not have to work much on it. So the ready-made points is available from the AI, and investment and trading. Obviously, as I told, the fund can be parked where it will give the best result within a given time constraint. And data privacy security, it has been discussed. So most of us are using OpenAI. And there are many stakeholders in the organization who are possessing some information, knowingly or unknowingly. If they put the data in the open sources, the entire organization's security will be in danger. In our company, we are using the Copilot in Microsoft. There are similar product which enables the zero retention of the data. So one should be very careful about using his own personal details and the data related to the company or any organizations. And otherwise, it will be very difficult in the given time, in the future time, because all the information can be leaked to the open source. And bias and fairness is the issue. Because of we find that the persons are biased because of his color, because of his caste, creed, everything. But if AI modeling is done by such biased person, it has also a threat, because the AI model will permanently behave in a biased manner. So job displacement is another issue which is most talked about subject. Yes, it is a threat, but can we stop? Can we stop competition and can we stop the embracement of AI? The embracement of AI needs to be made enjoyable to all, so that the threat of job displacement, only the people has to change his way of working. More he start using the AI, it will be very helpful for the organizations and for the persons. And the job displacement, there will be change from my skill set. Upgradation of my skill set with the AI skill will be added advantage for the organization and personally for us. So with this, I conclude my speech here, and thank you once again, NNC, for giving a chance to speak before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarkar sir, for your insightful speech. Now, I don't want, it's already all of our speakers, eminent speakers have given a very good insight, especially Mr. Ramajayam has given, made people awake and done his session also very much, I think, interesting. Now, only 2-3 points just I will tell and we will disperse for tea because all are eagerly waiting for tea, it seems. So, what are the opportunities is speed and efficiency, better risk control, predictive finance, real-time decision support, financial inclusion. In nutshell, these are the things which we have discussed. And then what are the threats is job displacement, cybersecurity risk, algorithm bias, high cost, and regulatory uncertainties. So with this, we are concluding this session, and we are not going for this question answer. Already questions are answered by the faculty itself. And I think I am very much thankful to all the speakers, Mr. Narasimhan sir, Mr. Ramajayam, Mr. Arup Sarkar, and NLC for giving this opportunity to all of us, and to all the participants who are lively participated and your patient hearing. With this, thank you, and we conclude this session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution and insights.
We now move on to the presentation of mementos as a gesture of a sincere appreciation.
We request Sri Ravi Kumar, GM Finance, to kindly come forward and honor our moderator and speakers with a memento.
Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir.
We will now move for a short tea break for next 15 minutes, and your refreshments are arranged in the dining hall. Thank you.
And please don't forget, our Finance 360-degree stand is waiting for you right outside the hall entrance. Do take a moment to click your favorite memories for the day.
We kindly request all the participants to reassemble promptly so that as the next session will commence shortly and promises to be equally insightful. Thank you. is requested to kindly all the participants please join the assembly hall. Our session is going to start shortly.
May I request everyone to kindly take your seats?
Welcome back everyone. We hope you had a refreshing tea break.
Welcome back everyone. We trust you are recharged and ready as we now move into a session on a theme of global significance.
Session 4 brings us to a theme that is at the heart of global financial transformation: carbon accounting, legal framework, and future of green finance. As organizations strive to measure, reduce, and manage their environmental footprint, carbon accounting has become an indispensable tool in responsible financial decision making.
This subject goes far beyond compliance. It reflects how finance, sustainability, and governance converge to shape long-term value. With India moving decisively towards its net zero commitments, green finance is evolving from an option to an imperative, driving innovation, resilience, and global competitiveness.
To guide us through this thought-provoking session, we are privileged to introduce our moderator, Sri Vikram Srinivasan, Associate Director at ENY.
Sri Vikram Srinivasan brings over 14 years of experience in the sustainability domain. He holds an MBA in Sustainable Business from IIM Mumbai and an engineering degree in biotechnology. He brings a rare blend of technical depth and strategic insight.
Based in Chennai, he leads major engagements across power, metals and mining, automobiles, engineering, and FMCG sectors, specializing in ESG strategies, sustainability disclosures, decarbonization pathways, and sustainable finance.
Please put your hands together and give a warm round of applause to Sri Vikram Srinivasan. Please sit, sir.
Next, we are delighted to introduce our next speaker, Sri Ashish Philip Abraham, Executive Partner at Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. Sri Ashish is a highly respected professional in corporate advisory and regulatory practice. With over a decade of experience, he has been guiding domestic and multinational clients across restructuring, mergers and acquisitions, GST, FEMA, real estate transactions, and complex due diligence matters.
A dynamic speaker, Sri Ashish is widely recognized for conducting seminars and workshops for leading industry bodies on indirect taxes and regulatory developments. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Sri Ashish Philip Abraham. I now introduce Sri Sunil KS, Head of ICRA ESG Rating. Sri Sunil brings over 15 years of rich experience in ESG, climate change, climate risk, and corporate social responsibility. He brings both depth and foresight to the field. He holds a master's in climate change and sustainability studies from TIAS Mumbai, and he is also a GARP certified in sustainability and climate risk.
At ICRA ESG Ratings, Sri Sunil plays a vital role in designing ESG rating methodologies and frameworks, leading a team that delivers high-quality sustainability assessments. His earlier engagements with the TCS, JIS Impact, HDFC Bank, and reputed NGOs further enrich his holistic perspective on sustainable finance and climatic action.
Let us welcome him with your hearty applause. Welcome, sir. I now introduce Sri Nikunj Dubey, Chief Rating Officer at Carriage ESG Ratings. Sri Nikunj Dubey is a purpose-driven leader shaping India's evolving ESG landscape. As the Chief Ratings Officer at Carriage ESG Rating, he spearheads the design, integrity, and advancement of ESG assessment frameworks that help organizations evaluate sustainability and long-term value.
With over 14 years of experience across ESG credit ratings, finance, and sustainability consulting, he brings a strong blend of analytical depth and practical insight. He has been instrumental in building credible, India-focused ESG models aligned with global best practices.
It is an honor to welcome Sri Nikunj Dubey onto the dais with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir.
To formally extend our welcome and express our appreciation, I request Sri Premchandar GM Finance to felicitate our moderator and speakers.
Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you, sir. With this, I now have the privilege of formally handing over the session to our moderator, Sri Vikram Srinivasan. Sir, the stage is yours now.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, NLC team, for organizing this wonderful event. I had the privilege of being able to join here only this afternoon, but thank you very much for the illustrious panels that have been decorating the stage for this event today, and all the hospitality that is being extended to us. Thank you very much, sir. Now, this is the last session for the day, and we will try to make it as quickly, as soon as possible. We will try to wind up and at the same time make it as informative to you as possible. We are given to understand most of your finance professionals here, so this is a very, very apt topic here, carbon accounting and future regulations, etc. But before even we go into the topic and I hand over the stage to my fellow panelists, I think given the background, there is some amount of introduction that is required. Today we are talking about sustainability. This whole concept of sustainability and how it has evolved over the past few decades is something that we really need to understand quite well to understand today's theme, which is GHG accounting and regulation, sustainable finance, etc. There was a time when once the esteemed Prime Minister, late Mrs. Indira Gandhi, said, pollution is poverty is the worst form of pollution. Okay, that is where we were in the 1970s. You could say that was one landmark event in India's sustainability journey. We could say that it started there. Why do I say that? Because sustainability, which is also being referred to as the ESG management today, which stands for environmental, social and governance, right? In this context, if you look at Madam Indira Gandhi's comment, it clearly demonstrates that the nation's focus is on social issues, development, right? How are we going to alleviate poverty? How are we going to ensure that people have 3 square meals a day? That was the original focus. While the Western world was past all of that by a few decades, right? So they did not have to bother much about below poverty line populations. Poverty had been reduced, health, malnourishment had all been managed quite successfully. So India was at that nascent stage. Then in the subsequent decades, there were multiple landmark regulations. I'm sure my fellow colleagues, some of whom represent the legal fraternity, will be talking about the legislations in this session. So Air Act, Water Act were all introduced in the 1980s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and so on. But these were some of the most significant regulations concerning the environmental facets of operations. Gradually, there was increasing evidence that human-induced climate change. Today, we are saying global warming. So this is human-induced climate change is another way of putting it. There was increasing evidence. There was a lot of debate for a long time until IPCC's 6th report came out and categorically established that anthropogenic emissions, anthropogenic meaning human-induced, emission of GHG gases, like in the prior panel, I think Mr. Narasimhan was mentioning about carbon dioxide, which has a lifespan of about 200 years in the atmosphere, methane, which has like 20 odd years in the atmosphere. What these gases do is they trap heat from escaping the Earth's environment. They gradually make the Earth's climes much warmer than the usual. Now, this is 8th standard science. I know all of you understand what is greenhouse gas effect and what is global warming, etc. Now, we need to, as professionals, particularly as finance professionals, we need to dwell one level deeper, because the money and the intent have to go together if we have to bring out any tangible change. Global warming is a global phenomenon, okay? It's called global. Why is it called global? Anybody from the audience, why is it called global warming? Not India warming or America warming, China warming, anybody? Yes, do we have mic? Or please put up your hand and speak freely, please. We'll try to make it as interactive as possible. Anybody? Okay, let me put some context. If there is pollution, let us say there is an oil and gas industry and there is an oil spill issue. Where is its impact felt? Ocean. In the geography, if a plant is at some position, let us forget ocean, let us say it is land-based. In that particular geography, within a kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, as the case may be, even if it is a nuclear pollution, that city maybe like Hiroshima, Nagasaki or Chernobyl, etc. Global warming is called global warming because it is a global phenomenon, as simple as that. Wherever you are emitting the gas, wherever the gas is getting captured in the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth's atmospheric temperature increases, right? Hence the word global warming. That is why today the Western world is pointing fingers at us and saying developing countries have an option of reducing the emissions now, even as they are in their growth path, because already the Earth is to some extent saturated with GHG gases, which is making climate more unpredictable, more hostile, etc., which is creating financial losses. I'm sure many of you are undertaking risk functions also. Have any of your companies identified climate change as a significant risk? Anybody? But have you also seen some notices? Today, RBI has a draft regulation until recently saying that banks and financial institutions also have to kind of ascertain what is the level of climate risks that are facing their portfolio. Is anybody aware of that? If you have current accounts, if you have large transactions with Bank of Baroda, HSBC, Last year, it so happened that some of my clients who are in the chemical space, he has transactions with both HSBC and BOB. At the same time, similar questionnaires were received, asking the client to identify what are the major climate risks facing you, okay, because the banks have like a 10,000 crore exposure to this company, okay, in terms of advances. So they are asking, what is the level of climate risks that you are facing? You have plants, particularly at the sea level. Now you have long-term borrowings, and it is predicted that global ocean levels are going to rise, which could impact your current positions, right? Your current plant operations, etc. That being the case, have you kind of enumerated what are the risks that you are facing from climate change? What mitigative action have you planned? This is the kind of questionnaire. In a crux, this is the kind of questionnaire that some of our clients have started receiving. The bigger picture is climate change as a risk is facing all industries, and finance is at the fulcrum of this, because where there is money, there is a level of influence that finance professionals and the finance industry wields over what are the outcomes. Today, if you look at Citibank, I'm just calling out some examples. If you look at Citibank, they probably have the biggest known coffer for sustainable finance. They have pledged about $1 trillion. Today, India is like $4.5 trillion economy. Can you imagine? One financial institution, Citibank, has pledged to make sustainable investments to the tune of $1 trillion by 2030. Okay, when I say sustainable finance, what it means is, now we've been talking about what is climate change, what are the risks facing industries on account of climate change. Now, how are we going to mitigate that? Now, very simple. Many of you who have come from the outside, you would have seen the solar panels that NLC has put up on the premises. Renewable energy is one very common way of trying to address energy needs without causing pollution, right? But there was a time when solar, wind were all much more expensive than traditional sources of power such as coal and other forms of thermal energy, right? How are we going to bridge that? There is an incremental cost. That incremental cost has to be met. How are we going to meet that? That is where sustainable finance comes into picture. That in a crux is sustainable finance. So I hope now you are able to understand what is sustainability, where greenhouse gases and global warming is coming from, and how finance and sustainable finance more specifically is a tool that should help us meet our energy needs and other growth needs in a sustainable manner, such that it does not impact the global populace. With that, I would like to invite my fellow panelists. They all have brief presentations, and then we will take up questions. Over to you, Nikunj. So they have brief presentations, and then we plan to have a free-flowing conversation for some time, depending on how much time is available, and then we will throw the floor open for questions from the audience. I hope that is all right. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Nikunj.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for NLC for inviting me and the other panelists as well. I will quickly Okay. So fine, no worries. That's fine. That's fine. So, CareEdge ESG Ratings is a part of CareEdge Group, which is one of the premier rating agencies in the country. And we help a lot of corporate institutions in terms of rating them, assessing them. So hence CareEdge ESG Ratings is now become one of, again, the premier leading ESG rating provider, and very happy to state that NLC is one of our clients as well, where we conducted an assessment for them last year. So CareEdge has taken that kind of a mantle currently into the Indian market, where we are assessing organizations on their sustainability practices. So as a part of group, what we have currently done is that the group is well structured with not only now having domestic presence, but also international presence across different other geographies of Mauritius and South Africa and Nepal, and also finding other geographies to move into. So with the first now rating agency who's now premier to move out of India and providing us services globally as well. So happy to state that. We can move to next. So this is what a global current footprint looks like, where we have collaborated and assisting various other nations in terms of their either building credit rating organizations over there, or in terms of assisting on ESG related services. So that's where we are. The next one after this. Move. So, yeah, so that's what we are going to currently assess: carbon accounting, the emissions reporting that is currently happening. How is the regulatory landscape looking like, and what could be certain policy recommendations that we probably need as of today in India. So carbon market and disclosure norms, so you currently have something which is under development of the carbon credit trading scheme. So carbon credits would be where you would be able to basically earn carbon credits by reducing your emissions. And those entities which are not able to reduce emissions are going to basically able to buy those credits. So that's what carbon credit trading scheme is going to be. So that is something that is going to come up. We already have certain disclosure norms which are laid down by SEBI and RBI as regulators. And the integration and the harmonization of the frameworks is something that is currently being worked upon. So this is where we currently stand. If we look at from a certain data point of view, over the last few years, so looking at from last 2 to 3 years, if we talk about energy emissions, water and waste, mostly the environmental related aspects, the disclosure norms have certainly increased significantly year on year. You would see that the companies where assurance of the data, or basically validation of the data that you're reporting, that is also significantly increased as well. And then, although now this is where we are currently standing from 24 to 25, the expected disclosure are further supposed to improve. We're expecting that sector-specific indicators also to be brought in, and much more granular level data to start getting reported. So from a reported emission point of view, I think this is where we are. If we look from how progressively that we are decoupling, so how total energy mix that we are looking at, so renewable energy contribution is currently, which is something which is increasing year on year, which is a good sign that we see from our economy. And the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions also, we are seeing that they are at least somewhat declining. So at least this shows that level that there are certain initiatives being taken by various organizations which are moving in terms of decarbonizing our economy. So I think this is something that we have listened to it in terms of the benefit of sustainable finance. But the most benefit this will come to in terms of would be to the carbon heavy industries like power generation and iron and steel. So hence the heavy industries will get a lot of benefit around it. Very importantly necessary for entities like cement and steel because of the cross-border regulations. And policy support for decarbonization is something which is always happening around it. So the policy imperatives that we need currently in terms of doing this thing is coherence and harmonization between the regulators, what they are bringing up, and we have too many different regulations. We want them to summarize themselves, put together so that we have one single alignment there. How capacity building initiatives are being done across various sectors. How digital innovation, and we've spoken about that, how will that come into space and help in terms of reporting mechanisms and also tracking. And blended finance program at the least, where finance will ideally become the enabler for all of these activities. So this is where I would like to end. I think this is a lot of which we will anyways cover into our panel discussion through our questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikunj, for that brief and informative presentation. Now I would like to request Ashish to come over and deliver his presentation for a few minutes.
Thanks everyone for this thing. I'll take a short 10 minutes to just give a background about what is happening, why we are here. Like all of us are here because ESG, net zero. Is it a buzzword or is it happening? We have been hearing on ESG and the carbon neutral for some time. Next slide. So first thing I want to make, India is committed for carbon neutral and we are having multiple policies to reach there. Policy logjam. So COP21 and COP26, India made the commitments. The commitments were much ahead of what others thought. We committed to net zero by 270, G20 being brought down this thing. Based on that, the government has been discussing with the stakeholders to understand what can work, how it need to be implemented. All the changes, the first set of legislation happened in 80s and 90s, air, water, etc., to protect the environment. Now, the second set of legislation is coming, putting additional obligation on the companies how to address the scenario. So, renewable energy, the targeted incentives and targeted policies are achieved to increase the renewable energy generation, also putting a condition on the companies to buy renewable energy. So, it's a win-win. Stick and carrot, we are seeing the success in the renewable energy space. Like this bird, anyone can you identify this bird? This is a state bird of Rajasthan. It's an endangered bird. It's only 150 in number, this thing. Numbers has been coming down. This was a question before the Supreme Court, whether to protect this bird or to protect renewable energy. So it was, question was that whether sustainable development, climate change, is it a fundamental right or not? Supreme Court has recognized climate change is a fundamental right. The citizens of country can ask government to enforce. So drawing a balance between climate change was the environment protection. The Supreme Court said that, yes, solar power is required, wind power is required, but overhead lines, which is causing problem, has to be underground. Both a balanced approach to take protection. But what has happened with this case is that when there was a conflict between an environment and a clean energy, court went ahead to recognize this is a fundamental right. We will be seeing more litigation enforcing this fundamental right of climate change. What is India's approach? India's having a guarded approach. We don't want a situation that we force our industries to jump into a higher commitment which Europe has done. Our government is clear that it will be a gradual process. Your industrialization happened much ahead of us. But when we are industrializing, we cannot cripple our industry with a hardened stand. So it will be initially like CSR. Initially it was voluntary, then made mandatory, then penalty came. Comply, explain, comply, penalty. If you look at the compliance, first on listed companies, then come to unlisted companies. Investors are driving, customers are driving, and government. So multiple stakeholders are driving these initiatives. What are government main policies which are done in the last 5 years? PAT, it's a 2012 scheme. PAT was coming under the Energy Conservation Act. PAT is replaced by CCTS. We'll discuss a little bit in detail. Then green credit rules has come, circular economy has come, lifestyle for the environment, SEBI, BSR, SR. All these initiatives has happened in the last 5 years to push companies, nudge the company to do the little extra. What is CCTS? CCTS is exactly same as what was PAT. The only difference between CCTS and PAT is that PAT was under the Energy Conservation Act. Since it was under energy conservation, metrics were linked to the energy saved. In the CCTS, the metrics is changing from energy saved to reduction. What is the reduction of the greenhouse gases you can achieve? Then that can be traded. What we need to figure out is that today, few industries from PAT has been moved to CCTS. Thermal as a sector is still continuing to be at PAT. So we will be having multiple regulation. PAT will be there, CCTS will be there, green credit rules will be there, SEBI reporting will be there. Multiple reporting, we have to balance out what is the disclosure, etc. you make. So CCTS has As a company, like we're taking an example of NLC, we have a thermal power plant. We become a compulsory mechanism. Even though we become a compulsory mechanism, we will be covered by PAT. But our solar unit will be covered under voluntary mechanism. Registering a solar unit on time will help us to monetize. So these schemes should not be seen as a source of compliance and a irritant. These schemes can make a monetary benefit to the company. It can add to the direct PAT. Like our solar, this thing can be registered, credit can be purchased, and credit can be sold. Today, credit earned in the solar cannot be adjusted against the PAT. But it's just a, as mentioned, it's just a time of regulatory allowing, cross-utilization, etc. Green credit rules. A project which is earning carbon credit can earn green credits also. It's a separate scheme which is allowing you getting a certificate to sell the certificate. So at the time of planning, if you plan well, a single project, you can have 2 cash flows and reduce the outflow on the PAT. We are not getting into details. We'll be discussing few of the specific issues when we discuss. BRSR, it's a SEBI disclosure. It's a voluntary disclosure to an extent for most of the companies, but gradually from 23, they increased from 250 to 1,000 companies. Now they're asking for assurance certificate. So this compliance will go ahead. It is not to go away. Compliance burden is going to go up. Its expectation is that everyone reaches the level everyone can trust. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, what is this thing, etc. We'll be discussing. Challenges are Scope 3 are not in our hand. Scope 2, we are dependent on the data. How to get the data on Scope 2 and Scope 3? India, we have challenges. There comes the AI tools and the other service providers who can trace. The biggest challenge today we have for the ESG and this thing is that data and trust deficit. How is the data flowing? How can you trust? What is the data you are making a disclosure? So having a systematic approach, today the compliance approach is that it's a checklist approach. ESG report should be there in the annual report. A checklist should be there. This must be disclosed. Unless we institutionalize this ESG as part of our every procurement, every sales, every project, it will be difficult for us to achieve. That should be a story we should take out. As a finance team, every project, how we can monetize, how we can increase from the ESG perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashish, for getting us abreast with some of the recent updates and regulations in the field of climate sciences and in other aspects of sustainability as well. The last brief presentation that we will have is from Sunil, Head of ESG Ratings from ICRA. Over to you, Sunil.
Good afternoon all. Thanks NLC and Dr. Acharya for giving me this opportunity to present in this forum. And as you all know, sustainability is a very key word. From the first session, we are hearing that sustainability is very important. So I will take a step back and try to cover some of the fundamentals of sustainability, because many of you are from the finance field and some of the terms you may be hearing for the first time. So why sustainability is important? Because like everybody said, climate change is a threat and we all are suffering the effects of climate change. There is extreme weather events, the rainy season, the rains are more. In winter, the winter is more harsh, the dry seasons are more. So there is a sudden and immediate effect of climate change. That is why there is a renewed focus on climate change nowadays, and that is why this climate change related disclosures, carbon, CCTS, all these mechanisms you are seeing, and these are being enforced on companies also, because corporate sector is one of the biggest emitter of carbon dioxide per se. So that is why you see a lot of regulation, whether it is from the disclosure perspective or from a compliance perspective or a taxation perspective, all these, or from a rating perspective. So all these regulations are coming because of the effect of climate change. And India also has taken some commitment. We have a net zero commitment to be by 2070, and we have a renewable energy commitment, and we have a long-term adaptation mitigation plan. We are already mobilized some amount of green finance, but it is not sufficient. So there are more instruments are being introduced or more regulations are brought up by SEBI to more formalize this system. There are, like some of the speakers said, the climate risks are being assessed by the finance institute. So while your financial performance, etc., is being considered, climate risk also being included, whether it is insurance premium or whether financing or refinancing a project, those kind of things, climate finance is also being considered. And like I said, disclosures are increasingly coming up, and now top 1,000 companies need to disclose BRSR, which has more quantitative and qualitative aspects to disclose. You will have to disclose your energy, emission, water, waste, so these kind of things. So many of these comes in the purview of the finance department also to provide the data or coordinate for the organization also. That is why these aspects are very important from a finance professional perspective also. So you will be hearing the word ESG very often, so, and you hear sustainability, so sometimes you confuse why there is two terms, why there is a sustainability and why there is an ESG. So sustainability is a more overarching term, where ESG is specifically focusing on the corporate performance. So the ESG term was introduced to measure the environmental, social and governance performance of corporates. So if you look at the ESG, it has three pillars. One is environment, another one is social, and the third pillar is governance. So in the environmental pillar, things like greenhouse gas emission, water, waste, air pollution, energy use, those kind of aspects will be covered. And in the social aspect, it will cover all the employee-related aspects, whether it is the employee attrition, health and safety-related aspects, or whether the training given to employee, the human right-related aspects, all these will be covered in the employee-related aspects. And there are some customer-related aspects also, so like how the customer complaints are handled, how satisfied the customers are, so all those data security, privacy, so how you handle all those information, so these kind of things will be covered in the customer aspects, and there is a community angle also. So when we generally hear social, we may think that it is only about the CSR project you implement and all. It is not that. It is the internal sustainability related aspects also covered in the social. And then comes the governance, which most of you will be very familiar, even in your regular credit assessments and all governance factors goes into a place where you look at the traditional governance factors like board, management structure and all. And when it comes to sustainability, we also look at the sustainability committees, how the management compensation is linked with sustainability performance. Those kind of aspects will also be covered. And these are some of the regulations evolving across the globe, and you have heard that some of the regulatory changes that coming up in India also. So the regulations are going to be more and more increasing in the coming days. So there is a need to be aligned with the organizations as early as possible. Since carbon emission is one of the major aspects, I will touch upon these points also, scope 1, scope 2 emission, because you may be hearing you have to reduce emission, but unless you don't know what these emission constitute and how you can measure and manage these emission, there is no point in discussing about how you can reduce the emission. So the emissions are classified into three categories: scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3, and the scope 1 emission are generally from your direct operation, so whatever fuel you use in your operation, so the whatever coal you use for your power generation, those kind of emission, or whatever fuel you use in the vehicles which is owned by your organization, or any DG sets, diesel use in DG sets, even the lawn mower, so those kind of any fuel use within the premise, any emission, because of that fuel use comes under the scope 1. And scope 2 is very easy. So if an organization is using electricity for their operation, so for example, we use electricity to light this office, this auditorium, so all the electricity we use for your organization running, whatever emission it was generated during the production phase, that comes under a scope 2 emission. And in the scope 2 emission, every year the Central Electricity Board, Electricity Commission come up with an emission factor depending upon the grid mix of how much energy came from the traditional power sector or renewable energy mix. Based on that, they come up with a emission factor, which is like for kilowatt hour of electricity use, how much is the emission. So that way you can calculate the scope 2 emission. And comes the difficult category, scope 3. So whatever other than these two, whatever your organization do, that comes under scope 3. And the scope 3 is further classified into 15 categories. There are some upstream categories around 6, 7, and there are some downstream categories. So whatever things you produce, from the paper you purchase for your office use, or any service you procure, from that to the employee commute you do, any business trip you do for the company. So all those emission which is coming across all those activity, or from the use phase, like you produce power, then what was the emission from that, or if you produce a, for example, you produce a product like steel, then what is the emission in the use phase, and if there is something is disposed of after the use, like you produce an electric equipment and that is getting once the end of the life is achieved, once what is the emission coming during the recycling phase. So everything and other things comes under the scope 3 emission, and this is going to be the biggest chunk. And now, even though it is not mandated as per BRSR disclosure to report, these things are going to be important, and these are going to be more mandated in the coming years. So having an understanding about these emissions will also be important when you do the sustainability journey. And since I come from a ESG rating background, and rating, even though it is not mandated at the moment, there is a possibility that the organization may go for a ESG rating, and you may have to coordinate for the ESG rating and all. So I will just give a brief about what is there in the current as per the SEBI regulation. So when the ESG rating, like credit rating, is a regulated thing now, so ESG rating can be given only by regulated entities. And when SEBI came up with the regulation, they came up with 3 kind of ESG rating which a company can go with. One is an impact rating, which look at the current state of the company, what current impact of the company is. Then there is a transition rating. So like many industries, especially from power, cement, all hard to abate sector, where it is not possible to decarbonize in a day one, like it is not possible to say that you completely move to renewable energy. So those kind of sector, the current impact may be very high, but they may be taking a lot of effort and pumping in a lot of money, and there may be doing some process improvement, they may be partially shifting to renewable energy. So those kind of effort need to be acknowledged and quantified and communicated to investors and others. So that is why SEBI come up with a rating called transition rating, which look into how you have reached the current level where your whatever targets you had in the past, or whatever achievement you have made in the past, and what plan you have to in the decarbonization ahead. So whether you are planning to decarbonize by 2030, or whether you have a long-term target by 2040, and what levers you are using for that decarbonization, and how much of that you have achieved already, whether your targets are aligned with science-based targets. So those kind of aspects will be evaluated and provided a transition rating. So these are 2 kind of rating, and any entity that go for an impact and transition rating, they can get a combined rating also. So these are the kind of rating available in the ESG rating available in the market. And when we look at the environment, like I said, it look into GHG emission, air emission, water, waste, value chain, how you are managing the environmental sustainability in the value chain, what are your net zero plan, not only net zero emission plan, whether you have a water neutrality plan, whether you have a zero waste to landfill action plan in line. So all those aspects will be covered in the environment part. And in the social angle, we will look into the employee-related aspect, the customer-related aspects, and the community-related aspects. So all these aspects will be covered. And in the governance, we look into the traditional governance aspect and how the companies are focusing on the sustainability-focused governance. Also, in some of the sessions, we look how governance is important and transparency is important. So similar things we look in the sustainability phase also, whether the company is producing a sustainability report, whether it is getting assured, whether the company has taken up a target, whether the company has identified the climate risk, whether it has an action plan to address the climate risk, whether the physical and transition risk are covered. So all these aspects will be covered in the governance aspect. That's it. So I thought of giving an overview about what sustainability is and how the carbon accounting is done. And we will cover more things in the question answer. If you have any questions, please feel to reach out.
Thank you, Sunil, for that overview. So we will have a few minutes of open discussions actually. Some broad topics we have all covered. We've given an introduction of what is sustainability, how has that journey been evolving in India, and then why GHG accounting, why carbon alone has taken a lot of prominence, why it is a global phenomenon, and what is the role of financing and regulations overall in this whole field of play. Now we will have a few questions. So first and foremost, it's a coincidence that we have two people amongst us panelists who are from rating agencies. So I would invite Nikunj and Sunil to spend a few minutes on how ESG ratings, earlier, all of us have seen ratings for our financial performances, CRISIL, CARE, everybody, Moody's, not Moody's, Morgan Stanley, all of these guys have been doing ratings only for financial performances of the companies. But currently, all of these ratings and assessment agencies have also started assessing ESG performance, and as Sunil was mentioning, this is also being regulated. Who is authenticated to provide ratings for ESG performance? That also SEBI is monitoring very closely. So a few minutes maybe we can spend on understanding a little more about ESG ratings and specifically how rating agencies are looking at carbon performance of companies. Nikunj and Sunil.
So, SEBI basically came in with this regulation that what organizations are doing about sustainability or the data that they are reporting needs to be somewhere assessed. A third-party assessment needs to be there that can tell which organization is doing better, what are the things that they are not doing right, so that at least there are indicators that the organizations themselves can understand that they need to do an improvement, get an understanding of comparative analysis with what the peers are doing, and try and see that, how we can make our journey better. So that is where I think the whole regulation piece bit around ESG rating came in, where the non-financial parameters, which is on the environment, social and governance, were supposed to be assessed. But at that point of time, there was a lot of global companies who were there in India and operating, but not taking India-specific parameters into consideration. That is where SEBI came in, stating that the rating providers have to incorporate India context into your assessment. So that is where the indicators were inbuilt or maybe changed from the global indicators to reflect what India context involves. And this is where the genesis of the rating happened. It's been now 1.5 years for this regulation to happen, where we are now, and ICRA and other rating providers are assessing organizations in terms of their non-financial performance on ESG and trying to tell what the outcomes are, which helps you in terms of doing a comparative analysis of understanding where you stand today and what you can do to improve and make yourselves better. So this is where, this is how the rating ideally is done and conducted. Just on a crux, what we do is that we collect data which is in public domain that you are reporting through your BRSR and other regulatory requirements. But there is a model which is called issuer pay, where we also engage with you and take non-public information as well and take that into our consideration for our assessment. We make the model as granular as possible in terms of asking the nitty-gritties of the question. Example, let's say we're talking about carbon accounting. So when we go into scope 1, we will look into the details of scope 1, how the inventorization of scope 1 is done and has been done properly or not, or fully accounted for or not. So similarly, for all aspects of environmental, social and governance parameters, we will collect the data and then do a thorough assessment around it to come up with an outcome of how you are performing with a valid score that comes out between 0 to 100. And that is how the scale of exercise or what NLC has also gone through us. And there, the analysis comes out to tells you that where you stood. You also understand how the peer benchmarking is done, what the industry medians are, and give you a direction of how the future strategy of the organization needs to be, and the future investments at the CAPEX, how they need to be aligned. So that's how currently it's happening in the market.
Perfect. Anything you would like to add to that, Sunil, briefly?
Yeah, like Nikunj said, the analysis involve how the organization approach the emission and how they manage. We also look at, when we look at, like I said, I was saying the futuristic aspect, when we look especially at the transition rating, we also look at how the targets, whether the company has any GHG emission reduction target, whether the targets are aligned with science-based target initiatives. This is an international forum, so they have different emission reduction pathways like absolute reduction pathway, intensity pathway. So hard to abate sector like power and all, it may be very difficult to reduce the absolute emissions, but if they are reducing the emission per megawatt hour of electricity they are producing, so that is an area where we look at those aspects. We also look at aspects like what policy level decisions are being taken, how capital allocation is being done for the decarbonization pathways they are following. So, and also look at the governance aspect. So it is not only the ground level implementation aspect, we also look at how serious the senior management is about, how much discussion about these aspects happen in the boardrooms, whether there is a separate sustainability committee, what all comes under the preview, so what decisions are being taken. So all these aspects will be covered along with the other aspects Nikunj covered.
Thank you. And we also spoke in detail about how these regulatory paradigms have been evolving over time. To some extent, India has been quite proactive in this field. Ashish had earlier mentioned about the CSR regulation, the Companies Act, which mandated CSR for Indian corporates beyond a particular size threshold. Now, it works on a name or shame kind of a mechanism, but India was only the second country that legislated CSR to be made mandatory for all practical purposes. Likewise, we also, most of us spoke about the BRSR, which NLC is also seen doing. And the BRSR also underwent a massive change in 2021-22. So my next question to Ashish is, how do you see the Indian regulatory landscape playing? Do you think we are aligned with the global trends, or are we left with a lot to catch up on? What are your views, Ashish?
So as discussed earlier, at the policy level, we are aligned with the global trends. But how much to enforce there, we are still struggling. Like as a policy regulators, how much we should push, like whether we should give the industry the freedom to operate, not impact their profitability, allow the affordable product. Like more ESG is pushed, cost of the product, cost of the doing business is going to go up. So where to do balance is the where the gray area government is also trying. But we have made a commitment, multiple policies of the government are to achieve that commitment. So it's just a matter of time, policy when it will become the legally enforceable. Today there is a leeway is there to achieve. The people who change fast will be able to reap the more benefit of the financial incentives, etc. when government brings into. Policy framework, yes, it's a hybrid gray area in which we are operating. A lot of things to improve is there, but it's a non-decision to give it at the gray area.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And also, we've seen that this is a very, it's a journey, it's a continual journey, and often we've touched upon the subject of money playing a very significant role in global decarbonization agenda. So you touched upon it briefly, Nikunj, so maybe you would want to highlight its importance a little more in terms of financing opportunities or the needs of financial sector players to take up the onus on themselves for this global agenda of decarbonization.
See, what the requirement is that towards the path of decarbonization, there is a lot of technological innovation that is going to be required. And a lot of those technologies, specifically in the hard to abate sectors, apart from the renewable energy, are yet under development, under R&D. You have yet to see the light of the day. The proven technologies are yet to come. Resultant of which, all these initiatives are ideally more riskier for our lenders to fund, which is why there is a dire need for a sustainable finance market to develop apart from the traditional banking model of funding, which is where what currently India is moving through with a development of a capital market as well, domestically and also through GIFT City, where the GIFT City is working towards developing the sustainable finance bonds and the loan market frameworks. So what this will entail ideally is that a lot of that funding, because this decarbonization will require humongous amount of money over the next 20, 30 years for us to become a net zero economy. And that money is only going to come from outside, which is why the requirement is in terms of the finance which comes at a cost of capital that makes a business sense. And resultantly, that is why for hard to abate sectors, there's something which is called transition finance or transition bonds that has already now been placed as a framework where the organizations can go and access those funds into the market and come. For India to do that, there is significant amount of money requirement. As I said, this now is being transitioned through by way of having development financial institutions, multilateral banks, and even certain grant foundations who are now coming to India and funding these kind of projects. We already have certain precedents where organizations have placed certain instruments in the market like green bonds, social bonds, and sustainable bonds. I think transition is where the hard to abate sectors will also further raise the money and move in that direction towards economy decarbonization.
Just to add, the stakeholders like rating agencies has been created to build trust. When the money is coming, there's a trust. There's an independent party looking. So we are building the stakeholders for this money to come. I mean, they are the people who are going to enable the money to come to India.
Thank you. Thank you for that, both of you. My next question to Sunil and the other panelists as well. Any corporate in India, be it a private player or a PSU such as NLC, what do you think should be the way forward? How do you think private companies can use this opportunity and leverage it for future growth prospects?
See, especially climate-related aspects with CCTS and all, it is no longer a cost center. It is a risk which companies need to identify. And if you are delayed in identifying your climate-related risk, whether it is a physical risk or transition risk, the cost you are paying to pay in the future is going to be tremendous. So it is high time that companies start identifying the climate-related risk the organization face. And for the internal things also, the accounting, carbon accounting is something which companies need to begin with. So for that first thing to identify where all are your emission sources. Like I said, there is scope 1, 2, and 3. At least start with scope 1 and 2 emissions, where identify scope 1, what all are the processes where fuel is being used, whether it is in coal or even small cases like when I was in TCS before, we even used to account for the diesel used in lawn mowers. So that level of accounting is needed. So identifying the right sources, mapping all the emission sources and start accounting it from a day, on a monthly basis, give responsibility to, rather than doing the accounting practice at the end of the year, collecting all data and giving to the assurer and get it assured, start the process on a periodic basis, at least monthly, quarterly basis, make a maker-checker concept like you do in the finance, in the sustainability data also, and then get it assured at the end of the year to see where the inconsistencies are and try to address those gaps in the coming years. So these are some of the steps organizations can do in their sustainability journey. And like I said, even though many of the things, even though it is now regulatory, SEBI is not started penalizing or anything, but earlier I was, when I was talking, CAG has started auditing the BRSR reporting, and I heard that the questions they ask and the rigorousness with which they verify the data and all is very huge. So there is a risk associated with not only with the penalty, with the reputational risk, things like that. And from a financial loss perspective also, if the like transition risk, if India decided to decarbonize in a faster phase and if our organization is not in that line, then there will be financial losses also. So it is time for organization to at least start identifying the sources and what action they can take in the future to reduce this. Even though it may not be possible in 2 year, 3 year, at least then have a long-term plan discuss with other stakeholders, discuss with your value chain partner. If something is not possible for you to decarbonize, at least does it in your value chain, so you have at least a scope 3 emission comes down, so you can at least tell your stakeholder that, see, in my process it is difficult, but I have done it in the value chain. So this is, I think, the go forward for the organization, whether it is, say, private organization or PSUs.
Thank you, Sunil. I think there are just two points that we should be touching upon. One is, as finance professionals, I think it is important for all of us to understand the concept of internal carbon pricing. Okay, so I will give a brief about this, and then the panelists can also add on to that. When I say internal carbon pricing, what it means is we were talking about a lot of initiatives, incentives that you can towards decarbonization, like moving to renewable energy, energy efficiency, etc., etc. So in all of these, there is a certain amount of investment that goes in, right? Hard money that you are spending on any project, right? It might not give you that high an IRR, but consider that there are risks which Sunil, Nikunj have all spoken about in terms of decarbonization. Governments or regulators and other stakeholders asking companies to reduce the amount of carbon that they are emitting. There is a way of putting a monetary value to the emissions that the organization is associated with. If I am emitting X tons of carbon, I will only, for example, power sector. For you to generate the electricity that you are generating, you are consuming coal, right? Now you also have a mix of renewable alternatives, etc. But to a certain extent or beyond a particular extent, you will not be able to decarbonize yourself. You will have to consume the coal that you are consuming, as long as the government is supporting thermal power plants, right? The extent that you are not able to decarbonize by yourself, that carries a cost. You will have to purchase credits from the outside market, for example, to offset that carbon dioxide that you are emitting. What is the cost? What is the future cost of that emission offset that you are going to purchase? If you factor that in, that is what is called an internal carbon price. Now, once you understand that, it will help you prioritize projects. While project IRR might be slightly lesser than the most preferred option, if you also calculate an internal carbon price for the future regulatory demands that you will face, that will probably give you a fillip, and that is how the decarbonization journey is gradually going to work. Yes, sir, you have a question. No, sir. No, sir, it will not be common for everybody, because how you are calculating internal carbon price, nice question. Yes, it will be different for different companies because it is intrinsic to everybody. Today, if you take an Infosys, some 7-8 years ago, they published that their internal carbon price is $10 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. If you do that for a power sector, it could be higher. For a hard to abate sector, it could be higher, because it is, as the name itself says, it is very hard to abate for you, right? It will depend on what are the initiatives that you are planning. What is your emission profile currently? What is your emission? And what are the projects that you are planning? Then we call it in the money, out of the money. So let us assume that there is a project A which helps you decarbonize by, say, 100 units, and there is an investment of say 100 crores is involved. And there is project B with 1,000 crore involvement. It is going to help you decarbonize only by 200 units. Now, obviously, the second option, project option B, seems to be, while on quantum, if you see, it is 200 units, but the investment incurred is much, much larger, 10x, right? So you call that out of the money. That is not a really feasible option for you. So that falls under the out of the money category. So for any organization, in the money and out of the money projects will be different. And based on that, an internal carbon price has to be calculated. Now, why I brought that up for this forum particularly, because as finance professionals, you will be calculating the IRRs of projects. You will be working on investment decisions that you are making. In the future, in the near future, it will become a norm. Today, you would have heard this word for the first time, internal carbon price. In the future, it will be a norm that you will calculate the internal carbon price of all the investment decisions that you are making, and you will start disclosing that also. Anything that you gentlemen would like to add to that on internal carbon pricing? Very briefly, we can do that, or we can move on. Yeah. One last point that I wanted to touch upon is capacity building and engaging all the stakeholders. You know, several of the ESG parameters, say for example, in a sector such as NLCs, safety has been very important. You will see taglines everywhere in your plant saying safety is everybody's responsibility, everybody is responsible for safety, and so on. Gradually, we have come to a situation today now that sustainability is also everybody's responsibility. Now, if I'm a HR, There are social aspects that I would need to take into account. As finance professionals, we've been speaking about internal carbon pricing and all the options and incentives that are available for decarbonization, etc. How are we going to take that into account? As finance professionals, you play that role. Then as an EHS person, I may be involved in working in the plant operations and trying to undertake remediation activity, ensuring that there is pollution control, etc., etc. Like certain other sustainability facets, now I'm sure GHG emissions abatement and other facets of sustainability will also gradually become everybody's responsibility. So when it becomes everybody's responsibility, then the first and most important thing is for us to understand that it is our responsibility. And that is where I think a session like this, where finance professionals are given a sneak peek into elements of sustainability, should be useful in building that capacity. I think it's about time that we should close. If there are any questions, then we can probably take a few of them. Just a few minutes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you can say.
All credit rating agency relying on EBITDA to ensure the fact that the company is having debt paying ability. Yes. Am I right? So here my question is, ESG rating, how it contributes to that your rating to build confidence on purchasing bond or giving loan to a company. That is one. And second one, we are talking about ESG. And in PAT scheme, perform, achieve, trade. And that is energy efficiency certificate through Energy Conservation Act. And that certificate is having value through trading platform like share. And why not we are examining this item to put it in our financial statement through other comprehensive income and reflected in our financial statement. It will help us to all credit rating agency, and it will be a transparent platform, and shareholder can recognize that through PAT we are having this much certificate, having this much value at the end of the year. That is first question. And second one is, when CCTS 23, and in CCTS 23, your carbon credit certificate is yet to be enforced, and the pace at which we are working and how the company will rely upon that pace, and based on that they will start working on it so that they can invest much on that, and banker will come and put their fund to that company. These two questions needs some answer, please.
So, okay, from a credit rating perspective, let's look at that way. The credit rating perspective is only about ideally understanding the debt repaying capability, irrespective of company doing anything on ESG or not. So that is one that was there. The interlinkages between the two, ideally from a point of view of will a company doing something on ESG and sustainability, will it improve its debt repaying profile or not, is something that is yet to be assessed, because something on that level will require certain time period of data points to be showcased. So as of today, we are only 3 years in terms of the ESG related data as of now. So I think there is still more time to come for that, where we will be able to understand the impact, because whatever the initiatives that you have taken today will actually yield into results, into a return on ROI over maybe, let's say, after 5 years or 7 years. So that is where I think the point of time where we'll get a clear understanding of how ESG has actually impacted your finances. Now, so that is why we are always talking about that whatever the organization will do will be in terms of, is the project in money, as you were saying. That does it make a business sense to invest into that kind of a capex or a technology today? so that at least it will give me some result as of now. Because perceived result is something that we are currently not right now ideally looking into. So that is where I think the majority of the initiatives are happening, and that is why we will see that a lot of environmental initiatives will keep on talking about in terms of, if you talk about carbon, then it will be about renewable energy. If you talk about water, then it will be about recycling of the water and reducing. So that is where the whole point is. Into the newer technologies like, again, battery energy storage system, carbon capture, yet to be proven technologies. So a lot of investment has not gone into that. These all are into R&D, going to be very capital intensive to bring that into the first place. So yeah, current direct linkage between EBITDA and ESG performance, not there. What ESG certainly is telling is that, yes, you are moving towards a more sustainable operations, that environmental impacts or the social risk impacts may not hamper your operations. It can be costing rather than benefiting also at times. So counter arguments are always there. Time period of CCTS, sir, even I don't know yet. It is something that is yet to happen. I think.
Any views on that, Ashish?
I think Ashish should be the one who can tell me from. So the only problem with that is that it is not a consistent pace of revenue generation on an annual basis. So that is why it cannot be taken into the credit appraisal method. That's the only problem there.
But nevertheless, I think it will be a good practice for companies to do whatever credit they have generated and what is the value addition created, whether it is being used in the credit rating or not. I think it will be a good practice. So I think it is a good suggestion from you, sir, that companies should start reporting, so that, because finance professional know finance numbers better. If you say I created 1,000 credit, if you put a value to it and say, people may understand it better. So that is one point. And so how sustainability can bring, open up some new finance opportunities. There is something called sustainability linked bond also. So where the bond performance or the bond coupon is linked to your sustainability performance, like the L&T came up with 500 crore. They say that we will reduce our emission by this percentage, and if they achieve that, there will be a coupon. If they didn't achieve, so we have assessed some agencies where external agencies like Deutsche Bank and all, they have given some NBFCs sustainability linked bond where it is linked to women lending. So how many women lenders they have. So those kind of things where the money can be used for general purpose. So the money you need not have to be invest in a sustainability initiative itself. You can use for your general purpose also. So nowadays, many of these organizations who are tracking the sustainability and all using this as a route to generate or get access to more finance. So that is also one route.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, there is one question. Mike.
Good evening to everyone. I'm Jasmine Nath, Senior Manager of Finance from SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited. First of all, I would like to thank NLC for this opportunity. All the sessions since morning has been quite insightful and illuminating. My question is regarding I want to focus on two aspects. In the morning session, Sri Ravi Shankar sir mentioned about aversion to RE sector, solar sector to be precise. I believe there are two aspects to that. From technical side, with a very limited knowledge on technical side, I would like to mention that the fuel conversion or the fuel efficiency of fossil fuel is about 60 to 70%. Vis-a-vis, if we compare with the RE sector, it is the COF that we see, it is within the range of 20 to 30% only. So this is a downside of RE sector, which we need to focus, I think, Srinivasa sir also mentioned about our Panchamrit scheme. One of the goal is already accomplished of the 50% RE installations in India, but we are not talking about the utilization, which is very less. It is still dependent on fossil fuel. So on the finance side, if I can mention is that the AT&C losses, aggregate technical and commercial losses, like the majority of off-takers of RE or the energy are the state utilities. So the AT&C losses are surmounting. However, one of the speakers also mentioned that it is only 1,000 crores as of now. So these two aspects, if we talk about how are these two aspects affecting the green financing, the carbon credit comes very later. So the green financing, these two aspects have a lot of impact. So I just want to raise a question: how, like India on an aggregate basis, how are these two aspects being covered?
I think financial viability of any project is something which any financiers will look, and it may take some time, like Nikunj was also saying, some of the technique like carbon capture and all may be financially viable today, like these RE projects and all not viable a couple of years back. So with technology increase, things will improve. So I think the ROI, return on investment and all has improved, and the RE projects also compared to earlier. So this is more of a technology question, how technology will improve and how the efficiency of the panel can be improved to have more optimization in the energy production. So that is one point. And when RE finance happen, I think like any other financial opportunities, the green finance also look into all the other financial aspects also along with the what additional benefits that is creating through the project like RE. So how much emission is being reduced, and like how much risk is being mitigated, like what future, like if you are continuing with a traditional power, what will be you pay as a carbon tax, and how much of it will be reduced because of this RE project. So when you look at the viability of a project, like Nikunj said, not only look at the direct financial viability, look at the risk perspective also, how much you will be have to pay in case if that project is not there. So that may be one angle you can look at.
So, just to add, like earlier the captive power plant solar was set up, there was no people to finance. Now today you can loop in the investors before you put in the plant. You have the investors ready to buy because there's a policy asking the manufacturers to buy so much percentage of electricity consumption for renewable. So that financing for the solar plants are happening. Second, like RITs or in this thing, similar structures will come in solar. It's just a matter of time to stabilize the price. Today, whether it is 2.5, 2.3, the fluctuation, etc. That are this thing. But investment like RITs like structures will come for financing the large scale product and additional revenue of carbon credit, etc. once it is stabilized. So they are waiting for the regulatory framework to clean up. 4 years down the line, 5 years down the line, we'll have much better, more financing models coming in this sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I hope this has been an enlightening session. At least I hope there are some takeaways and some new concepts that you may have learned. Once again, thanks to the management of NLC for arranging this wonderful event and giving us all this opportunity. On behalf of my fellow panelists and our respective organizations, thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bye.
You all can reach out to us. All of us are in LinkedIn, so anybody has any doubt, you can reach out to us all in LinkedIn.
On behalf of NLC India Limited, we extend our sincere gratitude to our moderator and all our speakers for this very insightful session.
We now take a moment to express our gratitude to our eminent moderator and speakers for enriching this session with their expertise.
We request Sri Sanjay Sen, DGM Finance, to kindly come forward and do the honors.
Please put your hands together for the felicitation.
Thank you, sir.
With that, we conclude the technical sessions for day 1. It has been a day full of insightful discussions and valuable perspectives from distinguished leaders.
Thank you for your active cooperation and enthusiasm, which made today's deliberations truly successful. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up today's session, a small announcement that there is a cultural program arranged in Lignite Hall by 7 o'clock, and we warmly invite each one of you along with your family members to join us in witnessing the talents of NLC, followed by a delightful dinner.
Get ready for an evening full of music, dance and entertainment. Relax, enjoy and celebrate with us. It's going to be a night to remember at NLCAL.
For your convenience, transport arrangements have been made. The buses will first drop you at guest houses, and later from there they will pick you from the guest houses.
May I now request everyone to please join with us at dining hall before leaving to guest house for high tea and juice to boost your energy.
Buses will be arrived at the guest house by 6:45 in order to pick you up to Lignite Hall.
The cultural program will start at 7 p.m. and we will be looking forward for your enthusiastic presence.
Tomorrow's session will start by 9:30 a.m.
We wish you all an enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Thank you.